made a formula. And some cultivation of sugar and corn and but the link between formal and informal by all these are everything is all it was really a thinking session and extract academically.
What is doing in fact?
My this topic was knowledge and innovation in informal economy. I did ethnographic study, basically deep thinking process. Second is mobile, laptop, nothing, all of these. I studied in this and I observed the knowledge pattern, how they transfer, what they call their own knowledge, how they think about their own knowledge, the local knowledge, and how they correlate it with so-called formal or scientific knowledge.
We'll talk about it. Interesting. What have you done?
My background is biotechnology and bioinformatics. Then master's in bioinformatics and biotechnology. Right now I'm working in the IIMA.
I know, but from the informatics point of view, if you have to summarize in one line your quest or this place where you are, what would it be from the informatics point of view? How do you mentioned something very interesting, how do you map an idea in the whole tapestry of information that we have been exposed to them? There is a delay which is completely isolated. जरावर टाइप पर होंगे अनुमान शायद जहाँ कुछ नहीं पहुँच पागा where there is no reach of power. यार एक माइक तुमने नहीं दिया पूरा तो मैंने कहा था ना माइक पे फायदा नहीं होता तो पास में nobody will be able to hear us. फोन नहीं ऐसा नहीं करना और ना चाहिए को पाते हैं मुझे देखा ना मॉडल में ये समझ में नहीं आता है वायरस का तो ये बन गया अच्छा without the mic this is around you have to have a long that is the only way otherwise तुमने देखा नहीं पाते समझ नहीं कोई नहीं अभी सब बात है वहाँ तक
सर एक्चुअली लाइव के लिए ही है लाइव के लिए हाँ लाइव में तो सर चालू है एक्सैक्ट टाइम में चालू हो जाएगा
चेक करो ना
एक मिनट
चेक करिए just test sound 1 2 3 can you check on that system पर इस पर ये एक मिनट ऊपर रिकॉर्ड कर
हाँ गूगल रिकॉर्ड कर सर उसका शॉर्ट लिंक भी मैंने बनाया डी
but you're not sharing alright
सर अब भी भेजता हूँ सबके साथ तो शेयर नहीं किया
नहीं I don't have and
सब कुछ है
दूसरे हॉल में जाके चेक करेंगे तो सही है
एक मेल मैंने डाल दिया
नहीं अभी अगर ये चेक कर रहे हैं तो दूसरे हॉल में बैठ के आप उसके
क्या लिंक है?
bit
बोलना चाहिए BIT
.do slash
हाँ
.do
हाँ
slash IIMA
स्लैश
हाँ IIMA
Because we were discussing about authenticity of sources that we cite, or because as scholars we have to cite. So I feel that sources can be either individual or community or institutional, right? So जहाँ पे भी community आता है, we have a belief that we tested over time, it has been there for a long time, we should believe it. That is what traditional knowledge, but we also know that
at this moment we have not gone that far. My only point was that when we look at the theory building process, which is why we are all here, I was trying to persuade guys to understand that theory is not an abstraction which does not have any close on. No, it has to be a control. The clothes make it less accessible, because then we can understand, we can give it a shape, we can give it a form. The most abstract proposition, as Gordon theorem was, should be outside the framework in which you can test it. Not everybody can access it. What is the proposition? What is the framework? All those questions will arise. So I think it is useful to understand at this point that whenever we are talking about a reality, as Emerson and Fritz and Freeman were talking, or if you go back in our own history, Charvak in the Buddhist period, they will do everything extreme opposite. So for example, the saints will say, live within your means. Utne pair phailao jitni chadar hai. That is what the saintly advice to all of us is. Live within your means. Don't borrow and then consume today and then remain in debt. Charvak will say the opposite. Eat and drink and enjoy. Don't worry about tomorrow. We'll see tomorrow. Today, let's have fun. Okay? Now what are they doing? They were extending the space for distribution of potential observation. So when you have a distribution, if you have the extremes very widely laid, the farther the extreme, the midpoint will be more moderate. Correct? So, if the choice is very narrow, and within which we have to decide, people feel that they have not been able to understand and they have not been given much agency. So people feel that their agency has been sapped. You are not making me act in this situation much. You are not giving much power. You have given me only this much choice, and I have to choose within this. No. What if I don't take it at all? All right. So now there is a choice between take it, not take it, which is quite true. Binary choice. What could be else? I can take it, but I can modify it. But then you have fixed everything so hard, I have no tools to open the nuts and bolts and change the dimensions. Alright, so designer says, that means whenever I talk about the solution, I should make it malleable, I should make it flexible. User should be able to modify it. Third person says, yeah, but if I can't put it together, then what will happen? You can open it, alright. Haven't we seen children? They open the toys, they can't put it together. Then the designer says, yeah, that's true. So what do I do now? Do I give you choice or do I not give you choice? People say, well, choice is always better than no choice. Why choice is better than no choice? I can decide. When there is no choice, I have no reason to make. So the dialogue continues for a while, and after that you say, okay, so a design which is malleable, which is flexible, which user can modify if she or he has the capacity to modify, or can take help of someone else to modify, or if he has dismembered it, opened it, somebody else can help him put together. In other words, an individual decision gets influenced by a community of users. So if a product or service can be discussed collectively in a community, improved to suit my individual needs, that's a good design. It has done three things now. One, it has demystified itself, or at least we have been able to demystify its construction. Second, we have been able to rearrange its components. Third, we have been able to learn from each other. The community, right? Different people are giving different ideas because no one person was able to put everything component together. Second, it has given me an idea that there are different things. I don't have to change everything. I can decide which component to play with and which keep fixed. The idea of module is always like that, isn't it? Some modules may be fixed, some are flexible. Which one to keep fixed, which one to be flexible? Right? If you have a cycle and you want to redesign, you don't redesign the frame to begin with. You don't redesign the wheels to begin with. What do? You try to add on some features to the wheel. Can I put some dynamo here? Can I put something on the spokes to make it visible in the night? Those are the additives, right? We begin with those things which don't change the fundamental character of the phenomena, but gives me a sense of being able to relate to it and modify it. Then I own it. Anything that you can modify, you can own. Anything I can give a name to, I can own. What do you do when the first day a child is born? You try to give it a name. Now it's your child, not your child. It's a natural being. How can it be your child? Just because you're given birth doesn't mean that it's your child. And everybody says that it's their child. The uncle says that, the grandfather says that, the grand aunt says that, the neighbor says that. Neighbor did not contribute to its conception and delivery. But they're also part, they're also owning it. How do they all own meaning? They try to have a sense of responsibility. So when a design becomes everybody's child, that there's a good chance that they can be taken care of. Correct? That's the whole concept. A child is growing up in a village not by just the biological parents, by a whole range of parents and uncles and aunts. That's how the society has dealt with new ideas, new concepts. If you bring a cow and after a while it begins to recognize people. So if somebody comes too close, it doesn't feel agitated. But a stranger comes, she feels agitated like any other human being or any other living being. So please understand, let me summarize what we have said. The first point very clearly is that what we try to do in this school on the glass of innovation is first deal with, and today we will spend a few hours on, how to make sense of knowledge system. How does knowledge system pan out? And in this knowledge system we will be very careful about language. Because I have seen many terms being used, sometimes very loosely in literature. Formal, informal. Organized, unorganized. Traditional, indigenous, local. Right? Are they all same? Probably not, and we'll discuss it in a few minutes. Language is extremely critical because it shapes the habit of thought. Can anybody tell me how does language shape habit of thought?
Gender is a good example. Gender is the relation of sensitivity. You are just used to saying a boy, a student, he did this, he did that, and you're not able to visualize a girl in that place just because you are using a he all the time. When you say he or she, or when you prefer to say a girl over there, then you sort of start thinking about what conditions a girl will be in, and then you are more sensitive towards that.
That is one, it is the language of gender sensitivity. But language also gives us categories. What is word? Word is a category. Every category of concept is a word. Hot is a category. So we know what is hot and we give it a word called as hot. But hot has many meanings. Oh, she or he or the person is very hot. Now that is a very different meaning than the hot which is physical. So the words acquire their own meaning with change in culture. This word of this meaning may have come in the last 50 years or 70 years maybe after the movie industries or the entertainment industry started using this word. Then we say property is very hot. This property is very hot. Now there is a third meaning of hot. Right? That means there is a lot of takers for this. It's a great demand. Hot stock, hot property. So there are same word acquires different meaning in different contexts. Meaning the context, that's it, we all should know. When we go to talk to a community or talk to a workers community or a workshop or a floor shop of an industry, the meanings of the word will change. The kind of language we use will shape the kind of thought that comes to our mind as preconceived experience has taught us. So when we say bottom of the pyramid, people at the bottom of the pyramid. So what does it imply? A pyramid is there where top people are those who have highest income, then middle income, then lowest income. Bottom of the pyramid means most poor people. Is that right? So what does it say? A pyramid only of income. But supposing we were to make a pyramid of values, pyramid of innovations, can we say low income people are always at the bottom of the innovation ladder? They are the least experimental people? No. But that's what it will mean. So what has happened? Bottom of the pyramid, a term which has become very popular, and I was recently with Stuart Hart, a dear friend of mine, and he started using now bottom of the economic pyramid. I told him, look, if I am coming to your meeting, and if you still use bottom of the pyramid, then my whole life's work is wasted. I cannot accept it. So in his interview, he said, people who are at the bottom of the economic pyramid. I said, fine, now it's okay. I'm comfortable with it. Because you cannot say that the other pyramids are not relevant, or in other pyramids, the same people are at the bottom. The pyramid of network relationship. Poor people cannot survive alone. I can survive alone. When I need something, I call up the shop, they will deliver to my home. I don't have to go to my neighbor. Poor household, some guest comes, where would he or she borrow? Neighbor के पास जाएंगे ना वो, भाई कुछ आता देना, थोड़ी चीनी देना, जो मेहमान आए तो पानी की शरबत बना दो. The minimum you offer is a शरबत, something sweet, something to welcome the guest. You don't have any sugar at home. It's costly. Your quota you brought, that's great. So please understand that the network embeddedness is much higher among the poor people than among the... There's different kind of scenario. You are a rich person, maybe member of 5 different clubs. Gymkhana, this, that. Their network embeddedness is of a different kind. They are also connections, but of different kind. Poor people have a lot of connections, but of different kind. So, first premise is that knowledge systems are not always integrated, they are fragmented. That's first. Say in a village or in a city or in a workshop, in an industry, wherever we go, not everybody shares the same meanings. Sahi baat hai na? So, first assumption that we should make is fragmented knowledge system. Fragmented knowledge system will imply that same word, same concept will be interpreted and implied or understood in a different way. How many fragmented domains can vary from place to place. There are communities where meanings are extremely similar within a subset. So in Mali, I had gone to study a particular rice variety, Oryza languis terminata, with the wild rice, which grows in swampy area. So every farmer considered it a wheat. Wheat means plant out of their place. Actually in nature there is no plant out of its place. But when we cultivate a crop, we say any plant, a wheat plant for example, can become a weed in a paddy field. Right? You see, the wheat per se is nothing specific. Anything out of its place becomes wheat. Anyhow, so farmer said, this is a weed, very noxious, very difficult to control. We have used many chemicals. It grows of its own again and again in swampy areas and irrigation channels. What do? We have a lot of money has to be wasted. Etc. The official said it's a weed. Scientists said it's a problem. There was one community, Beda community, which came from Timbuktu, northern part of Mali. Very poor, they were migrants in the region where I was studying. And these people used to, they were so poor that they would collect the seed of the grass, literally. I had only heard it that Mana Pratap had lived on the grass seed, but that I saw in my eyes first time that there were people collecting the seed of the grass and using them as food. Simply put. Now for them any source of food was critical. They had for them this was the God's gift. They knew everything about this wild rice. They had songs which had lines which said, oh, nothing affects this rice. It is so healthy and beautiful. So the fact that it is tolerant of diseases like blast and others was first discovered by the Bela community, which was only gathering this. Wild rice, as you know, probably that they are very shattering kind. All wild relatives of crops generally have a great shattering attribute. Why? Because when there were no human beings and nature was evolving, the seed dispersal had to take place. So when the pod burst, when the panicle burst, seed will disperse with the air and animals and whatever. So at least they will not fall at the same point. But the chances of survival of at least one seed in a right niche are increased when it shatters. So they have very low dormancy. Generally, some are, like lotus seed has a very high dormancy for decades, sometimes for centuries. So they knew everything about the properties of this rice, how graceful it is, how good it is, how tolerant of disease and pest it is, how birds like it. And the seed had to be collected from the water by collecting all the water and mud, sieving it, and then get the seed. So there is very little time. The moment it matures, it shatters. What I am trying to say, same committee, same plant, same scientists, same officials. For 4 different stakeholders, it is a problem. For the 5th one, it is a solution. Knowledge spatial segment. Let me give you one more example. I was in Bangladesh 85, we were doing a study on how farmers cope with the risk of flood. So there was a professor Anil Islam in the Institute of Agriculture Department. He had done a study, the method called Delphi. I don't know if you are aware. Delphi method is an interesting method by which the espoused or the perceived position of different stakeholders is contrasted with their actual position. So what you do, you go to, let us say in this case, you wanted to study the community leaders, public officials, the people who manage flood relief, and the poor people who live on the islands, Char Islands, where in the flood their whole land gets inundated and they have to be rescued. So for community leaders, for officials, for relief people, these people are the problem. Why don't they understand? Every time they live in a place which they know that is going to get flooded, and then we have to provide all the services to them to rescue them and all. For these people, the flood was an opportunity. It brought a lot of silt, which made their soil fertile. They didn't have to put any manure. If flood will not be there, their whole life, the agricultural cycle will be disrupted. They will have no nutrition. So flood was a God-given opportunity for them to enrich their soil. These are examples which show that fragmentation is a fact of life. Fragmentation of knowledge space is a fact of the life. I am not saying the same stakeholders will always be at variance. There could be cases where 2 or 3 of them may share the same opinion. It's possible. But within the community, not everybody may have the same knowledge. Some people genuinely may feel that this flood means now there is a pregnant woman. At that moment, she is not worried so much about soil fertility as about the newborn child. And in flood there is a lot of water, but there is no drinking water. All water is, in that sense, polluted by cysts, polluted by germs. All the sewage, all the excreta, all the sources of E. coli, everything has got mixed with the water now. So this water we cannot drink it, though there is a lot of water. So people get affected with diarrhea and many other diseases because water is not clean. Anyway, coming back, not everybody can see the same thing in the same way, please understand. Among the poor people also there will be some who need at least clean water for their child or for themselves, and for them flood is a very difficult time. So, I am not trying to imply that any one subset will have homogeneous things. Not like every subset is further fragmented. The whole space is further fragmented. Okay. So once knowledge system is fragmented, how do we move to, and I will jump over a little bit of few steps. As an outsider, when I want to make sense of how people live, how people define, how people conceptualize, how do I look at the basic boundaries through which this knowledge system has evolved? Right? There must be some evolutionary path by which I can make sense of how people deal with the uncertainty around them, right? So there are 4 kinds of capital. The first capital which came into being was natural capital. Natural capital is, what is capital? Capital is a resource which you can exclude from, others exclude from, right? It's like a property. So, sometimes the only way you can define a property is by saying, from use of this at least, even if other titles may not be transferable, but use of this property is restricted to me or my community or my village, not yours. In olden times, before medieval India, Sab-Dharti Gopal, all land belonged to God. In our country, there were no titles assignable. Shah Suri and Dodarmal, they introduced the revenue system. So first time when land titles were drafted in this country was introduced over there. And that system is still continued. Even today, we have the land titles. Before that, people had a notion of who's tilling what land. Occupancy was also low. It was a customary right. People had an understanding of who is tilling where, and that made sense. There was no way in which it was measured and defined. So natural capital is the capital which implied that I will gather food from here, you gather from there. I will hunt here, you hunt there. I will harvest the wood from this trees, you harvest from there. So natural capital essentially was the first resource that human beings, when they evolved, had to monopolize. Sometimes temporarily, sometimes permanently. For example, semi-reindeer Sami community in North Pole, Greenland, northern Norway, there is ice, snow all the time. So when they go for herding reindeers, some places the grass patch comes up because the snow has melted. Other places the snow is still there. Now we have 30 reindeers and there are 5 people. The grass patch is enough for 1 or 2 reindeers for about 1 month. That's it. The group decides who amongst us as the youngest reindeer cannot walk the longer distance. Who amongst us is the weaker, sick, just recently recovered from sickness, who cannot walk long distance. Let that person stay here. And let those 2 reindeers be here. Now we have 30, now we have 28. Let's go further. You see the point? There is no certainty that how much grass patches will come in front. There is certainty that some patches will come. When, where, we don't know. How many, we don't know. So you have complete uncertainty, and here is complete certainty. There is a patch here. The committee of the group decides to allocate that patch to some who need more, and they continue to explore uncertainty. You see the point, how they make sense? So the uncertainty box, which is the bigger box, where 28 people have to make sense of, is still uncertain. But 20 people decide that for this 2 people, let them graze here. and then they go again, and again there is another patch, and then again they decide who will stay here. Like that, till the bravest and the strongest goes the farthest. What is that? He or she has become leader. The leader is the one who takes the last and the least. You see the point? Now there is a value in it. This value is shared by everybody. So please understand, technologies or decisions about resources have embedded values in them. When you allocate resources, you are actually creating value. The value is, leader takes the last, leader takes the least. What does your mother do? She eats the last, unfortunately, even among the educated families. Right? Has she done a committed a crime? She has no right to take hot food. कभी ऑफर किया? घर गए तो माँ मैं तेरी रोटी बनाया था? नहीं किया ना? किया बनाया लेकिन ये तो मना कर दिया। नहीं तू रहने दे बकवास मत कर, बैठ जा खा ले। एक आनंद है। 9 out of 10 times you accepted the decision of your mother that please eat hot. Right? Is that not true? I asked this question in my class in IIMA, and I rarely find a student who has refused to partake the courtesy of having hot food. No. And very to laugh. Okay, you have taken one, I understand. Now you go and cook the hot one for your wife or your mother or whichever is cooking. She also likes hot. Who wouldn't like hot? So many times, leadership lies in taking the last of the feast. It is responsible for other people to show their leadership also. That's what I'm trying to say. That it's not that only mother is entrusted or that only one leader is entrusted with showing all the good qualities and the rest of the people must have all vicarious pleasure of the life. That's any of the people. I will come to that how different leaders emerge in society. So, natural capital is those resources of which the use is circumscribed either by season, space, or the species, or whatever else it is, for a restricted group. And that restricted group either could be the one which came on the resource first, or the one who knows the quality of the resource more, or the one who is stronger and therefore can dominate the resource. There could be all kinds of power and persuasion at play when capital gets created. I am not saying it is always benign, I am not saying it is always by generosity, I am not saying it is always ethical, whichever means. I mean, if during colonial period, one country or culture went to another country and monopolized their resources, mining, materials, whatever else, they did not do it through persuasion. They did it by cheating, by hoodwinking, by assuring them something and not giving them that. All kinds of things took place. So, but then they own the natural capital. So natural capital is the first capital which came into being. Then came two more capitals: social capital and ethical capital. So social capital is very interesting. Now some resources will be used not according to the natural characteristic of the resource. When does mango mature? When will pineapple be ready for harvesting? These are not the only decisions. When will I catch the fish? When would be the good season to collect a lot of fish? It is not the natural characteristic of the resource which is determining how it will be used, but a group is having a say in deciding how these resources should be used. For instance, group says in a fishing village, nobody will use gill net. Gill net is the net, jali net, with a mesh size, that means no one hole, it will be less than 4 inches. You can have a gill net of 1 inch also, 2 inch also, 3 inch also. If you have 1 inch, what will happen? Small fish will get trapped. So why 4 inches? For that region, for that species, 4 inch means a good size of fish. right? The mature size, if you take it away, it has already spawned enough eggs and enough young ones who will populate the whole water ecosystem. So first thing is, there is a society decides or group decides what will be the norm for using a resource. Second, it can sanction the behavior. If somebody does not use the gill net of 4 inches but uses smaller, the company can decide what to do with it. So there is a sanction. There is a reciprocity. If I don't use a gill net of less than 4 inches, you will also not use. Rules are not for me alone. Rules are for you also. And third, trust. So there are 3 things: trust, reciprocity, and third-party sanctions. Third-party sanction means someone who is not participating in that process can censor my behavior. So a good example is, some of you have come from Guwahati and you are walking on outside IIMA on the pavement, and you find 2 children are playing there. They are not your children. You don't know them. You come for the first time, let's say, or second time, and you suspect that one of them might hurt another one, and there is a traffic on the road, and this child is pushed to the road. What will you do? Stop them. They are not your children. What is the probability that their parents will come to your town and when your children are playing somewhere they will separate them? Very difficult, isn't it? You did it still. What? If this capital was not there, would your parents have allowed you to play outside the home when you were a child unsupervised? They had a faith. Somebody will take care of my child. Isn't it true? Can you imagine now? Each one of us has borrowed so much social capital. Our childhood is not possible. Childhood is unsupervised joy. That is what the childhood is all about. I can do all kind of mischief. Sometimes somebody will bully me, sometimes I will be hurt. I will come back crying to home. All that is part of childhood. It's all part of growing up. But imagine if there was a servant, there was a supervisor, there was a sister, there was a boss, all the time supervising you, what are you doing? All fun is lost. There are many things that you did in childhood which you will not admit, but they were fun. Say that? How that fun became possible? The formatting of hard disk, early stage. You are making sense of the word, right and wrong, here and now, friend and enemy.
We could enjoy because our parents' assumption were wrong.
Partly they were assumptions, but well, they were smart, you know. They knew what you were going to do. It's not that they didn't care, but they said they have had fun in their life, you have your fun. But the point is, when children were playing on the roadside or in a society ground or wherever, somebody passing by took upon oneself what he would have done and settled the spirit. Where did it come from? The trust. Here there is no reciprocity, only trust. But sometimes there is a reciprocity, as in the fishing example. And here there was no third party sanction. Nobody will say you are a bad human being if you didn't separate them. But if there is a blind person and 5 persons have passed by that corner where she is standing, a lady is standing, who wants to cross the road, then the 6th person who actually helps her cross might feel that these 5 people were irresponsible. May not say, or sometimes may say, yes, sharam nahi aati hai. Young boy is there and he is an elderly person. Couldn't you have helped this lady to cross the road? That's what he will say. You have not been taught this basic lesson by your parents. That if somebody is in need, you should help. Correct? Now there is a reinforcement of a value that society shares, which this elderly person suspects is weak in that being who did not follow. So there may be sometimes sanction. There is sanction. I am telling your behavior is not right. So sometimes this sanction can be there. Please understand, social capital invariably is based on, if I say I have a enormous social capital, that means when I do something wrong, I can get an equal amount of censorship. People will say, this is what you are doing wrong. And we didn't expect it to be done. We didn't expect. What do you mean by your expectation? I am not living for your expectations. But they will say, but you did not mind when we gave you respect. Then you adulated, you were very happy. So many people follow me. And when we want to throw brick back at you, you say, no, I didn't live for your expectation. It cannot work one way. It works both ways. So trust invariably creates a reciprocal response. Invariably. Whether you like it or not. It will. When will Kekai, you know, in Mahabharata, sorry, Ramayana, she asked for that what? 3 words. IOUs. Social capital also involves IOUs. The favors, the debt that we incur, and we sometimes don't pay back. In fact, my argument is, no relationship is possible without unredeemed IOUs. Unredeemed IOUs are the glue which keep a relationship together.
What's IOU?
IOU. OWEIOU. मुझे तुमको ये देना है, लेकिन दूंगा नहीं, ये तो भी नहीं। क्योंकि दादी सही है ना, अच्छा लगता है। Some debt that you don't want to pay back, keep them in the heart, here. जिस दिन दे दिया ना, खत्म हो गई बात सारी। There are 2 kinds of restitution. Let me go first. Generalized and specific. In anthropology, we talk about 2 kinds of restitution. So, yesterday you paid for the tea. A group has gone to the chai wala. Yesterday you paid for my tea. Today I paid, we are square. Damn it, we are never square. The kind of discussion we had yesterday, the joy that we had yesterday cannot be compared with the joy that we had today. I am not saying more or less, it may be different. How can we be square? We can be square so much as the value of the tea is concerned. But what about the experience? But young people often say, we are square. Last time we took you to the movie, I have now taken you to the movie, we are square. That means our books of account are settled. Nothing is that, no IOU. The generalized reciprocities are when you help me in thatching my hut before the rain, and I help you in plowing your land after the rain. Very difficult to compare the values. Is it the time that I spent in thatching hut? Is it the criticality of the thatching of the roof before the rain was coming because it would have been leaking? Is it the labor spent? I spent far more labor in plowing the land and less in the thatching, so that means that was less important and this is more important. But if you had been dripping rain in your hut, would you have been able to sleep one night? Is sleep more important or plowing? How do I say which is important? Plowing gives me the opportunity to sow the crop and get the seed, and I will not live without my crop, and I don't have enough products. So in Maharashtra there is a system called as IRJIK. IRJIK, IRJIK. What does it mean? Pooling of products. So there is a land like this, watershed. Here rain falls. If you don't plow it in time, the water will recede, go down. So you have to plow within that limited time when the moisture is there. So 5-6 pairs of bullocks of different families will come together, plow that land and sow the crop. Then the next one, then the next one. So the one who is at the bottom will have moisture for the longest period of time. Correct? In the valley, that fellow can withstand delay. But this person cannot withstand delay. You see, society has wonderful rules. That's why we call it civilization, humanity. I agree, there are a lot of wicked people, there is a lot of cheating, there is a lot of betrayal, there's a lot of venom, there's a lot of jealousy, there's a lot of anger and hatred, I agree. But even if I put aside all the negative attributes of human beings, society still works. They are still able to make sense of our life. So this capital plays very important role. So specific reciprocity is this for this, you pay for tea, I pay for tea. Generalized is this for that. You help in thatching my hut, my roof of the hut, I help in plowing the land. You help me in reserving my ticket, go to the station in the morning, I will finish your assignment. Hota na bhai? All of you have done that. No matter what professors say, you will do all kinds of adjustments. Help each other, even if you are not supposed to. Certain students. So these are all generalized reciprocity. Very difficult to say. यार मेरे को बात सुन, तेरी ड्राइंग अच्छी है ना, तू फर्निश कर दे मेरी ड्राइंग को यार, मैं तेरे लिए खाना बनाता हूँ, मैं तेरे लिए I am sure we have done these exchanges all the time in our life. Right? So there is a whole economy of exchange going on in the hospitals and the dormitories. The point is that generalized reciprocities are as critical for our life as the specific ones. Those generalized reciprocities which are not separate become unredeemed IIMA. That's the point. I helped you in plowing your land, but you did not, I didn't ask you to repair my roof because somebody else had done it. So that means I have done you a favor, but you have not done anything for me. Now there is something due to you. And I am not asking you to do that. Like take is worth. Right? Sometimes these are IOUs, promises, promissory. Sometimes people just forget. And it becomes, there are, I'm making it a little complicated. Please stop me if you find that it is becoming too complicated. Sometimes unredeemed IOUs create guilt. मैंने उससे वो लिया था, आज तक लिया नहीं है. He had been so nice, when he needed it, I couldn't help him. I feel guilty. And sometimes you feel grateful. There are two major drivers of our motivations among many: guilt and gratitude. Guilt, which is powerful, I believe that gratitude is more powerful. I don't want to feel guilty. I don't care. I'm grateful. And you don't have to, as they say, what is that word? Pass it on to the next person. What is that called? Pay it forward. Pay it forward. So there are people who say, ठीक है, my job was to do this for you. When you have a time, you organize summer school on innovation and inclusive innovation for other people who can't afford it. Pay for fees and all. I mean, fees are so high. You don't charge anything. Absolutely. No cost. Why? Because we believe that we have taken so much from society, we should also give back to some young generation. And that will help improve the scholarship. Nothing so great about it. It's a responsibility. But if this responsibility, the feeling which comes from it continues in times to come, it will become a healthy society. But if it doesn't, am I responsible to worry about all the consequences? No. Because if I start calculating, if I become calculative and calculate whether or not it will work, whether or not she will organize a summer school or Gitanjali will do the same thing for other students, I will never be able to do anything. So there is an uncertainty box. And I am not asking any guarantee. इसलिए पूछा नहीं कि तुम लोग ऐसा वायदा करो, नहीं कहा ना. So many times society deliberately keeps uncertainty high because the moment you try to reduce it, it will get into too much messiness. Things will become messy. They will not have the same joy. I want to do this and I don't even want to enjoy it. What's the point? I have to have my share of fun. So please understand that social capital is very critical in terms of क्या हुआ है तो पानी नहीं लाया मेरे कमरे में से मंगवा लिया so ये नहीं समझना कि मैंने तुम्हारा पानी नहीं पिया ये भी होता है कई बार people feel bad कि मेरा पानी पिया नहीं है तो गाँव में हम जब जाते हैं हम लोग तो we have to drink water from every house that we can all regardless पानी साफ है पानी कैसे बर्तन बेसिक कष्ट मैं तुम्हारा पानी पी लूँगा कोई बात नहीं
I work for a project in Landscape called Smallholders Innovations for Resilience, and we work on traditional knowledge agriculture and the kind of innovations farmers are coming up with to counter climate change. So I'm not a doctoral student or anything, but we're doing some research on grassroots innovations.
Okay. So
बस मुझे लगता है कि गिल्ट भी कभी कभार जरूरी होता है if it helps us to grow and give back. Not always gratitude, but guilt is also important.
No, it's certainly important. It matters, it's the individual temperament. I mean, some societies carry a lot of guilt, some societies don't. If colonial powers had guilt, then they would have done so much more good for the world, no? I mean, Germany had guilt that after Second World War, if their debt was waived, in a huge debt was waived, then they would not have been so harsh to Greece. See, na? So guilt हमेशा तो drive नहीं करता. They were all not really grateful for that, जो उनको मिली था नंबर वन बात. A lot of people reminded them, but anyhow. So guilt and gratitude are the two drivers which keep circulation of social capital in society. And sometimes you circulate social capital because you are guilty. Sometimes you do it because you are afraid. So the point which is relevant here is that social capital can exist of its own regardless of natural capital. As I gave the example of the children fighting on the street, there is no natural capital involved there. Or in the fishing example where it is involving a natural resource. But social capital is extremely critical for our society. I will not get into further details of institutional capital and so on, that we can do. Now we come to ethical capital. What is the difference between social capital and ethical capital? Anybody?
Ethical is a lot more intangible, I guess.
Social is also intangible.
Based on ethical capital, based on the social norms, beliefs, and customs.
Followed by a group.
Well, why am I using different terms? Why can't I include it in social capital? Why am I separating social capital from ethical capital? There must be some variable which is different.
And social capital, we are talking about a group or a community or and ethical, it is more generalized that we believe that it will be passed on to the other communities as well.
Not necessarily. It could be, it may not be.
Sir, I think social capital is more dependent on relationships and transactions in different relationships. And ethical is more value driven.
But not affecting transaction.
Sorry.
Ethics doesn't affect transaction.
Yes, sir.
Then think of a variable which is not overlapping. Definitions without non-overlapping variables are not possible. Please remember that. One assumption must be different between the two. At least one. You can have more, but at least one. So tell me one attribute which is different between social capital and ethical capital. One attribute.
Consciousness, the inner values and feelings we have. I mean, in social capital, it can be more of driven from the social network which we are having. It can be imposed sometimes, but in ethical, it's more of how we feel internally and how internal consciousness builds towards a certain certain thing we are.
Why do I call capital then?
Because it is building on. Because we are having transitions to that. We are having we are interacting with people. It might be overlapping with social, but I mean.
Which variable among the three defining variables of social capital will be different in this case? Now I have given you a clue.
Third party sanction.
So what will it be replaced by?
Own sanction.
Sanction from within. So ethical capital, ethical capital has other transactions similar. Reciprocity भी चाहिए हो सकती है, trust भी हो सकता है. There is possibility of trust, there is a possibility of reciprocity. But the sanctions are from within. So let's take the case of fishing committee again. And I will take one or two new cases and you should give it an example. So let's say we know there is a taboo on fishing during the spawning period, that is now. In monsoon season, fish go upstream, lay their eggs in shallow waters, in estuaries, where water is still. So even the river is flowing, the estuaries have the water which is not flowing or not fast. So they want to lay eggs in a place where water is not moving fast, and their eggs will remain in that place till they hatch. So they go upstream, because estuaries will be upstream. Nature has given them this understanding. A lot of energy against the current they are swimming. Huge energy they are using to safeguard the eggs. There is a taboo, they become very dull, like any living being. When you are pregnant, when you are laying the eggs, you are very dull. So if people want to catch fish, actually they can catch it by hand. If डंडे से मारो तो बचाए बचाए. But there is a taboo. During the period she is like egg, you are not supposed to catch it. Every culture. No matter where, shut period, घर में खाना हो या नहीं हो, you will not go and catch the fish. Around the world, Latin America, Japan, anywhere. What does it mean? It means that some ethical sanctions. And why wouldn't you do that? Popular. There is no sanction from outside. It's your sense of feeling right and wrong. So my mother, when we were kids, and she found that the ethical capital was not working. She would take out some rice grains. She said, either you confess what you have done, otherwise I will put some rice grains in your mouth and they will change the color and I will figure out. Now she had no such rice. It was all fraud. But we were kids, we didn't understand her game. So we will admit. She replayed like this for a long time till we became smarter and understood. And we said, no, you give whatever rice you want to give. We don't care. That she knew. Now these kids they are flying away from the nest. I can't control them by using those gimmicks. But till she could, she tried. So there are cases where social sanctions, third-party sanctions don't work. And society has to take recourse to the ethical capital. See, in a company, if you have a production line and you have a shop floor, if workers have very high ethical capital, you don't have to have human supervisors. The ethical capital reduces the supervisory load. All the capital that will go along can be converted to financial capital. हमारी बात का हो वापस तो क्या थ्योरी नहीं चाहिए, but you will understand how a good ethics reduces the supervisory cost, number of managers who have to supervise, number of samples I have to take for the testing quality. Because worker would not let a defective piece go forward. Every worker is a quality control inspector now. Can you imagine how much that company or that organization or that community will be good in their product quality? So if knowingly a student leaves a defect in a design process or a product, then ethical capital will be done.
So ethics should be assumed or tested.
बताओ ये बताओ. Do we assume or do we create it?
Imbibe.
Test it.
Imbibe it. How do we imbibe?
No,
How do we imbibe?
test it. Test it. Suppose I say, okay, I will not cheat, and I know I will not cheat. But
The moment you bring third-party sanction, the fear of punishment, it is no more ethical capital. Very clear. Don't mix up. The moment you bring,
hey, but when you
no
say
moment you bring,
supervisory,
please understand.
supervisory cost
I am
will take
granting.
up.
That means you are not having ethical capital enough that you have to still use a quality control system. Or you can say, despite the ethical capital, there are some defects which are not visible to naked eye, and I should test them. That's fair. Then you are not doubting. You are
So
just
in that
saying,
case,
visible
you
defects you will take
test.
care, the invisible defects I have to test.
So in that case, you just leave it as it is without supervisor, and then if something goes wrong, then you act and you decide upon the sanctions or whatever supervisors or supervisory act or whatever.
You see, please understand, the ethical capital reduces your supervisory cost.
Okay.
So, if my passwords are known to all of you, in my email accounts, then I don't have to worry about it. Is it true? Yes, you may not, there are some mails you should not read, but if you read that, how do I care? It doesn't affect me.
We have had this discussion.
No, but I'm just trying to make a point that ethical capital, where you trust individual judgment of right
So
and
now
wrong.
when you know that somebody has done something wrong, they taking your password and probably forwarded their mail to Dr. Kalam or somebody big shot in your name. So what will you do? Will
Nothing.
you stop?
I will take it as a price I pay for the system to become mature. There's a learning cost.
So like you still give them the password?
Have I stopped? My point is that there will be errors. Which system will not have error? There is a chance you take, there is a risk you take. Nothing comes cheap, nothing comes free. Ethical capital requires even more investment than social capital. Trust is much more in ethical capital than social capital, because social capital you can give a punishment. In ethical capital you have only your conscience to take care of you. I have no control over you. And I know systems don't work always. What do? See, I am agreeing that ethical capital is very difficult to trigger or create and very difficult to sustain. But I am saying societies from time immemorial have had this dilemma. They realized that there were things that they could not have controlled, even if they wanted to. There were two choices. Don't make any rules, or make rules and let them be enforced by people's own judgment of right or wrong. Which is better? Obviously, leaving people to use their judgment. Some people will do mistake. The fact that some people will do mistake, they may confess, they may not confess. The confessions, please understand that in Catholic religion, you go to the church and you confess to the priest. Right? It's a way of getting rid of the guilt. Otherwise you are tormented from within. तुम्हें किसी को तो कहना ही पड़ता है. It may not be a priest, it may be a friend. I will give you a very interesting story. In Calcutta, there is an entrepreneur who is in the US who knew that many times women or girls, because of some fight, some reason, they leave home under anger or whatever, and sometimes they will fall into wrong hands. So he told the conductors and the drivers of the bus, public bus in a locality, if you ever come across such a girl in your bus, please bring her to my side. And we make sure that they are taken care of and they are sent back to the home if they wish to go, or we will do something. So it was an informal network, but conductors respected this man a great deal and they will do that. When they came there, he had a deal with them. He said, those of you who wish to come and join my company in US, I'll tell you, I'll only hire people. He only hired such girls, nobody else. You have to make one promise. You have to share your life story with one person once. You choose whom you will tell your story. You will use a fictitious account so that person cannot get back to you. And you will close the account. No correspondence, no communication. I don't want any emotional attachments. The girl thought that is a simple deal. So one such girl chose me to tell her story. I don't know who she is. I can never get back to her. But she told me the story I am telling you. Can you imagine what a great investment that man has made? Non-reciprocal.
It's a concession.
Very little trust.
It's similar to a Catholic concession.
But of course it is anonymous, non-reciprocal, non-repetitive. But there is a message in it. I have become the spokesperson of that entity. I don't know. I have not met those conductors and drivers. But I bless him all the time. What a great soul. What a great soul. Huh? Now, this I am sharing with you. And you think, my God, people can do like this? They can be so much generosity in heart that you will demand only this price. When you say only this price, it is not only this price. It shows the wisdom of that man. He knows that we will choose such people who will propagate this philosophy for generation. Uska kaam ho gaya. He couldn't have found better spokesman than me. Actually, that girl has chosen such a wonderful way of ensuring that this value is shared with generation after generation, students after students, batch after batch. Every year in my class, she's building one or the other countries, this will come up. So you understand the point that there is no way in which I can test whether or not she can test whether or not I will share this story with anybody else. The value underlying the story, there is no guarantee that you will understand this value underlying the story. Or same way as that person wanted. But it's an amazing story. And it's a very value. Nekika Kuamada. God is not expecting anything in return. But he is not putting all of it in the well. He is saying, no, I want a social return on it. But I want it in the form of a value that must be transmitted to the future generation, future leaders of our country and our society. Who knows, one of you will get inspired by this and might do something better. Who knows? And if you do, purpose is served. So please understand that ethical capital has a lot of risks. You are right. It is possible that it may not be strong enough to ward off the undesirable consequences. True. It is also true that you may trust people who don't deserve to be trusted. True. We know that. It happens. But if you stop trusting people, if you take away in one incident of betrayal, that their social capital can be wiped out. Organizations become bureaucratic. Communities become very hierarchical when they stop trusting. Those communities which trust and give chance to young people regardless of which caste they come from, which mohalla they live in a village, those communities prosper. Those communities get a lot of collective action. Those communities, everybody shares. Everybody is powerful and responsible enough for each other's concerns. If there is a fire, that community will extinguish it faster than anybody else probably. Because everybody will rush to extinguish it, isn't it? There will be nobody who will rejoice in our way. उसके घर में आग लगी ना, मजा आ रहा है. जल्दी दोस्तों. You understand? So there are so many unexpected payoffs from a generalized capital which is in nature. So ethical capital can be very powerful as a driver of actions where third-party sanctions or explicit monitoring may be very costly.
Or impossible.
Or almost impossible sometimes. And in such cases, what do you do? What do you do? So when people collect traditional knowledge of people, say your I'll give you one example from my own life. When I was doing my masters, there was a paper by S.K. Das and Dr. Jain. That paper, I did my master's in genetics, with a little bit of biology and botany. So the paper was published in a very good journal, IIMA, one of those journals. And they had used actinomycin, one of the inhibitors of cell division, to look at the adaptive potential of varieties. So that gave me an idea that when you do breeding of crops, if you could develop an early stage of biotechnological or molecular biological screen, then you don't have to go for 10 years or 12 years of trials in the field. At early stage itself, you can say whether this variety will be adaptive or not. That could be wonderful. It can save the time and the variety can get much better. So in master's level, you normally don't take such a huge goal of a problem, but I did. But I was using other parameters, RNA, DNA ratios, some enzymes, which I read in the literature was used for adaptive gene. So when I wrote my thesis draft and gave it to my professor Kakkar, he was being very young being and I was only one master. He used to take one master student and one PhD. And to be the student was a privilege because he had a separate lab, so you access all his lab. And nobody can say no to any chemical, anything that you want because he had been the student. So it was very privileged. But he will take only one student. So when I went to him for admission for my guide, he said, look, I have never done any work on plant. I am a microbial geneticist. I said, I don't want to learn from you how to do research. How to do my research. I want to learn from you how to be a good scientist. It doesn't matter which subject you specialize in. It's a strange kind of a request, but he agreed to it. And the way he will do that is that I take my results to him, electrophoresis gel in a stand, 5 gels, different treatments. He will look at it and then say, did you read that paper? No, I have to read that paper and figure out what the connection between that paper and the results. How do I figure out? You have to figure out. Until you figure out, you can't show your face to him. So when my thesis went to him, this reference was missing. Das and gel. I thought you were inspired by that reference, though I know your work is, the methodology and everything is very different. Yes, sir, I forgot. You forgot? Sir, I forgot. I'm sharing this with you, very self-critically, that technically speaking, because their method, their approach was based on cytology, mine was biochemical, it was not directly related, but the fact is it inspired me. I corrected it. When you go to document knowledge, somebody gives you a lead, somebody gives you a direction, and knowledge that person. You will do the same mistake that I did. Ethical, this is ethical capital. Professor Kakkar instilled that remark of his has for life embedded in my hard disk a pointer which will always ask this question: did you forget to acknowledge someone who actually made your journey easier, who triggered this idea in your mind? Do you emulate it? Doesn't matter. So you understand what we are trying to do? In knowledge system analysis, we are now bringing a level of ethical sensitivity which is up to you to define how severe and sharp can it be. We write reports, we write research papers, and we become stingy in acknowledging those who triggered thoughts. I'm not talking about those who gave ideas, not those who gave feedback, but those who triggered thoughts. Do you remember in the summer school, we had to tell them, please acknowledge from where did the idea come from. Some of them were very hesitant, and few of them suggested, next time don't bring children. Students don't want to acknowledge the children found the problem and we didn't find. The fact is that they acknowledged that they didn't find the problem and they went to the same slum. We have taken some children. 2 days workshop where they went to 7 students and identified their problem. And we also took engineering students, because that we have to test to you. And we asked at the end of the 2 days, which was the problem that children identified and which you did not notice. Honestly, because they have no way to find it. And many of them admitted. At that time they didn't know what was going to happen. So that was first 2 days, 5th and 6th June. And they admitted, yes, that this problem of a sieve for clay for a potter, which actually I also never noticed, to be honest. I never knew the sieving of clay for making pots is a very critical step, the most critical step. From the particle size point of view, if one particle is little thicker than other particles, like making it will create space, and then it might leak from there. I never realized it. That little kid did. How? I don't know. He observed. He said they make about 600 pots in a day, and this seems to be the constraint. If you can design a better sieve, they can make maybe 1,000 pots. They didn't go into the physics of it. They went into the mechanics of it. But I never noticed it. I have been to so many pots. It never occurred to me that sieving of clay was the most critical step in the quality of pot and admitting. So those students also had the same, but they didn't. Maybe by now I am using these confessions and self-critical assessment because I know that it is useful transmitting the authenticity of the experience. I can't do anything better than this, isn't it? When I am admitting my own ignorance. But the students take time to understand this. So many times critical reference does the same. They think others will not know. And nobody will know the personal communications. In your answer thesis, how many personal communications in the citation? Honestly. Pardon. There is hardly any, right? How is it possible that knowledge can be produced without personal communications? Tell me. Is it possible? Are we saying any thesis is possible where we have not depended upon a critical insight from a personal communication? And yet, the number of personal communications in the research papers are so few. You understand? It's very critical. You are talking about tacit knowledge, you are talking about informal system. That is the way we teach informal system of knowledge. We are teaching it with contempt. We are teaching it with disdain. You understand? Even your friend in the corridor might have given a feedback to what you were doing in your thesis and may have changed the way you were going about your experiments or your measurements. Isn't it possible? I'm not saying it happens, but it may be possible. In the math you were talking to somebody here, I have time for 3 days, I'm not able to optimize this. And the fellow says, why did you try this? So much so, if somebody brings a reference to your notice, which is critical, you will thank that person. Thanks. so for news. There is a paper, the neglected laborer. I have not found many historical papers where knowledge of laborer, and in this case slave, has been documented in a research paper. There are very few research papers where technical knowledge or innovative potential of a slave has been documented. So Stuart McDonald, in this paper, Neglected Laborer, we will separate to all of you. There is another. Now, who brought that reference to me? I may have brought 99% reference to Ria's attention, but this one she brought to my attention. I don't care what I did. That was my job as a supervisor. That was my job. But this reference was so critical, and I refer it in my discussions so often, that it's very important. What's wrong in saying that so brought it to my attention? I don't do anything. But those who read it might feel welcome in bringing other references to my attention. So my social capital increases, the inflow of tacit knowledge increases, I get access to more papers, I get so many where people share some knowledge, some innovation that they have come across, not knowing whether I know it or not, but it doesn't matter, they just share, because you might be interested in it. So knowledge increases enormously, though I can't go everywhere. So there is a constant flow because they trust that if I share it, I will mention thanks to so and so for bringing it to my notice. How do I lose? What do I lose? Nothing. But by following that protocol of acknowledgement of an informal exchange, I am creating a value, I am harvesting I am creating social capital through observance of ethical capital. Now both ways it can happen, Ethical capital can expand your social capital can expand your ethical capital. So when social capital expands ethical capital, you rely less and less on third party attention. When the opposite happens, you give people to sanction your behavior more and more. So you are becoming more vulnerable when you expand your social capital to ethical capital. Now what you are saying is, I am not only guided by my own values, I want people to watch me. I want people to watch me because I tend to cut corners, and if I cut corners, somebody should go on me. So I want my values to be sharpened by a sandpaper national ringmark, which is not just my internal ethical system, but also external sanction system. I always say that the way you sharpen your soul is by a sandpaper of suffering. Sandpaper समझते हो, ring mark, इसे polish करते हैं. Now suffering is invited. You suffer when you do something which you were not expected to, or you expect something which you didn't have to, or any other action of that kind. Guilt is one of the perpetual source of suffering. Guilt makes you feel sad, bad about yourself.
Sir, in my case, especially in the informal economy, the ethical dilemma becomes more intensified because sometimes we ignore the idea. When I used to talk with my participants, how you make this vinegar, how you cultivate the sugarcane. तो कहते थे इसमें क्या बड़ी बात है? तो मैं भी उनकी बातों में आ जाता था, मैं भी कहता था हाँ इसमें क्या बड़ी बात है. तो जब मैंने अपना रिसर्च अपना चैप्टराइजेशन डिजाइन किया, तो आई वाज थिंकिंग कि मैं तो इतने सारे रखूँगा जो मुझे 2000 the argument, the feedback people deliver to me, I found those feedback related to the text. I usually today I would realize I did mistake in my MTech कि मैंने सिर्फ जो डॉक्यूमेंट पब्लिक के जो डॉक्यूमेंटेड के साथ अलाइन किए उन्हीं को स्पेस दिया जाता है और जो नहीं था उनको मैंने
as a scholar we should always remember that anything for which we find citation, anything for which we find confirmation is not adding new knowledge, it only confirms the existing knowledge. But new knowledge is which is not compatible with, which is not tagging with, which is not consistent with existing knowledge. So if you reject the null, if you reject those observations which are outliers, as we call them, outliers, they are lying outside the framework, outside the trend line, so to say, outside the predicted behavior. But they are the ones which are most important. So let me complete this and I will tell you one more story here about outliers. So we have now understood the ethical capital, social capital, and this is intellectual capital. The sum total of all exchanges about natural, social, ethical, institutional, whatever, that's what intellectual capital is. And very small intellectual capital therefore is knowledge, a pool of knowledge which is accessible to us formally, informally, explicitly, implicitly, which sometimes acts like a navigation system. You know, a compass. There is a maze and you have to reach your goal. You have to find your way. What to tell you? Knowledge. Some clues by which you reach the point on your values. You can't depend upon what social society thinks right. You're doing your research. You reach a point. At that moment you want knowledge. And knowledge which you can trust. Capital can have knowledge which is trustworthy, but can also have knowledge which is not so trustworthy. I ask my students, and I am going to ask this question to all. When you cite literature, or it takes you have to cite literature, how many citations are used disapprovingly? You understand the point? While Gupta 1984 said that conservation may take place generally with this incentive, my studies show the opposite. How many cases have you disagreed with the people whom you cited? You have this. Yes.
Obviously, for
not obvious. It's not obvious. It's a habit. This is where you are going to take back this, and to IIMA, and to IIT, and to MICA, and everywhere else. You understand what I'm saying? To NIF. If a result, if a finding is not consistent with what Mathadish, the great priest of profession, has said, then the finding is right and Mathadish could be wrong. Indian scholars in general tend to be very deferential, and Jain is no exception, unfortunately, and TFL is no exception, unfortunately. In social science, let's say, and this is a problem, and I don't like this. I don't like this. If you don't agree with something, say so. There will be someone in the profession, among the reviewers of the paper, who will say, this boy of Ilkar is right. Good that she has the courage to say that. Chalo, it's been done. Maybe 90% people will not. But then the price you pay for being truthful to your data, to your findings. Don't try to bend, don't try to adapt your argument to be able to make it compatible with what the other says. Don't draw legitimacy from history, draw legitimacy from the people, from the community, from the experienced truth, rather than from the caricatured truth, from the contrived truth, from the constructed truth. You understand? If people in design cycle have been saying there is a cycle, do you think there is a cycle? What is it? Design process, how does it perform? Tell me, what is the word you will like to use now that I have provoked you? One word. Instead of cycle, what will you say?
Mode of transportation. Mode of transportation.
No, I'm saying design cycle means there's a sequential.
Design cycle also.
So what will you say? Is it a cyclical process?
Yes.
Is it?
It's an ongoing process, so it can't go.
No, sir, sometimes it's linear and sometimes it's...
So what do you call that process which is not linear, which is not cyclical?
Non-linear.
Zigzag? I prefer the word design zigzag. It's not cyclical. Most of the time it is not cyclical. Then why do we use that phrase? The point from which we begin, we will come back there. Sometimes we go far away. I start with a problem, I end up doing something else. Doesn't it happen? There were people from School of Planning in the conference. I don't know if some of you attended the session. 2 faculty members from Delhi, and they went to Himachal Pradesh to study the village, right.
School of Planning.
And then they ended up doing something totally different. And I said, look, professors, you will never use design cycle now. You have not shown me exactly the right process. It's a zigzag. And I'm happy that you are reporting it so faithfully. Don't call it design cycle. It's not cycle. Don't give it a false legitimacy by using a phrase because that is a popular phrase.
The fun thing is that everybody writes design cycle and they say we are saying it is cycle, but it actually any point can lead to anything, but we don't have a different word for it, so that's why we say design cycle.
Call it design zigzag.
Every book mentions that after that cycle.
But why don't you say design zigzag? Zigzag is a slogan our students use in the night, sometimes for tempo calls. Zigzag, zigzag. You know that. And it's true. Life is a zigzag actually. I did my master's in molecular biology. I will have to teach a class. This is 81. And I taught economics first year students. Students from St. Stephen's and Hindu and wherever. Is it a zigzag? Did I predict? Did I know? No. Did I ever think about it? No. It will be foolish, it will be false on my part, complete cheating on my part if I say no, I knew. I didn't know. It was all circumstances, the chain of circumstances which somehow led to this, and I claim that I knew enough economics to be able to teach it. And people here believe me. And students believe me. And it worked. Then I realized that yes, I know enough economics.
In some ways you could call it spiral also.
No, spiral again is just all symmetrical forms. All symmetrical forms are cyclical in nature by and large. I mean that is, you know, the crystallography. So even though crystallography is not cyclical, but crystallograph is, if you look at the numbers and behind them and then put them in a series, then they become cyclical. You get the point? Because the multiplications of the, you know, as a fractal design you look at it. So crystal is a very organic shape, but the numbers, the angles high, the numbers at which they reflect and then they create those arms, branches and all that, if I put those numbers in a series, then it will be a symmetrical distribution. So please appreciate that the linear thinking, the circular thinking has taken a toll of our imagination. A very heavy toll of our imagination. It has sapped our inventive and innovative capacity. It has sapped our creative potential of our society. The linear thinking has dominated us so long, you know, because in our Hindu thought, and pardon me for saying that, don't mind anybody, I'm just trying to say this, 84 lakh yogis, you know, through which people are supposed to pass through. It is so deeply seeped in our psyche that everything is cyclical. that we are not able to think beyond it. We are not able to understand that everything is not cycle. Yes, there is a hydrological cycle. There is a nutrient cycle. I accept that. I'm not saying there are no
In our
cycles.
emails, we always say, I will revert back to you. You cannot revert back. You can reply back.
Agree,
right?
agree.
But we always revert back, right? Most of us.
Most of us. We don't have to. We can't. Time is gone. Time is a one-way street. Time is a one-way street. The point is that there are cycles, I'm not denying that. But in design process, I'm not saying always it is zigzag, but I'm saying most of the time it's zigzag. And if it is zigzag, let us admit it. So the reason I'm saying intelligent capital should not be merely the composition of what the various chapters are. It should also leave scope for serendipity. It should also leave serendipity discovery by chance. And it should also have space for unplanned, unexpected detours. A lot of interesting things happen in life because they are not planned. Thank God. And if those are the ones which are weighed out in my narrative, in my writer, then the intellectual capital has been lost. Those unexpected movements, those unexpected deviations, we should encourage students to document that. We should encourage students to admit it. We should accept it. We should accept it. We should give them enough confidence and courage that it's okay. It's okay to not have reached the point where you wanted to reach. But wherever have you reached, can you tell me the way, the path, the learning of that path, and I learn from it, and that's good enough. If wherever you reached, you can tell me. For example, you mentioned about vinegar. Now, we know that vinegar has many medicinal properties. However, the acetic acid, that is what vinegar is, the extent to which the vinegar formation is allowed and stopped so that it doesn't become more concentrated may make a difference to its quality and its profit. Vinegar is also antiseptic. So many organisms will not grow in vinegar beyond its condition. So that means it is a self-controlling process. And you take a fermentation process. A stage comes when it stops allowing organisms to grow, right? And then you instead of alcohol, you have acetic acid. I don't know whether you can give me a typology of vinegars. Can you give me how many different kinds of vinegars are formed by sugar cane?
Actually, sir, I found two types of them. One is natural, the vinegar.
No, I'm only talking about natural. I'm not talking about the synthetic acetic acid.
In natural, sir, two types of slow fermenting and fast. Fast is mainly used in industrial process, and in my area where I was conducting it usually used the natural or slow growth. Western culture.
No, I mean, slow one was used in domestic against the industrial one, or?
So slow is used for domestic.
For cooking.
But within slow, we'll look at.
I mean, by different farmers, if they do it.
No, I'm just trying to understand. So, did you find variations in the slowness?
Yes, sir. It depends on the vessel they are using. In my place, people usually use a clay pot. Then they move to plastic jar. But the traditional or indigenous belief system, on the basis they say clay pot is the better. Then I go to the fermentation technology, the design. If you see the design of clay pot, the surface area become more. That allows to more suitable bacterial growth. And the wall, the clay pot is a non-corrosive activity. and that is also better for acetic acid. There is a little bit.
Have you defined what is better?
Actually, sir, I was thinking to chemically test in a laboratory. Then, because I have to submit my MTech in 1 year, so I thinking to.
Do you understand what I am arriving at? With a background in biotechnology, picking up, you just mentioned one word in your narrative when you were describing what you did with the word vinegar. But actually, vinegar is a family of vinegars.
Yes.
You understand? So, the whole taxonomy, the classification system of different kinds of vinegar can depend upon several values.
Yes.
One is the material of the vessel. Second would be the shape of the vessel.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it? Closed or open.
Yes.
Whether you tie it with a piece of cloth or you leave it open. The nature of inoculation that takes place, the amount of oxygen that is available will vary. You know? Yes.
Even sir, based on the processing also, the wine vinegar, that and different types of.
So what I'm saying, and the starter that you put, the yeast that you put.
तो जो लोकल कम्युनिटीज है उनके लिए वो अलग-अलग नाम यूज करते हैं, अलग-अलग टाइप के
नहीं, वो अलग-अलग यूज नहीं करते.
Sirka बोलते हैं खाली.
Sirka, on this.
No, but do they say that in that family the sirka is better than our families? With exchange. Which I mean. Now, I mean, we will sit together and you will write down today one of the assignments and we will find out assignment for each one of you. But make a taxonomic chart of vinegar. Try to find out the variables on the basis of which you will characterize the differences in the process of initiating, completing, characterizing and using vinegar. You understand the point?
Yes, sir.
All of them can make a difference to the way vinegar is characterized. So there is a whole knowledge system of vinegar waiting to be tapped. Nobody may have, I will search in literature also, I will also find out. But you also look at it. And whether, maybe there are some people who have done studies, but now you imagine how much of richness is there. I'm not saying you need to do a thesis on that, but it will not be a bad idea if you encourage local community members, some local boys and girls. Let them do this research and make a map, a taxonomic map, a conceptual map of vinegars. Now here comes the point about business. When somebody, you know this person Banana Alkali in Assam, I don't know if you can see that. There is an innovator who extracted alkali from banana, which is something similar to what kind of we are discussing. And it is used for various purposes, for medicine, for various purposes. So he makes it vinegar and then distills it. They call it banana alkali. Not a demand for that, today he makes it. They have not been able to summarize it yet. They have not been able to parameterize it. So we have not been able to therefore get a lot of its functional properties characterized by looking at its constituents or by looking at the process and so on. The more variegated the knowledge system you create, the more differentiated you make its features and characteristics, the more value you add actually. When you have grains and you separate the big and the small one, you have added value. Sorting adds value. Classification adds even more value. Characterization adds even more value. So now you say these grains are smaller, darker, and will take long time to cook, but will give you better taste, a different taste than these grains which will cook faster, but they will and digest faster, but the taste will be different. Same dal. How many products do we find in our system which are characterized for their culinary, health or other properties, depending upon the taxonomy that people have developed over a long time of experimentation sometimes, and sometimes it may be contemporary experimentation. People may have found that for certain kinds of diseases, sprinkling vinegar is a very good way of disease control. I don't know if you came across that or not, but we have come across that country liquor is used for pest control.
Yes.
Yes.
Even I also find it my field.
Now, look at that. And in India, and in the US, and many parts of Europe.
And
be human pets cannot be controlled.
Well, they are controlled otherwise, you know, their journey is finished after that. But can you imagine that now, let me mention how intellectual capital gets shaped up. Many times, because it is simple, it's easy. As a scientist, it doesn't give me the same stature if I do a simple definition. The first paper on milk as a source of viral control was published in Phytopathology 1935. We published a review of that in Honey Bee newsletter by Dr. Charlie T. former director of Central Biological Institute, Rajahmundry, Andhra Pradesh. He gave lots of references. Kazari, Central Arizona Institute, did research, and they found that one of the mildews in bulb millet, bajra, could be very effectively controlled by spray of milk. They published a scientific paper, 1, 2. The source from where it came started disappearing from the surgical publications. Doesn't matter, that's the minor point. However, only one place, that is Ontario, Department of Agriculture, there is a recommendation on their website about using milk for viral control of roses and other crops, and mentioned that it is as effective, if not more, than any other chemical ingredients. In our country, I have not come across a single recommendation. Our mind has colonized, but it is not properly colonized. So we can't even learn from Canadian website and use that knowledge. Don't hurt yourself. So we won't take credit for valid, functional, provable, proved knowledge. We won't cite, we won't recommend it because it is making people self-dependent. You don't need to buy anything in the market. This problem is regardless of the ideological persuasion of the institution in which you do your thesis. JNU will be very radical, but when it comes to recommending solutions that can make people self-reliant, we recommend it. Then this ICR, then this culture. You get the point? The institutional character does not necessarily impinge on my choices of selecting data for my intellectual analysis and sharing with the society at large. Sometimes it becomes, it includes IIT is supposed to generate complex solutions. Unlike A.K.M. Reddy, I don't know if you have heard of his name, you should read about him, Professor Amulya Kumar and Reddy. He set up the Astra, and he, in 1981, when I was just picking up my ropes in the profession, published a paper for World Council of Churches where he made a statement that the technology carries the genetic code of the society in which it involves. That was a statement. It has remained imprinted here. It has remained imprinted here. Many
What does it mean? How does
it means that, you know, much later the theory of induced innovation model came out by IIMA and Latin, which said that in whichever society, whichever factor of production is scarce, you will try to economize that. So for example in Australia, land is abundant. So you got mechanical technology. Because you have to use a lot of land. In Japan, land is very scarce. So you got a lot of chemical technology. That was a broad generalization, but very interesting point. In India, both were scarce. The land and the capital. So what should have happened? The knowledge-based society, knowledge-based innovation should have been the maximum in our country. The IT revolution is a small footnote. If we have bypassed the whole fractal pathway of innovation in our society, informal people is continuing. Poor people have nothing but to use knowledge. So their innovations mostly are knowledge-based, they are not material-based. Because that's the only resource they can optimize. उनके पास है क्या गरीब के पास बेचारे? Students will recharge. But there is nothing else to build upon. Now if we can't deal with even that resource appropriately because our vessels are defective, our conceptual schemes are defective, because we can't deal with those theoretical constructs which can tap into richness of that resource, that is our tragedy of highest order. That's why this school is being designed. We want to build a strong group of our scholars in our country who will deal with the complexity and lucidity sometimes, the beauty underlying the schemas that they develop. So one scientist in IISAT is the International Center for Research in Electronics, one of the physicists considered in the book Interstate Research in Hyderabad, Pakistan. So they looked at the classification of soil. The US Department of Agriculture has 7-fold classification of soil: type 1, type 2, type 7, depending upon structure and mineral properties, physical structure and texture. When they went to farmers, they found 24-fold classification.
In India?
In India, in Andhra Pradesh, in Maharashtra. So they had slope into it. So we gave slope. Then they had particle size. We have this clay, loam and all of that. Then they had organic matter, which as we know will be more in the bottom soil and least on the upper side. So when you go to a pond, the soil near the pond is sandy and the soil at the bottom is silt, clay and silt in between. Because three particles, clay, silt and sand, silt and clay, they move at different speeds. So the particle which goes farthest is the bottom of the pond, that's the clay. Less, little higher size, silt, more higher size, sand. That's the way. So it's physics, basically physics. And then they had pH. More organic matter, slightly alkaline. Less organic matter, slightly acidic. More organic matter, more fungal microbiodiversity. Less organic matter, bacteria. Some of this is used implicitly, some used explicitly. Our entire extension system is still geared to USDA classification. We don't recommend technology based on regional classification or local classification. Wouldn't we be more targeted and more smart in suggesting what should be done where if we were using local classification? Now this is the heart of the matter. What time should we break? What's the time now? 12:35. We should have had a break. Please do speak up whenever you want to break.
If we are not breaking.
Yeah, please.
One was about the citations. You mentioned that we should also mention the source of an idea or thought. I thought that it also helps us realize that we didn't, as an individual, come up with
all the ideas are.
Yeah, all the ideas or the thesis ultimately. It is very clear that so many hands have sort of held it up, and then it's easier to understand that, I mean, not be very egoistic about it. It's easier to get that sense that I really didn't do it all by myself. There are so many others who help make it possible. So that would also be one advantage of doing that. And the other point that I feel when I recollect it, I feel when, like for our PhD thesis, we know we have to submit single author papers. This is absurd.
No, but you see, it may be single author, but in the text of
Why?
No,
Well, yeah, that we can do, but
No, no.
we need to share our authorship also.
No. Let me
Yeah.
say that I have never
As a
shared
scholar,
authorship with any of my pages till date.
That's wrong.
No, but let me just explain. Though it is customary to write joint paper, I never. It's none of it. So what I'm saying is, that's okay, what you're saying is okay, but let me put it differently, that in the text of the paper, or in your economy, you can say whatever you want to say. It's not okay. See, the reason why it is done is that a scholar should be able to stand on his or her feet by herself, so that tomorrow she can show the way to others. That is the simple reason, and there's nothing wrong in it. It's just also to give you a space in the canvas where you can say, this is my contribution. It's okay. I mean, I don't think one should take too much offense
But
at
I
it.
feel that.
No. But you have all your professional life. It is like giving you a passport. Once you get a passport to enter the world of intellectuals or world of philosophers or world of professors or whatever you call it, then you can choose the best possible practices. You don't have 10, 12, 13
I
authors.
will be given the
That's fine.
opportunity to be unfair, so I will teach others to be unfair.
No. You don't have to. You don't have to.
Wait a second, let us try to understand what authorship really means here. Then maybe it is easier to say whether single authorship is correct
Yes,
or
I mean, you may have woven the argument. It's a garland that you have created. The beads in the garland were not your creation, all of them. And the beads were contributed by different people, and you should acknowledge that. But the garland was made by you, that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay, what do I do?
After 16 revisions, we know you worked as much.
You know what? When I wrote my first paper, I gave it to Professor Pradeep Pathak. He was going to Malaysia, so he took it with him. And then when he came back after 2 days, he gave me a completely red kind of almost every sentence I could butchered, rewritten. So I reworked on it. Then he did next less lining. So after a few revisions, I thought, I said, shall I put your name? He said, what have I done? Editing? You want to give me credit for editing?
That was smart editing, you know that.
Please understand. The point he made at that time was that, look, if you are making a sculpture and I give you tools to sculpt it, and do I become the owner of the sculpture? I have given you tools. You didn't have one particular knife or a scalpel, and I gave you that. Look, use this one. For this kind of groove, you need a scalpel here.
It won't be that beautiful.
No, correct. But he is also embedding a value. In Marxism, like let's say we call it surplus value. You are not extracting surplus value. This is why rent. We are all rent seekers. In knowledge economy, we extract lot of rent from the works of others. So there is a compilation of student projects. I call it I Learn, We Learn. And it is where the pages of student report which impressed me, I put them together to show that the lessons I learned from these reports, the batch I am circulating to class. So they know that I will give them full credit for what they have taught me. I will of course include only those which I find interesting. It's my judgment. What do I lose? I'll give you one more example, self-critical, one of my mistakes. I wrote a paper where access, assurance and ability. This is the price, this is the punishment you have to suffer when you do a mistake. Every time I tell an example, I have to tell all the process, and then you will realize how big a mistake I did. So, I was teaching my class access, assurance, ability on one side, resource, institution and technology on the other side, the matrix. So one student, Salil Dave, very bright student, one of the brightest I've had so far in the institute, came back to me. Sir, don't you think that attitude make a difference? I said yes. So sir, shouldn't there be 4th A? Yes. And attitude will correspond to culture. Yes. But attitude will also correspond to resources. I may have attitude toward resources, toward institutions, toward technology, which you were mentioning in your introduction. So now it became 4A model. The fact is that when I published 4A model, I forgot to mention what was it. So I have kept this story alive only to tell every time that errors take place. And I have done this mistake. I tell him whenever I meet him. He's a dear, lovely friend. He's working in Microsoft now in Washington. He didn't care. Sir, what are you saying? It was provoked by what you taught me. I didn't think of it on my own. It was natural for me to think about that at that moment because we were discussing how our attitudes affect this and that. So I just picked it up. I mean, he was being very nice, very humble. Maybe that I mentioned in the class, I'm not denying that, but the fact is that my framework did not have it. And there is a record of that. I have a version of paper which it is not there. So what I'm saying is that it is possible in the citation process that mistakes will happen. Nothing wrong with that. I'm sharing it openly with you. And there are many more I can share. The point is that these mistakes make us accessible. And a project in progress, I mean, I can say I'm not a finished product. You know, still I've got a long way to go. Don't give up on me. Yes, I can improve. See, if I can improve, then all of you can also improve. I mean, it's not too late. At this stage, I find still chances of improving myself. तो मतलब कि अभी तक इतना rigid नहीं हुआ है ना सिस्टम thinking का. That's only our current. One should not take very strong positions, both in our beliefs and in our values, that we stop taking a self-critical look and an authentic intellectual, earlier I used to argue, is the one who brings inner and the outer in sync. That means the inner dialogue that is taking place and the external dialogue that is taking place, they are not too far apart. So there is something else going on in my mind and there is something else I am saying when it is not true. Now I have modified this in the last 2 years. And I think a little bit of schizophrenia is good. I have a little bit of contradiction is good. It should not be completely insane. Authenticity requires that little bit of schizophrenia so that I can be disconnected slightly, I will not say too much, slightly from the reality inside. Otherwise I can't have a flight of fancy. My imagination will not be nurtured, will not become wild. If I have to have a wild imagination, I need to be slightly disconnected to the reality. The reality doesn't take magically far. So, whenever we make this matrix you will make tonight, and you will look at and I would like each one of you to try do this matrix for any one phenomena that you have dealt with in great detail in your field work, and where you feel that you've lost the opportunity to study the variability in that phenomena. So it could be material, it could be, there are 3 things here. You have material, method, and use or application. Old, new, old, new, old, new. One of the 3 things should be new to call it innovative. Same? So either material is new, or method is new, or application is new. Now how new and how many new applications is a matter of detail. So how many different applications of vinegar they have found is detail that you will write down. Some may be conventional. For example, polishing jewelry. I don't know if they come across, but I have seen vinegar being used to polish jewelry. Because it is acid, mild acid, so it will sharpen, it will make it brighten. Now the problem is how much of it should be there so that it doesn't take away too much of gold away from the jewelry. Detail to be checked out. So, same material, same method, but new application. So, azatidectin, extracted from neem, by the same method in which conventionally it has been done, used for growing hair on the baldy head. Is a patent on that. Aspirin, salicylic acid, aspirin, old compound made by old method, used as a blood thinner at that time for the innovation. Azatidectin, used for pest control, old application, old material, but accepted by a method by which it becomes storage stable. It's a very unstable compound. In sunlight it breaks down. Godrej, one of the patents they have for this company, where they made it storage stable, that means it will not decompose in the light very easily. Which means you can apply it in this sunlight in the morning also, otherwise you have to apply it in the evening. Right? So you can have new materials, new method, new application, among many other possibilities, but these are the very simple metrics to see what is innovation. So many times when traditional knowledge is treated as par with innovation, we do injustice to both. In Fayard, this is very problem. He calls many things which are traditionally evolved into as innovation. It is not correct. I tried to explain that if you are working on a traditional carpet or traditional weaving or traditional method of doing something, unless you show the newness in another three, it doesn't become. Either loom is modified, or the dyeing method is modified, or the weaving method is modified, or the spinning method is modified. Something is modified. How does it become innovation? Yes, you have been working on it with great degree of accuracy, but then basic knowledge can be very valuable also. I don't have to break the boundaries of the concepts to make it interesting. So please understand that we will close here before we close the lunch. But terms, the definitions that we use should be used with very great care. After lunch we will discuss these methods, this terminology more carefully. But please don't use the term loosely. I see a lot of that happening. We confuse innovations at grassroots, with grassroots, from grassroots, and for grassroots all the time. These are four different things. And no harm in bringing out these four differences. Not all innovations will be from grassroots, I understand that. But don't mix up the categories. Then you are making the term grassroots innovation very loose. So say that innovation for grassroots, innovation with grassroots, co-creation, co-work, innovation from grassroots, or innovation at grassroots, where everything is done by you just at the computer. You take a solar technology, you show it how it works, but you are showing it in the village. You know, with the design that you have developed yourself. It's your innovation, but you are showing it at the computer. Right? But it's not the same as innovation by the people. And within people, it is not the same as unaided innovation versus aided innovation. If you have worked together, say that it is innovation with government, as distinct from innovation by the people on their own. Unaided. In NIS we treat unaided innovations. That's the reason why we kept the domain very strict. And over the period of time we made it stricter. We even removed the people who have experience of organized sector. Our idea was there is a lot of creativity of the people who have never been supported by anybody. Let us restrict to that for a few years. Otherwise that will be lost. And that is a very powerful source of creativity in our society, every society. If we don't pay attention, nobody else will pay attention. Yes, we can add value to that later on, we can create all kinds of things. But one should not mix this thing, unaided innovation by a community member or a group of people at the grassroots level, be it urban area or rural area. Don't mix it up with aided innovation. That means where agency, formal or informal has helped, an NGO has helped, or a scientist has helped, or a state has helped. Don't mix it with somebody has done something at the grassroots level and you confuse the same thing with that. No. Keep these four categories distinct. Nothing is lost. What's the problem? All the four are relevant and interesting for development process. We need all the four. But they don't have to mix up. Keep arguing. Now, any question about what we have done so far?
Question is about you. Like you mentioned your transition from genetics to economics, and I just want to understand what mental process you went through, because many times we enter into some dissonance or reconciliation, tension, because there is major transition, intellectual transition. So I'm just not from scholarly point of view, from life experience point of view. So how that reconciliation or transition or dissonance helped you to have a leap of imagination in your life further, and like kind of work you did after that? Because that, to understand the power of dissonance or power of discomfort, I think it's very important from perspective of creativity and all.
There is a general point first that very interesting pattern is there that many discoveries have been made by people from other disciplines. So the general point is a well established point that a physicist makes a discovery in chemistry or a chemist makes a discovery in biology, because you are not constrained by the burden of history and terms and caricature, truth or whatever. But that is not by design. In my case, it was not by design. I was working in a bank, so I learned a bit of economics the hard way. I realized that places which are very close to the city could be very far in terms of access to the institution. There was a village in Sanpura, which was just about 1.5 kilometers, 2 kilometers from Goa in 1974, where I was working in a bank. I had no access to that. So that question arose in my mind that how does access evolve? Physical access doesn't mean the political access or economic access. You get it? Just 2 kilometers from the city, not one person has got any loan. It was a village of gardeners, Mali. Very hard-working people. They get so much value from very small piece of land. The most productive people, if I can say, are gardeners, the gardener caste, Mali caste. Amazing. Amazing. And yet, nobody thought of them as worthwhile subject of trade. So I began to ask these questions. How does demand emerge? Why does demand and supply not match? These are the questions of economics. But I didn't know that these are questions of economics. For me, these are professional questions. As somebody working in a bank to provide credit, I am trying to understand why does it happen? How come that people come to my branch and keep standing outside the gate sometime, and if they enter, they will not sit in front of me. So I will also stand up. अरे आप मुझसे बड़े हैं, सर हम आपके सामने कैसे बैठ सकते हैं, आप तो अफसर हैं। यार मैं भी नहीं बैठ सकता, मेरी कल्चर कहती है बड़ों के सामने नहीं बैठ सकते आप। So I will also stand and work. That fellow was forced to then sit. इतने खड़ा रहेगा। But these my branch is becoming nice. स्टाफ देख रहा है सारा, ये आदमी क्या कर रहा है? मैं क्या करूँ लेकिन? What should I do? My values are that. बड़ों के सामने आप नहीं बैठ सकते। वो बड़े? Now, so there is several things which are happening, through which now when I go to that farmer, वो तो मुझे जान दे देगा ना पूरी, he will explain everything to me. उसको मतलब वो कुछ भी कर देगा जब उसको लगता है ऐसा तो कर सकते नहीं, ऐसा तो कभी होता नहीं है, ये ऐसी बात नहीं है। But when somebody brought recommendation, मैं उसको डिस्क्वालिफाई कर देना, तू MP का रख रहा है ना, जा तेरा काम हो गया, तेरे से तो बात नहीं करूँगा, because you don't have faith in me, you're telling me that I don't work without recommendation, जा। वो कहता है तूने मेरी सारी मेहनत खराब कर दी, and now I'm trying to show that interplay between economics and politics, transaction cost. So these are the things that is not hard. And then finally one day I was just traveling to meet my wife who was in Kuchita, and on the back of that cancer India there was a position of management specialist. I had not done any degree in management, but I applied. I thought I know enough about management as a practitioner. So interview से पहले मैंने पढ़ डाला सारा पढ़ CPM सब कुछ पढ़ा खूब तैयारी करी 8-10 दिन. And then one question was asked by Professor Virendra Gupta. He was Professor of Computer Science. He said, tell me whether flood in Brahmaputra Basin is a problem of uncertainty or risk. बताइए आप. Flood in Brahmaputra Basin, is it a problem of risk or uncertainty? Their selection was answer paper. I can never forget that. That was the point of reflection when I moved from profession and biology to economics and public administration. क्या आंसर बताओ? Tell me. The flood in Brahmaputra Basin.
The difficult thing about Brahmaputra Basin is Brahmaputra, except in Guwahati, every other place it keeps on shifting course. So
no, it's a problem of risk or uncertainty.
I think it is uncertainty, maybe because people do not know where they have to shift after the flood, but that's also what makes their land so much more productive. They produce up to 3 crops of
no, but you have to give me a clear answer, very precise answer, if possible in abstract language. Under what? I mean, I don't want to say more. Is it a problem of risk and uncertainty? I can give a clue. It could be both. Under what condition it is one and under what condition it is second? Tell me that. You know the meaning, difference between risk and uncertainty? Uncertainty is an event of which you cannot estimate the probability. Risk is an event of which you can assess the probability.
So for farmers it is uncertainty. Sorry, for farmers it is risk, and for people living there it is uncertainty.
But for people living in their place, on which parameter it is risk and which parameter it is uncertainty?
In terms of like its flooding is probably a risk because it's, the probability of it flooding is more, but the level or the average or how much water is going to come in might be uncertain depending on the monsoon that year.
So in terms of time it is uncertainty, but in terms of risk it is known.
In terms of
Risk it is,
in terms of time.
in terms of certainty it is.
In terms of time it is uncertainty.
Yeah.
And where is it risky? On which parameter?
The amount of damage it will cause.
There.
Sorry?
Which dimension? Time is one. What is the other dimension?
Space.
That is the answer. Over space, it is risk because we know which are the regions that we will predict. There is reasonable degree of probability we can predict, but we don't know when it will come. Timing is uncertain. Over space, it is risk. So anyway, so this was the answer I gave. And I didn't have so much time and sleep, mind you. In an interview, you're not
And everybody
Not that I'm trying to appreciate myself, but I'm just telling you the accident of life. My formula of first was mistaken. I gave a wrong formula. They condoned that. Anyhow, so I got it. I joined after getting the leave from bank. But then I realized that I was working with solar scientists and I knew nothing about solar science. I had never studied. I only experienced. But in profession, experience is not enough. You have to have qualified knowledge, So you have to read. So I started reading. And you have to read as much that you can then talk like a peer. So you have to talk to economist friends, economist colleagues in the institution. To be able to talk to them, you should read enough that they have read. A little more. That was tough. So one day I did my job and that, did the job and that, did the job and that. Talked to few people. And that's where I asked questions. For example, there was a growth center theory which says that there are growth poles, center of economic aggregation, and they attract resources from different regions. So then I developed a paper called a transformation of access into factor into access space. Why you should not look at only physical access, but also economic access. And I went to a geographer and said, look, this is what I've done. What do you think about it? And he said, what are you talking about? I said, I don't understand. Geographers only take physical access, but what about the political access? What about the economic access? I may be close to a primary health center and yet I may never get health care.
Persons are where you chose your PhD topic?
So no, so this is the way it began. PhD I did much later. I mean there itself of course I did PhD, and then I cannot believe how much goodwill people have for a researcher. So when I was doing research on banking, there were 46,000 accounts, about 43 branches of different banks, and the bankers gave me data on average single account. Sunday को बैठते थे, बोले कॉपी कर ले, बना ले मास्टर शीट. उस समय तो स्प्रेडशीट वगैरह बड़ा मुश्किल था, कंप्यूटर में पंच करने पड़ता था. They gave me all the data without any permission of RBI, without permission of anybody. हेडक्वार्टर की कोई परमिशन नहीं. बैंक में कितना कॉन्फिडेंशियल डेटा होता है, आपके भाई को नहीं देता, आपको बैंक मुझे सारा डेटा देंगे. Because they realized what I was going to do, and I told them that look, this collector sitting there plays with you all. He allocates villages to different people. He has no data as to how much you have funded in which village. Unless I map the data, how will they follow? How can you deal with the fellow? They understood the point. I told the collector, you want to be rational, you don't want to be whimsical, you need to have data. He agreed. Bankers agreed. He gave me. I did a factor analysis with the ecological data. So I was trying to find out. For example, I found that credit never climbs up the mountain. It always flows with the water. जहाँ पानी आता है, वहाँ पैसा जाता है. So yeah. So then I asked myself the question: how come that bankers are very efficient in excluding places, but not efficient in including places? एक ही ब्रांच विलेज में किसी ने 5 लोन दिए, किसी ने 10 दिए, किसी ने 15 दिए, पर जहाँ नहीं देना वहाँ किसी ने नहीं दिया. So they all know which are the risky regions. जहाँ गरीबों को छोड़ दो मार्केट के आवाज, ठीक है, लेकिन जहाँ जाना है वहाँ दे very efficient in estimating the demand. Now these are questions of economics. But I learned economics by analyzing phenomena real. Because मुझे मार्केट समझ में आ रही है, मार्केट कैसे बनती है. So I didn't hear reading by at marginal cost curve and all those curves that we read in economics. That was of course there, but this is the way economics was manifesting itself. So I learned economics from the other route, from concrete to abstract. Normally people understand from abstract to concrete. When I got the concreteness, I said now which theorem, which phenomena will explain this? कौन सा कर्व लगाऊं यहाँ पर? कैसे explain करूँ? So for example, when I taught backward bending slope to my students here, there is one of the supply response curves for the sake of now that you asked the question, I will not go into detail. So you have a backward bending supply. That means when wages increase and here the labor supply. So after a particular time you offer to pay more and people work less. So why does this happen? It doesn't seem logical. Normally as you keep on paying more, people should work more. So then I give them an example of an auto driver. In the evening, you got an auto rickshaw driver and say, I will pay you double. Will you come with me to this side? भोपाल जाना है मेरे को, तो सब शाम का टाइम है, घर जाना है अभी. आपको 3 दवाई इधर चलना है, चलो. Correct? You are doubling the fare and the person is refusing to supply labor. अब backward bending supply तो आ गए वहाँ. That is how I learn.
So why does he do that?
Huh?
Why does he do that?
Because preference for leisure. He wants to be with his family. That is very more than earning additional.
I have a question which is not directly connected, but I just want to place it here. Later on, if there is time, we can. So I want to understand how this Indian economy or maybe developing country economy works when in terms of recycling and reuse of things. I want to understand it. I want to understand the economics of it. Like for example, we have all these junk yards, and then I want to understand who comes there, who takes it apart, what are the professions involved traditionally in taking things apart, then what are the chains, supply chains of bringing it back into circulation, who purchases, what do they get out of it, how do they really survive by making that their profession, and whether that is a really more effective way of recycling and recirculating stuff than trying to devise more so-called modern systems for doing that. And in that case, could those systems be more fair, more respectable professions, more safe for such people? And here I am more looking at not just the stuff that is, or rather not looking at the biological, the stuff that goes as biological or biodegradable. I am looking at the other stuff which is...
We'll discuss that later. What's the time now? 5:01. We will just flag this question. So that we will discuss this because what you are talking about is what is called a circular economy.
Because you went into economics just now, I realized that I have this question for a long time and maybe you can give me some pointers.
We will discuss that because grassroots innovations are not possible without second-hand parts.
Exactly. And that is
99.9% of the grassroots innovations. So the question is very pertinent. I mean, there is hardly any innovation I have come across where people have used all the parts fresh. I have never come across. So there is a very close relationship between what you have said and the way common people find new ways of solving the problem by using those parts.
Yeah,
so there is a whole library of second-hand parts which they have access to. And this library, they visit very regularly. So they are great, they are very adept in the literature of second-hand parts. And they are therefore able to keep in their mind very quickly, they are able to, I mean, छोटा example देता हूँ student के लिए. एक मीटिंग किया हमने चित्रदुर्गा में 88 की बात. And this shows how the search for knowledge begins. You were talking about intellectual capital and all that. So there, one question was, the farmer said, sir, the plow, wooden plow, gets worn out. The shear. Shear is the part which goes into soil and over the furrow. So he wanted to make a shoe, iron shoe, to put on the wooden plow, because handle is alright. Everything else is okay. And wood is very precious. So this is a very strong wood, acacia wood, probably. Desi wood. बड़ी मजबूत लकड़ी. तो फेंकना नहीं चाहता था ये सबको. प्लॉ को चलता है सालों तक चले गए, 100 साल भी चले. लेकिन आगे घिस गया वो. So he wanted to make a shoe. अब आपने देखे नहीं होंगे, जनरली जो वुडन प्लॉ में आयरन शू नहीं होता है. So this fellow went to Jamia and started his material science research. Looked at various materials. Now he is an illiterate person. Small village artisan, farmer commodity. and he has to find a material. Now, can you tell me what properties will he look for in the specific junk that will fit well on the shoe? Can you tell me the property of the material? Which kind of steel will he use? तो लोहा तो बता दो, क्या प्रॉपर्टी होनी चाहिए उसका, नहीं बताओ।
प्रॉपर्टी मेनली जो फ्रिक्शन की वजह से सभी ने देखा, फ्रिक्शन की वजह से उसके लेग को ले तो अगर घिस जाता उसके अकॉर्डिंग वो मटेरियल नहीं मिला। फॉर एग्जाम्पल वो सीआई के आगे वाला दूसरा मटेरियल उस टाइप का मटेरियल नहीं मिला मोस्टली। तो जंग में पुराने ज़माने में इस टाइप का मटेरियल ज़्यादा यूज होता था, सीआई और एमएससी यूज होता था।
नॉन करोसिव जंग ना लगे। Something which can give less friction. I'm not sure. Maybe there can be some harm to the soil because of the heat being generated. Because of the heat being generated, I don't know whether that is likely problem or
very
not.
interesting, but very interesting. Amazingly interesting what you said. I remember it. But please understand, any material that you use will create friction and friction will
Yes,
create
of
heat.
course it will.
But because the soil is cool, or at least the normal temperature, the temperature dissipation will be very fast. So heat will not accumulate. Because inside the shoe also is water, and outside is soil. So there is no way in which the heat will accumulate.
It depends on what this person is trying to cultivate. Because if it is for paddy, then this chunks of soil will have tendency to stick from there. The furrow opening will become bigger. But if it is more loose soil, the situation is little different.
It's a dryland. Chitradurga is a dryland. Chitradurga is a dryland. Sunny as low rainfall.
In that case, another important thing will be like if it is a great kind of thing, with depending on the angle of.
Now we are not coming to shape, we are coming to material first. Shape is of course important. It is the shoe. It's a pointed shoe. Right? Now, which material, what parameter of the material? So one is saying corrosive,
Hardness, surface finish, smooth surface.
Any material can lend
The
itself to
soil properties of that soil will be very important.
Machinable.
You should be able to make a sheet out of it.
Malleable in the field.
Or maybe pour it into a cast.
No, he is not using casting.
एक्चुअली वो जंगल में बोल रहा है तो रेडीमेड मटेरियल
मटेरियल इसको शेप करेगा, लेकिन उसको कास्टिंग नहीं कर रहा है, बहुत कॉस्टली प्रोसेस है, डाई बनानी पड़ेगी
उतना नहीं चाहिए, should be non-invasive.
What do we call that property? स्वाद कैसा होगा इसका? बोल भाई इंजीनियर, डिटेल नहीं होना चाहिए, तो क्या दिया उसने, डिटेल नहीं होना चाहिए। तो मुझे बताओ मटेरियल कौन सा होगा
जिसमें स्ट्रिंगिंग एक्शन ज़्यादा।
सुना भाई मेरी बात?
आपने डिस्कस बहुत ज़्यादा
बताया था क्या?
हाँ, तो उसने रात में डिस्कस
हाँ, रात में डिस्कस किया था। तो उसने जो स्प्रिंग होते हैं सस्पेंशन के गाड़ी के अंदर,
अभी इसको N8 नाम है।
क्या नाम है इसका?
अभी इसको N8 बोलो।
N8 क्या प्रॉपर्टी है इसकी?
better than steel, better than
क्या होती है इसकी प्रॉपर्टी, क्या होती है बता मेरे को।
hardness and surface finish and shear and torque resistance are more.
सही है ना? अब समझ आई बात तुमको? अब वो एक अनपढ़ किसान है, कैसे ढूंढता है किसान जंग पे उसको? समझ में आई बात? ये रिसर्च है यार, ये इसके अंदर मल्टी पैरामीट्रिक टेस्ट लगाया उसने। It cannot happen just by random chance.
But he had some experience of probably repairing shop of these vehicles.
Not vehicles also कोई
नहीं.
गाँव का आर्टिजन है क्या लेकर
I
आते
know,
हैं
but then how will you understand the property of a material without
यार
having
तो देखना चाहिए गाड़ी को
गाड़ी को देख के?
Question of cognition and social
तो फिर यार हम रिसर्च हम तो साइंटिस्ट हैं ना, हम तो पढ़े लिखे हैं, डिप्लोमा इंजीनियरिंग कर रखी है, इतनी देर लग रही है सोचने में, और जबकि मैंने क्लू दे दिया यहाँ पर तुम्हें अगर तुम्हारे को जंगयार्ड में जाना ढूंढना है and you point out to one out of 1,000 pieces that are lying there, you understand the task, the complexity and the range of choices that you have.
See sir, in cognitive science there is a theory, ecological cognitive cognition. So there they talk about affordances. Anything provides certain affordances. So if you are looking to hammer a nail in and you don't have a hammer around, then you will look for something which has the property of becoming a hammer for that point of time, which is normally not a hammer thing. So that affordability is what he has been looking for in other stuff. And what he wants is known to him. Like I want a hammer is known to me. I am not looking for the shape of a hammer, but I am looking for something that is act like a hammer. So I think he went with the same idea.
नहीं देखो एक बात है, it is there are 4 or 5 interactions taking place. One is the material which lends itself to shaping. Okay? Second, after giving shape, it maintains the shape for a long time. Third, despite the fact that bullets will pull it, it should not get stuck in such a way that will depend on the shape, that it is too hard on the animal. Fourth, it should not wear off, because you can't replace it every now and then. So, a material which does not wear off too much, that is only possible when, if you look at material science term, then the size of the particle, the molecule is very small and very dense. Only a dense material wears off less. जितना लूज मटेरियल होगा या जितना लाइट मटेरियल होगा उतना वेयर ऑफ जल्दी होगा ना भाई. बट देन ही डजंट वांट इट इज वेट टू मच. सो ट्रेड ऑफ इज बिटवीन स्ट्रेंथ, गेटिंग स्ट्रेंथ विदाउट वेट. एनी वो शीट में नहीं जा रहा है, उसमें वेट ज्यादा है. समझ रहे बात को? उसने वेट को, शेयरिंग को, शेप को और इन तीनों को उसने ऑप्टिमाइज कर दिया. मेरे पास तीनों पैरामीटर्स को साथ लगाकर सर्च कर रहा है मटेरियल की. अब तुम अगर एल्गोरिथम बनाओ उसका एंड यू पुट ऑल वेरियस मटेरियल्स ऑफ वेरियस क्वांटिटीज ऑफ स्टील इन अ डेटाबेस एंड आस्क रन अ प्रोग्राम एंड सर्च इट. देखो कितने सारे कितने आइटरेशन करने पड़ते हैं इसको, ये मटेरियल आता है कि नहीं आता बाहर. हमें दैट्स द वे टू एस्टैब्लिश दिस थ्योरम. ओके, once you then arrive it is possible that the farmer may not be able to articulate the logic. लॉजिक बहुत शुरू किया था सुबह यार, लॉजिक वो नहीं बता पाएगा आपको पैरामीटर्स के बारे में. कहेगा नहीं बस मुझे लग रहा है ये सही है यार. अब क्यों लग रहा है? सब सही है ना, देखो ना आप ये हम लगा लेते हैं, आपको somebody will be able to say सर ये भारी नहीं है, ये टूटता नहीं है, ये इतना सारा 2 टन का ट्रक का वजन या 4 टन का ट्रक का वजन इसके ऊपर विस्तार करता है और ये अपनी शेप को बनाए रखता है. तो मुझे शेप वाली चाहिए सर. वेट बड़ा काम है इसका सर, बड़ा भारी नहीं ज्यादा ये, लेकिन वेट बियर करता है बहुत. लाइट मटेरियल, इलास्टिक है, वेट ये थोड़ा कम होता है इसके लिए. तो प्रॉपर्टी जो उसने स्टडी करी उससे इसको ढूंढा. तो जो लाइब्रेरी थी सेकेंड हैंड मटेरियल्स की लाइट जंकयार्ड में, आज यूजिंग द वर्ड लाइब्रेरी, बट एक्चुअली इज जंकयार्ड. तुम्हारे लिए जंकयार्ड है, मेरे लिए लाइब्रेरी. ठीक है ना भाई? भाई आपको किताबों, मेरे लिए किताब जंकयार्ड है, मेरे को तो पढ़ना नहीं आता ना, मुझे लाइब्रेरी में ले जाओ, मुझे कुछ आता नहीं है तो मैं कहूँगा ये कहाँ कूड़े में ले आए मेरे. और मैं आपको जंकयार्ड ले जाऊँ तो आपको कहाँ कूड़े में ले आए मेरे को. लेकिन मेरे लिए तो वो लाइब्रेरी है. हर एक मटेरियल मुझे बोल रहा है कुछ ना कुछ, हर एक के ऊपर पता हो क्या है. सो फ्रेम ऑफ रेफरेंस अलग हो गया, उसकी लैंग्वेज अलग हो गई, उसकी कैटेगरी ऑफ, उसको क्लासिफिकेशन सिस्टम हो गया कि हार्ट ऑफ द मैटर. Please understand, knowledge cannot be produced without classification. Classification is the fundamental step in producing knowledge. सबसे पहले आदि मानव में जाना होगा ये गर्म है, ये ठंडा है, ये उजाला है या अंधेरा है. Correct? What do we do? What the principle is using? Compare and contrast. That is the first theorem of humankind ever produced. When the knowledge started, the first thing human being must have done is compare and contrast. वो आज भी वैलिड है. 50,000 साल 60,000 साल से ये थ्योरम वैलिड है. कंपेयर एंड कंट्रास्ट. हैंडपंप का पानी, कुएं का पानी, कंपेयर एंड कंट्रास्ट डिफरेंट सोर्स ऑफ पानी. कौन सा पानी सही? एक क्यों, कैसे, वो बात की जाएगी. सो एनी first step of knowledge is discrimination. Discrimination through comparison and contrasting. That means in a distribution of data, 2 tails must be known to me. If I can characterize the tails of a distribution, the rest of the data in between it becomes comparative. And the result of that. हमारे पास कम से कम बुद्ध के समय से तो ये रिकॉर्डेड है. बिकॉज इन द लॉजिक, बुद्धिस्ट लॉजिक इज द मोस्ट, वो प्रमाण की जब बात करते हैं, युक्ति की जब बात करते हैं, हाउ डू यू प्रूव समथिंग, तो देखते हैं कि इसका अपोजिट नल हाइपोथेसिस क्या होता है. नल हाइपोथेसिस अब आया ना. युक्ति जो थी, द मेथड बाय विच यू प्रूव ए प्रपोजिशन was developed during Buddhist period. That is called Swarn Kaal, हमारे इतिहास का. Incidentally, that was the only time when we had Shudras as king. As king. For all your high class people sitting here. No, but let me explain to you. तुम कुछ भी कहो रिजर्वेशन के बारे में, 50 मैं तो फेवर करता हूँ, सपोर्ट करता हूँ रिजर्वेशन. इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूँ क्योंकि the only time we had the most evolved philosophy, logic, culture, art, material science. आज भी वो material हमसे पता नहीं चला हमको, तक वो लाट अशोक की जो है आज भी हम पता नहीं लगा पाया इसको. That was the perfection, that was the zenith of material science. उसको कितने सारे कास्ट किया हुआ इतनी बड़ी को, और खड़ा किया हुआ, लगाया हुआ, कहाँ कास्ट किया हुआ, कहाँ फर्नेस है उसकी, कैसे बनाया होगा उसको, सोचो सही. इतनी बड़ी कास्ट, इतनी बड़ी फर्नेस, और ऐसा कि 3,000 साल 2,000 साल तक उसको जंग लगती. अमेजिंग नॉलेज. मौर्य एम्पायर हाथ से काम करते थे ना. Of course, but in this case it has been lost by succeeding generation. उन्होंने सब कुछ बताया था, उन्होंने सब कुछ बताया. आज भी स्तूपा की जो ईंट है ना, कहीं चले जाओ, चंपारण में रहेगी थी, वो ईंटें आज भी जिंदा है. You can use that brick after 2,000 years. That is called sustainability. A knowledge system which lends itself for reuse and repurposing after 2,000 years. आज की बिल्डिंग बनाते हैं, कंक्रीट लगाते हैं, खत्म. वो स्तूपा 2,000 साल पहले बनता है, उसकी ईंटों को आज भी आप मकान में इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं. That is sustainability. हाथ से काम करते थे ना, समझते थे समाज को. They knew what it means to do things. So they developed a society which put premium on doing things with hand.
So that is why I had this question about this farmer who went to the junkyard. That how does he understand, has this tacit knowledge about the material and its properties, then he has not actually handled that material.
Professor Amarnath in IIT Bombay, कभी मिलना उनसे, आज भी बैंगलोर रहते हैं वो. तो उनका जो फर्स्ट ईयर कोर्स होता है ना मेटल साइंस का, मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग में, क्या करते हैं बच्चों को, होता है बोलते हैं अलग अलग तरीके के हैंगर ले आओ, ग्लास वायर का, एल्यूमिनियम वायर का, आयरन वायर का. अब इसको हाथ से तोड़ो, क्या करना पड़ेगा, इसको मोड़ना पड़ेगा. जब तुम मोड़ोगे ना तो उसमें गर्मी पैदा होती है, मटेरियल. और हाथ में खून निकल आता है बच्चे तो मुझे परवाह नहीं है. You will not realize what lectures are unless you work with the hand. बोलो मैं तुम्हें पढ़ा नहीं सकता हूँ. What a great way of teaching. So now you realize कि एल्यूमिनियम के साथ क्या हिम्मत है, आयरन के साथ में क्या है, कॉपर के साथ में क्या है, वेरियस ब्रास के साथ में क्या है. You begin to distinguish the properties of material. But dealing with the hand, rough, raw hand, हरी वर्षित करता है. वो आदमी है, प्रोफेसर है, समझता है मैटेरियल, जानता है कि बच्चों को जब तक वो सिखाएगा नहीं हाथ से करना नहीं सीखेंगे. इतना ही पढ़ लो तुम. So that farmer has dealt with materials with their hands.
That's what.
So I'm saying, please, in your scholarship, vinegar बना के देख लो एक बार यार. सर क्या हुआ?
सर वो 2-3 महीने बाद फर्मेंटेशन शुरू फर्मेंटेशन का प्रोसेस है कि it takes 45 days. उसमें डाल के आया था.
अभी जाने के बाद
हम अपने हॉस्टल में शराब उसकी ग्रेप की वाइन बनाया करते. वो वाइन की जगह विनेगर में जाती है. हमें समझ में नहीं आया था चक्कर क्या है. इन्होंने लैब की माइक्रोबायोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट रात वहाँ से लिया था निकाल के नीचे लैब. अब लैब डाल दिया बाल्टी के अंदर चीज अंगूर को भगो. अंगूर बड़ा सस्ता था जमाने 1 रुपए किलो बहुत अंगूर था. अंगूर ले आए बाल्टी में डाल दिया. अब होता क्या है कि अगर शुगर का कम होगी ना
तो
नहीं होगा लेकिन वो विनेगर बनेगा. ज्यादा होगी तो वाइन बनेगी. वो रेशो समझ में आना टाइम लगा ना यार. बहुत सारी बाल्टी हमने खराब करी. हार्ड ले लग किया देखो यार. अब हमारी नॉलेज जो है ना वो ऐसी नॉलेज नहीं है. समझा जाए कुछ चीजें होती है जो करते सीख जाएंगे लेकिन हर एक चीज करते सीखेंगे तो बहुत लंबा टाइम लगेगा यार. ठीक है लेट्स ब्रेक फॉर लंच.
सर वो प्रोफेसर का नाम कैसे बताएंगे? IIT प्रोफेसर
मिलना कब जाते हो? आज बॉम्बे में अभी बॉम्बे में बेंगलोर में
हाँ उस टाइम तो इंट्रोडक्शन इंट्रो नहीं हुआ था लाइव वीडियो नहीं हुआ था क्या हो गया
हाँ मतलब बस इसके आगे पीछे
बाहर तो आ रहा है, इस कमरे के बाहर आ जाता नहीं जैमर तो नहीं लगा होगा काफी वही गाड़ी ये जो स्ट्रक्चरल इश्यूज के कारण है ऐसा नहीं यार जो पहला सवाल मुझसे पूछा था पहला कुछ लिखा है इसके अंदर
क्या
नॉलेज वो
अच्छा यार
स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट
मतलब सबसे पहला आपने
क्या पूछा
अरे बोला कि कुछ नहीं समझ आ रहा नॉलेज के सारे सोर्सेस हैं क्या बताओ कितने सारे वो है हर कोई बोलता है मेरा नॉलेज चाहिए तो तुम कैसे पता लगाओगे कि वो नॉलेज चाहिए कैसे बताओ
तो वहाँ पे ऐसे ऐसे इनोवेटर्स मीट तो वहाँ पे बहुत सारे लोग तो ऐसे आते हैं कहते हैं कि मेरा इनोवेशन है वो आप साइंटिफिकली देखेंगे कहीं क्या है तो मंदारी वाला केस लेता है जैसे एक बंदे का वो लेंस वाला है देखा आप लोग हाँ वो दोस्त में कहता है कि मैं आपको मतलब बैक्टीरिया और माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिज्म दिखाऊंगा तो वो दिखाता भी है तो कैसा है हाँ तो कहता है कि मेरा डिस्कवरी ऐसा है कि माइक्रोस्कोप का मार्केट बंद कर देगा तो फिर में वो किस चीज़ से दिखाता है पता नहीं क्या है उसके पास उसने कोई सबस्टेंस जो है एक्सट्रैक्ट किया है कहीं से रिवर से सैंडविन से वो लगाता है ये देखता है और वो वहाँ पे जो साफा जल है ना उसके पास भी गया था वो साफा जल से बात हुई तो वो कह रहा है मैंने उसको दोबारा आया हूँ उसकी बात को सुन लेता हूँ एप्रिशिएट भी करता हूँ पर मुझे भरोसा नहीं होता उससे क्योंकि साफा जल इंसान दीजिए डॉक्टर तो वो कहता है वो आंखों की सैलरी में कुछ क्या है क्या नहीं
आंखों में डालता है
नहीं आंखों में रिजल्ट डालता है कुछ डिवाइस बनाए डिवाइस नहीं है यार कुछ सिंपल वो क्या है उसके पास एक लेंस है बिल्कुल इतना छोटा सा हाँ हेलो पानी को उसके ऊपर डालेगा मोबाइल का उसको उस पर डालेगा और एक आंख की जगह देखिए बंद करके उस पर डाल दिया उसने थोड़ी देर बाद वो अगर आप डेटा केबल से कनेक्ट भी कर देगा तो मोबाइल में भी दिखाई देगा
मोबाइल गेम भी आया था इसमें बैक्टीरिया करके कुछ ऐसी
मैं तो कुछ कंफ्यूज हो गया मेरा गाइड से हाँ उन्होंने बुलवा रखे थे वो सारे तो वो कंसेप्चुअल क्लियरिटी याद रखना हो तो सब तरक्की रह जाता है
और ही होगा गेम होगा मतलब होगा कैच
अगर उसने डेवलप किया तो
वो लेंस की बात कर रहा है वो एकदम दिखाता है छोटा वाला और उसके पास एक लेंस है उसने फ्लॉपी ड्राइव से निकाला है उसका रिजल्ट बहुत अच्छा है मतलब बहुत छोटा तो देख सकते हैं
मुझे तो उसमें मतलब साइंटिफिक एरर लगती मुझे लगा कि
एक लेंस में इतना मैग्नेटिक
उसने क्या किया कि जो लेंस है ना उसको मोबाइल के कैमरा पे लगाया और मोबाइल के कैमरा में वो डिस्प्ले में तुझे रिजल्ट मिलेगा
वो तो नहीं मुझे जो दिखाया था उसने जो लेंस लगाया उसकी फोकल लेंथ बस चेंज की है जो
वो फोटोज देखे
ऑब्वियसली उसके मोबाइल में जो उसने रखे हुए हैं जो दिखाता है मोबाइल ठीक है
अरे वो फोकल लेंथ
साथी जैसी कुछ नाम है ना उसका आई थिंक वो उधर से है नॉर्थ वेस्ट कश्मीर से है
नहीं
सज्जाद साथी जैसे
शायद वो जी लगना शुरू नहीं होगा इसलिए एनएफ से कनेक्ट किया उन्होंने तो ज्ञान सर कनेक्ट कर देते हैं कनेक्ट कर दिया होगा तो आ जाएगा थोड़ी देर हमें आगे नहीं
वो छोटा सा एक लेंस है और वो क्लिक से वो लगा देता है फोन पे
समझे वो फोकल लेंथ बढ़ेगी अगर से
हेलो हाँ बोलो क्रोम चालू करिए एમાં તમારું લોગિન તો છે પેલું લાઈવ ડેશબોર્ડ છે ને એકાઉન્ટ કહું બાળકોને સમર સ્કૂલ IIM શું કહો છો 8 સેકન્ડ કર્યું
क्रिएटिविटी क्या नाम है?
आउटपुट ऑप्शन है
मुझे पूरा याद नहीं
मुझे पता नहीं आपका टॉपिक क्या है
स्टार्ट स्टॉप ब्रॉडकास्ट
नॉलेज एंड इनोवेशन इन इनफॉर्मल
उसमें आपने
ओके आमा पेलू થઈ ગયું તો થઈ ગયું લાઈવ ચલ
अभी आपको सभी नहीं कर
का
कोई इंडस्ट्री है कोई
नहीं गांव
આ પેલી તમે કીધી ને એમાં આવે
डोमेस्टिक नेचुरल बराबर
इन्वॉल्व रहते हैं ऐसा कोई ग्रुप पर्टिकुलर कम्युनिटी या
ग्रुप क्या वहाँ पे इंडिजिनस नॉलेज
विनेगर बनाने
हाँ मतलब लोग यूजुअली बनाते हैं तो आके देखा था
लिंक बोलो
so I found lots of variation between
Live बता है।
different groups past and
हाँ बता
मैंने variation है particular variation evolve कैसे हो रहा है इमर्ज
चालू रहा
and then we have the environmental environmental not in biological environment the market community perspective
इकोसिस्टम
हाँ those are the factors so that playing role in choosing or selecting particular routine तो शो था वहाँ से तो उसके पीछे क्या थोड़ी को नॉलेज कहाँ से कर रहे मतलब कौन से एरिया
वेस्टर्न यूनिटी
वेस्टर्न
कोई और स्मॉल रीजन और कुछ डिस्ट्रिक्ट
डिस्ट्रिक्ट मेरठ में तहसील है हमारा उसके 4 विलेजेस में
आपको देखी मूवी देखी अभी लास्ट ईयर आई वो मेरठ के ऊपर ही
क्या आपको देखी
हाँ रजत खान है
नहीं
वो तो कल मतलब मूवी का पूरा बैकग्राउंड और सीन
वो ये भी था उसमें में इतना शुगर कैन कल्टीवेशन होता है और रॉ मटेरियल इतना है प्रोडक्शन के लिए फिर भी उसका जो नॉलेज है वो बड़ी फॉर्मलाइज
तो जो अभी प्रोडक्ट्स बाजार में आते हैं उनकी इंडस्ट्रियल मेथड अलग है और आपके इंडस्ट्रियल
बिल्कुल अलग है अभी जो हम यूज कर रहे हैं वो तो सिंथेटिक है ना वो तो सिंपली क्या बात है आपका डेंसिटी कहते हैं वैल्यू कर दिया उसको
आपके यहाँ पे कैसे बना
शुगर केन लाया तो क्रश किया
विचार बताया थे ग्रेप्स का
हाँ
वैसे ही शुगर तो ये बहुत सालों से है
बहुत सालों से मैंने अपने दादाजी से पूछा था कि ये 85 है वो बता रहे हैं कि आप बड़ी आदमी बता रहे हैं
लेकिन उनके उनसे भी बोलते हैं
हाँ 2-3 4 5
दो तीन से साल
विनेगर कुछ 3000 साल पुराना प्रोडक्ट है ट्रेडिशनल फूड प्रोडक्ट
3000 साल
मोर देन 3000 साल
ठीक कर लिया, चेक कर लिया भाई?
हाँ कर लिया।
John? Are there any questions from the people who are staying? We can take those questions in the next 15 minutes and then come back to our class. How will you get to know? I'm saying that. I'm saying it. If there are any questions that any one of you would like to raise, I'll be happy to take those questions. How can they talk to us?
They're on chat.
Huh?
They're on chat. They can
Type
type questions in. YouTube पे ही और Google Hangouts पे.
YouTube में.
हाँ. आपके कंप्यूटर पे देखें.
हाँ?
लेकिन अभी कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं है.
Where is chat?
इधर मिल जाएगा.
Can you check if there is any question? Much better. Okay. Pankaj, do you have any question specifically? I can see your chat. Any clarification that you want? Can you focus on the board? Board the focus. Go ahead. Oh, brother.
I need to chat.
What is not visible? Okay, the question that Pankaj has asked is, can we create a structure which essentially works on ethical capital? And I think it's a very good question. Let me get back to that by the time the colleagues come. Can you focus here? So as we were discussing in the morning, let me come back, let me write the constitutive properties of an ethical institutional or ethical way of running an institution. So first I must define how do we create an institution. An institution is a set of norms, rules, behaviors that are complied with because of internal command rather than external demands. So when we work because somebody is rewarding us or punishing us, that is the behavior which is organizational in nature. But when we do something because there is a that I am doing something which is right thing to do, then it is institutional behavior. So internal commands, when they replace external demands, my behavior becomes institutional. So So first issue in ethical capital is that how do we create institutional behavior, or what we call as self-regulatory. Self-regulatory behavior. You must have seen that in many cities there are no traffic policemen. When somebody comes on the side lane, they look left, they look right, and then they cross the street, or they go to the main road. First right of passage is given to the main street people. If everybody is regulating one's behavior, the traffic accident will be far fewer, need for police inspectors will be much lesser, and everybody is benefiting. The transaction cost of people on the street goes down, the quality of transportation increases. So, self-regulation is one of the key for ethical systems. Now, how do we create self-regulation? Self-regulation comes when there is a reflexivity. That means people can reflect on their actions, debate them, talk about them, critique them, and at that stage they can then isolate and identify, okay, that's the right thing to do, that was not the right thing. They are also, reflexivity also generates self-critical behavior. So we are just discussing one of the questions from Pankaj on the online, and the question he asked was, how do you create an ethical capital based system? And I am trying to mention the components. One I mentioned is that you need to have an institutional behavior rather than organizational behavior. People should do right thing not because them or somebody will punish them, but because that is the right thing to do. If somebody is, for example, in an aisle and you are checking your mail, you also check that whether there is a pending mail. And in the night, if you are not on the internet, I understand. But if you are on the internet and you say, no, office mail I will check in office time. Personal mail I will check in the night. That's not it. That's not self-regulatory behavior. That is not ethical behavior. That may be organization, it is correct. You are paid for 8 hours, you work for 8 hours. Then let us forget about how do we respond to the client needs. If they can wait for somebody from other hemisphere, then for them it is days, and they will get information after 2 days. It doesn't matter. So, if I don't distinguish between personal and professional too much, I don't take care of my personal goods better than my professional goods or professional services, then it is not an ethical behavior. What I am trying to say is, my private garden is much more than my response to a public garden. I will keep my private courtyard clean, but public road I will not keep clean. So my behavior in private is different, so for private goods and services it is different, common it is different, public is different. Many kinds of contributions each one of us makes: private goods, common goods, and public goods. If large number of people only focus, or let us say spend 90 or 5% of time on private goods, then obviously society is very transactional, materialistic, and the cost of providing services will be very high. If people have 80% private, 20% common, but still they are not treating any public goods, then communities will be very well off. Some communities will be better than others, some societies will be better than others, but public systems will suffer. If I create public goods could be knowledge which anybody can use without restriction and without subtraction. If I use that knowledge, it doesn't become available less to anybody else. So any knowledge in public domain and on the internet is a public good. If I take care that what I am putting in public consumption is thoroughly checked, and I am convinced, if I am not convinced, I say, look, this is my view, but I am not sure that is right. So that if a young person, let's say a schoolboy, reads that post, I should not get a wrong impression that because the professor has put it, it must be right. You have created public good, but actually you have created public bad. You have not put the limitations of that knowledge which you have shared in public domain and a child who does not know what the value of that knowledge is, just because of your reputation, believes it. And made a mistake, because you thought I was just casually mentioning you, it was casual for you. How does the child know that it was a casual remark? So please understand that a lot of public good that we create is only good when it is accompanied by responsibility. It is not good, it becomes bad if it is done irresponsibly. So the ratio of private, public and private, common and public determines of course our own level of joy and happiness, but it also determines how ethical the society will be. A society which is ethical invariably will involve significant contribution to common and public goods, because ethics is something which people in their private life do through self-regulation, and if everybody regulates oneself, the community is better off and society is better off, because we are all constraining ourselves. Sometimes the ethical society also requires consideration for what we call as perfect stranger, not sometimes, generally. Perfect strangers. Who is perfect stranger? Pankaj, can you tell me who is perfect stranger? Can you write who is perfect stranger? Who is a perfect stranger? Just after, you can go ahead, actually you can go ahead, let him think about, but you can continue, yes.
So my question is that if these are for individuals, more easily understood and followed for individuals and community or common, then why have public at all? That these are for individuals. Why have public at all? Because it takes too much money and infrastructure to control that public, because it is then completely managed by rules and punishments, isn't it?
No.
I mean, I'm saying, I'm going by the assumption that having a sense of ethics for public domain or public goods is probably the least naturally happening thing. So why base a system on that?
It depends. When we put on the honey bee database large part of the 10,000 or so practices in public domain, and about 6,000 in 4 languages, we didn't put any restrictions. Some people in Andhra Pradesh, for example, for sustainable pest management, use that knowledge and deliver some wonderful results. Does it matter whether they have knowledge or not? It doesn't matter yet. So long as people benefit and knowledge is put to good use, that's fine. Why should acknowledgement bother me or lack of acknowledgement bother me?
Right.
So, and what are the rules? There are no rules, anybody can use it at your own risk and with your own responsibility. When cost of failure is low, how does it matter?
Right, but this is, when it's a knowledge product, it's a different case, but I was thinking about goods that are like typical goods or infrastructure.
Okay, so let us say a roadside tree. Today was a rainy day. A lot of people must have stood under the trees when suddenly the rain came and they were not ready and they didn't have umbrella or whatever. Did they pay any rent to the tree or to the person who grew the tree? Does it matter who grew the tree? Yes, it does, because that's a good thing. We are all blessed that someone planted a tree 60 years ago on a roadside, the road which has become pakka maybe. And a lot of people.
So the thing is that now you need the government.
No, government is not in the picture.
To protect that tree, because
okay,
yes.
Alright. Okay, that's one way to look at it. The other way to look at it is that if the road has to be made and trees will be, you don't complain about it. You accept as a citizen that's the right place for the tree, we are in the wrong place. We decided to expand the road. Tree didn't know at that time and it had to move. So let us suffer a bit of inconvenience.
Right. But that is a different case. But the case I am thinking about is where because it is nobody's personal property or common property, somebody will just come and fell the tree. Unless government as a system is there which makes a law.
That's where the ethical capital is different from social and institutional capital, because ethical capital does not require some third party to take care of the problem.
Exactly.
Ethical capital requires that people in their own interest, the people who see
are least bothered about it, and then ethics and all don't come into the picture, and you need law and enforcement to actually play the role of the ethical part.
No. Well, what you're saying is, when ethical capital is low, the reliance on government as a last resort of regulatory body increases.
Yeah.
And knowing the inefficiencies of the system and the motivations of the people who work in that system, we all suffer. So we all suffer by passing on too much of responsibility on a system which is not designed to meet such a vast sense of responsibility. It's not designed. Government should be involved in security, in defense, in basic rules of the system. They should not be involved in day-to-day management of society. That should be left to the people to take care of themselves through their own ward committees, through their own municipal committees, through their own mohalla committees, and people should decide how well they can manage the waste disposal, how well they can manage the energy, how well they can manage the playground for the children. We leave it to the government.
So I feel that when it comes to the unit of the ward or something that small, then it becomes actually a community that we are talking about, rather than categorizing it under public. It becomes a common.
No, it is public so long as access to it is not restricted to the community.
Okay.
If it is restricted to the community, then it is a common good. So a parking lot in a society, housing society, is a common good for the members who live there.
Right.
But if there are some trees on the roadside and community members take care of them and protect them, then it is a public good being taken care of by a community. So that is the point. So let me summarize, Pankaj, that the perfect stranger we come to, how do we come out with the responsibility towards the perfect stranger? My answer to that is, what we are saying is, who I share no common goal with in terms of life and social being. No, that's not the right definition. Who is a stranger? Unknown. Now you can participate, all of you, join the discussion. Who is the perfect stranger?
One who owns the ethical values and contributes in capital.
Who is a perfect stranger? The stranger is who I don't know but can know. Who is perfect stranger?
There is a possibility of knowing it.
Yes. Known, unknowable. So who is it? Unknown and unknowable.
Maybe we are just not connected to, or someone who is. There is no connection between.
But connection can be forced. Then it is not perfect.
Uncertainty.
Stranger. Who is perfect stranger? Because someone with whom you cannot have any reciprocity, because you can't know. So who is one who is unknowable? The one who is not born as yet. Correct? How do we know?
Or somebody who is historical, in a sense that.
No, there may be some memories, some experiences, we can find out something about it. But how do we know somebody who is not born as yet? Or for that matter, ant on the wall, what is she thinking about our meeting? How do I know? Or a squirrel in the garden who is in the window, outside, listening to that, and saying, what are these people talking? They don't even come and say hello to me. All the curtains are drawn, drapes are drawn. What is this fellow? What kind of people these are? They don't like the nature at all? Such a beautiful weather and they're all sitting in a closed room? Maybe she's thinking like that, I'm imagining, but I have not checked with her. But she is telling me something that I can speak. So, perfect essence is the one who is unknown and unknowable. Now when you, yes.
Doesn't it depend on what you want to know?
Doesn't matter. See, I want to know about someone. But I cannot know, and there is no way I can find out. Somebody who is not born, or an ant on the wall, or a squirrel, or a worm in a grass lawn, what is he thinking about?
If I know somebody who is getting, for example, some relatives, somebody is getting birth, I know that person.
You know the person who is giving birth.
No, also the person will come.
No, the person will come, you
By
know.
default, I'll know.
But what will that person's preference be about the world in future? Can I find out now?
That is something which
Unknowable. Unknowable. Exactly.
So what I think
If you can find out somebody's preferences or liking and disliking, then that person is knowable.
that world, the world only shapes that.
I don't know. Are you saying your relatives or your cousins, your brothers, sisters are all following the same philosophy?
No, but some things will do.
How do you know that the child that's going to be born might have some disorder that doesn't recognize what the
You don't even know anything. No, whatever. Even a perfectly intelligent human being, what will be their preference in future? Would they like to have gardens? Would they like to have everything on a screen? Will they be only a tablet generation, which only live and communicate through tablets? I don't know.
But I know they speak.
I don't know what they will.
No, you
question is
can't.
not.
But
They may or may not.
May not, but
They may go to a Kumbh Mela, they may get lost.
Maybe.
And somebody from South India may adopt them, and
Maybe.
they Tamil and not Hindi or Punjabi or whatever. We don't know. There is no way we can find out. See, please understand that there is no way I can predict their liking, because they are not yet born. What condition they are born in, how they are trained, groomed, I have no way to find out. There is no theory which can predict it. Nobody says that X, Y, Z born to ABC will be following ABC minus Z. ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं होता ना. So the question is that when you do things for perfect strangers, from whom you cannot get anything back, from whose preference you don't know, what do? You normally project your own preference to the future. Correct? So if you think it is good for me to have wildlife in the wild forest, you assume that future generation will also like that. They would not like to see lion only in the zoo. You assume that. Maybe they will like, maybe they don't want to go to wild forest. But we assume today that if we enjoy wildlife, if we enjoy nature as it is existing in its own free world, perhaps future generation might also like it. If they would like to have that, then I have a responsibility to maintain some part of wildlife in a manner that future generation can enjoy it. Right? If they don't want to enjoy that, their business. So what is the ethical system? Ethical system is where we try to do what is good for us, for others whom we don't know, cannot know. And generally speaking, it may be seen as a compassionate behavior. You would like to be treated compassionately. You would like to be forgiven for your mistakes. You would like to be given third chance, fifth chance, even if you mistake. Is that true? None of us would like that we should be hanged after one mistake. But we don't want to create a society which will forgive people. We don't believe that human beings can be redeemed. The death penalty. But if you are in that place, you say, yeah, give me one chance at least. Let me try to improve. And let me make a confession. We don't want to do that. So the question is, ethical capitalism, therefore, no. don't say average Indian is unknowable. No. Of course average Indian is knowable. Right? Anybody who is a human, existing human being, we call it sentient world. We share a sentient community. People with whom we can exchange feelings and thoughts. So a pet dog can become part of sentient community. He or she knows their attitude and behavior, and when you are sulking, the dog comes and consoles you. No, don't worry, things will be improving. You know, tries to take you out, bring the magazine or something that he knows you love. Whatever. I mean, they try to pamper, just as you pamper them, they also try to pamper you when you're down. If they understand you very well. So, that is sentient community. When feelings can be shared, it becomes a sentient community. But with whom we can't share the feelings, like ant or squirrel or worm, they are not part of a sentient community. They are part of the living system, and I share the life with them. But I don't know their preferences. So, responsibility for perfect stages becomes part of a system. So, now let us summarize. So, you have institutions which are self-regulatory institutions. Self-regulation requires reflexivity. Reflexivity is possible only through self-criticism. I critique my ideas and thoughts as openly as possible. I don't try to defend them, I don't try to mask them. When I try to mask them, I am refuting the possibility that somebody else can learn from my mistake. You have done a mistake, fine, we can understand. If you don't share it, others will also do the same mistake. That's very costly. We share. गलती हो गई कोई बात नहीं है, मान लो ना, औरों को बताओ ना. So, self-reflexivity is a very important trait of a ethical society. And then, we don't draw too strict a line between personal and professional. For my personal ethics, I have different standards. For professional ethics, I have different standards. Is it possible? Not possible beyond any limit. We will have to follow the same standard. And finally, my responsibility to perfect statement. These are some of the conditions that will make an ethical system or governance system sustainable, and we will be able to take it from. Pankaj, I hope it's clear. Alright, shall we proceed further? Proceed further? Okay. Alright. Now we will talk about the second part of the day. Today we will spend on contested domains. How is knowledge contested, and why it is important for us to then see during that contestation how innovations emerge. So we are moving from contestation to innovation, and you will see different sources of innovation and different triggers, processes, challenges. So Siddharth, please circulate to them tonight. We will discuss them tomorrow for some time. The diagrams or re-analysis of how an innovation emerges and then goes through various processes in its journey to be used by a third party. From a solution for oneself, it becomes a solution for others. And what are the steps, what are the processes that one goes through? We will share that. But now we will go to the contested domain. There are three broad domains: private, common or community, and public. This is what we have just now. There are three domains of knowledge, and there are three kinds of property rights. We will bring the property right in a few minutes. But till we move to the property right, let us first look at knowledge rights. So you have knowledge known to one person or one family and they don't share with anybody. And they use it for themselves or they can use it for others. So I am a healer. I won't tell you the way I heal, but I am willing to give you the medicine. I will charge for it, I will not charge for it. Some of the knowledge that individuals have, by being shared, becomes community knowledge. Some of the knowledge which is in public, which is shared by a community, can also get further shared and become the public knowledge. So if you have a cold or cough, you take ginger extract, mix it with honey, it's a bird wide, everybody knows, all over the world. All over the world where honey is found and ginger is found, people know that they can mix the two extracts and cure their cold. Public knowledge. Sometime, long time ago, it might have been community knowledge. And long time ago, somebody might have discovered it. It is also possible that simultaneously several people tried same thing in different ways. There are many examples where similar innovations emerged simultaneously in different parts of the world. So when China had a problem where workers wanted to weed the field, they found that using a hoe was taking a lot of time. So they took the cycle and attached the hoe to the backside. When they went on the wheel, they tried to do the hoeing, that means removing the wheat and breaking the crust of the soil faster. India also, Gopal has visited in that manner. And in Punjab, Sudhyatra, we found farmers there who had also developed this. In Haryana, Sudhyatra, we found people who were still developing it. They did not necessarily learn from each other. But given the challenge, as Carnegie said, in the history of world civilization, given the similar challenge, sometimes society responds to that. Sometimes, not always. So this is one of the models through which solutions emerge. That given the challenge, people discuss how to solve it. One person says something, second person says something, and suddenly, after a while, not suddenly, after a while, yeah, this may work. Okay, you try this way, I will try this way. And after a few trials, some solution may come about. Now there are some tensions in this play which I want to appreciate. I am a scientist, but like many of you are. You go to a village, you find a healer or an innovator who has developed a very good machine or a very good solution. You learn from it, come back, publish a paper, describing the whole process. What have you done? You have shared, brought the private knowledge into public domain. Correct? You did not take the permission, or her permission. You did not take informed consent, prior informed consent. You did not tell the person what is the benefit and what the loss if you share your knowledge upon you. So the person has given the knowledge, not knowing what the consequences could be, good or bad. Is it right or wrong? But we do it. That's the botanist. We've done it for ages. Scholars have gone, studied, brought it in public domain without taking any consent from the committee. If it is irritating, then you should take it on video. By informing them what the consequences are, have you shared them in the PIC form?
Yeah.
So there is a form and there is a background note. For instance, there is a question in the prior informed consent form. Can I share your address with a third party? Yes or no? If I ask this question without telling them what the possible consequences of saying yes are and what are the consequences of saying no, this is not informed consent. So what are the advantages or disadvantages of saying yes? Can you tell me? You have not read that note, isn't it? Okay. So tell me now. I mean, if If I give the address, they can come and contact them directly.
If they are directly, they can contact them for so that can be advantageous, but they can also maybe bug them with advertisement or other things if they are not interested, or in other ways when the message is not very helpful.
So first look at what is the advantage of saying yes and the disadvantage of saying yes. Then tell them whether this 10% knows whether I should say yes or no. So tell him one by one. What are the pros of saying yes and what are the cons of saying yes? So one pro is that people who want your knowledge can directly contact you without involving us or anybody else. That's the pro. What else can be the advantages?
Social recognition. Social recognition.
So people know your address, they can invite you for various functions. Okay, second, third. Good point.
If someone else builds on something that you've done, they can come and contact you.
Those who want to learn can come and contact you, and they can also possibly, we don't know, share with you if they know your address. Even if they have not taken ideas from you, but they have read about your idea, they can share with you what it is, how it is do. Okay, third, very good. Fourth, very good point. This is not there in the note. I am happy that you are adding some value. What else? What is the pro?
I don't know if it's important or not, but it sort of also gives a geographical context to your idea. So it can lead to, like for posterity, it can add value.
Not only for posterity, it's a good point that it gives you a context to the content. It provides a contextual understanding whether this kind of knowledge that has evolved has emerged in that context. So I can probably better appreciate the importance of that knowledge or innovation or idea.
Or if adapting it to some other situation, it can also help in that way, understanding the context.
Yes, so I may know whether the context has any bearing or functional quality.
Like today when you said that you were talking about that it came from Chitraduga where we practice wildlife agriculture, so like it just gave everyone a context of
Alright, very good. Now let us look at the cons. What are the cons? There are 5 factors which are pros. Now let us look at the cons.
It becomes very public and the person may not want to not like it. Yeah, so many people come and contact them. Become
too much about this, too many visitors. Number 2, she mentioned earlier, you must target a lot of ads on you. Number 2, number 3.
And someone with less ethical concerns may come and, may not, like if you are being transparent and then telling them the pros and cons of sharing their knowledge,
they may not respect.
Someone else might not do the same.
They may exploit you. Correct? Or they may assign much less value and you may not know what the true value of the knowledge is. Or if you are using some particular resource which is found in that region, you will come to know that the resource is found in this region, they will exploit the resource. Just as they can exploit you, they can exploit the resource. Correct? Now these are some of the cons, there could be more. After saying both advantage and disadvantage, let the person decide whether he wants me to permit sharing that or not. That is one. There are many other questions, but I just mentioned one question of yes or no. When we develop this understanding, dear friends, there was no history of taking informed consent in social sciences. In medical sciences there is. You go to a doctor for TMT test, doctor tells you what are the risks involved, then you undergo a test, but he says I am around, I will take care of it most of the time. However, my duty is to tell you, now do you want me to do a TMT test? If yes, please sign this one. You or your guard has to sign it. But in social sciences, when we deal with societies, when we deal with certain people, most of the time we will not fulfill this, correct?
Similarly, I think in medical sciences, whenever they are taking a video or recording of your surgery or something like that, they take a consent if I can use it for educational purpose or something like that.
Yes. So you understand? But there is no reason why we should have different standards. But there is a different standard, correct? Large number of institutions which are fighting for justice, which believe in justice, I can argue without any doubt. Don't understand that if you give agency to that person, she cannot express itself without having empowerment. And empowerment cannot take place without having the pros and cons of saying yes or no. That's the minimum. Right? So the Honeybee network, when it started, and I'll tell you a little later about the genesis, but it is important for us to understand that the struggles of this kind lie at the very root of the Honeybee network. It is not just a database of innovation. It is to create consciousness among the actors, whether it is businessman, whether it is scholar, student, public official, that look, when we deal with the knowledge of the people who are poor in other economic resources but not in knowledge, not in ideas, not in innovations, is there any right that accrues to them? And if so, will we grant that right to them? Even if the law doesn't require it, there is no law. Under the conventional biological diversity, Article 8J says you have to take through involvement and consent of the parties. Party means government which signed the agreement. So their consent you have to take. It says that community should be involved, but it is not binding. It is only binding on the government. Government must allow that. Correct? So private knowledge can be brought to public domain without the consent of the government, and that will be not there. You can argue, however, sir, there is a disease spreading in the country. Somebody has knowledge. He is not willing to share. So many people will die. What is wrong if I violate one person's right and save 1,000 person's right? You can argue that. So under certain circumstances, violating individuals' rights will be justified if a larger public good is served. So I am not trying to say that private individuals can always have superior right over public responsibility. I am not saying that.
An example, I remember there was this author called French Kafka, German author. So, he wrote a lot of things, but he wrote very clearly that all my reading and everything should be destroyed once I die. He was a prisoner, he got the book, but one of his friends, he published all his things in his name only, but he clearly wrote that all my notes and everything should be destroyed. But all of them were published in the books, and everybody reads that. So that kind of is a very famous German author.
Yes, you are right. I mean, so therefore, I am trying to make it a paradoxical now. All the discussion we will have till evening will be paradoxical, because paradoxes are troublesome. There are no easy answers. That does not mean that we should not follow a path. But it is up to us now. I will leave it to judgment of all of you. How you define your own ethics. I have no right to command an ethical behavior from anybody now.
Sir, I have a question. Like when we are trying to take informed consent, we should try to tell them both the pros and the cons. But usually when someone is hearing the negative aspects of it, the impact created by that versus the impact created by the positive aspect,
that is different on the psychology of the person. Again, the wording also makes a difference. So, say for example, in medical cases also, the doctor tells all the cons, but says, okay, I am there for you. So then we actually tend to decide first. So how do we take a call on how are we
Framing
it?
Good question, very good question. Very good question. So because framing of query has an important bearing in sociology. We have a lot of research on that. How do you frame a query, or how do you frame an inquiry? And you are absolutely right. What is the context in which we situate ourselves? Do we situate as, yesterday I was talking to a student, I think I can give that example. She is doing a study on mental health of sexual workers, sex workers, including children. Now the dilemma was, your study says that you have to study, you have to take their consent and study their mental health. There are some tests to be taken. Problem arises that now that you have finished your study, what should you do now? Should you connect them to doctors? That's not part of the study protocol. Research doesn't require you to get them cured. Research only requires you to understand and document as diligently as you can. What do? You go as per the guideline, which is an institution which has authorized you or permitted you or paid you or allowed you. But you now have the responsibility, you now are burdened with the knowledge. If somebody is sick, that's a person who is also having HIV. But you are studying mental health, you are not studying physical health. Should you let that person know that there are remedies available and you can control it at early stages? And you can then not pass it on to others. I am not passing any moral judgment. That's fine. I have no problem with that. You have no right to pass judgment. Now that I am aware of the sickness of the person, should I, but if I get it cured, then the person becomes, then I am influencing the study design. Because I am getting cured, the person's mental health may improve actually. Because of compassion and kindness. And then the data will not be clear. The data was in a population, which is a sex worker, all stresses of the life that they go through, if they go through, affect their mental health. Get the point? So many times there are no easy answers. You have to figure out for yourself. A protocol of doing good science requires that you don't interfere with the data. Correct? Protocol of humanity requires something else. And it's not easy to decide which one should take priority over what. So you can say, alright, for a month, heaven will not fall if I don't extend any curative task for 1 month and I am doing my study. Having finished my measurement, now I take the role of a human being and not the role of a researcher, and within my power, whatever I can do, I will do. Because now data is not to be corrected. But if you are a diligent researcher, you will say, okay, I will take the data now and do another test of the same factors, and after I extend the health, I will notice what it does. And for all that you know, some of them may improve significantly just by one intervention, one time. It's wonderful. First, they now know that they can be better. Earlier they thought that is the condition they are settled with. They have to live with this depression, they have to live with this schizophrenia, they have to live with this, whatever problem they had. Some of them hurt themselves. Many people have depression. There are all kinds of problems. So, by getting them connected with the doctor, by getting them some medicines or whatever counseling is required, they may become better. Then they say, well, maybe I have a choice actually. I don't need to feel dependent. This is not the only way. There are other ways possible. So her agency becomes stronger. Good. Your study didn't require that to be done, but you have done it. So you publish one paper based on what your professor said, and one paper based on what you did. It's a very interesting book, doing sociological research by Gordon Bell and Howard Levy. And there is a section, there is one of it, it's a collected chapter. One chapter is by a PhD student who wrote what his guide did not allow him to write this. Yes. There were many things that he did which his guide did not allow him to write this. He wrote in the chapter. Isn't it nice? Good. It's good. What is relevant research? What is good research?
So there are two things here. One is like you said sometime back. So why do we define research as only means there is a design, there is a protocol which will be adhered to, but to stop there. So what you said after that is actually there are two things in it. One is the reflexivity of the researcher which comes in about what intervention can be done, how help can be provided, and also documenting that. So the subjectivity of the researcher is also coming into the picture and also documented as a part of the researcher. And also, like you said, studying the intervention itself and contributing that also to the research. In such a case, if such an intervention...
It becomes actual research.
So then what is the result of that kind of intervention also? So maybe that intervention is not successful, but still that adds to the knowledge that, okay, this has been tried and it did not succeed.
Correct. No, I agree with you. So let me now go into this matrix once again. So we have private, common and public. I now bring a little complication in this. And I am distinguishing between knowledge and practice. Once you are in Saudi Arabia, you might know, we walk every 6 months in different parts of the country. There's a course also at IIMA. In summer we go to places which are hot, winter we go to places which are cold. So in one of these walks, we were sitting in a village in Karnataka, and we were talking about some snake bite or some such problem. And there was an old man who apparently had treated some cases in the last few months, and he was describing his experience. One young boy got up. He said, "Why are you paying so much attention to this old man? I also know this. He uses this plant for this, I also know this. What's so special about it?" Alright. Okay. So he asked the people, how many people had this problem in the last 3 months? So 3 or 4 hands went down. Whom did you go? Everybody laughed as you laughed. But I didn't want to make that fellow feel humiliated. I said, boy, do you understand now the difference between knowledge and practice? First he said, no. I still feel that I could have even told them if they had something. I said, you know this old man, please ask her. He's like your uncle. Ask him when he comes across a case, how does he tailor how much medicine to be given, for what degree of problem there is. Does he give uniform dose to everybody? Does he vary it? Does he use the same carrier or same with milk or water or whatever? Does he change it? Just ask him this question. And when you ask, you will realize that there is a lot of judgment that he is making based on the data that he collects. And it is not just one plant from this treatment and that's it. So this shows that knowledge many people have, ability to practice only few have. Their skill is not universally distributed. Knowledge may be in a village. So knowledge is private, common, public. Practice, private, common, public. So there is one person who knows about it, and that's the only person who practices, that is cell number 1. There is one person who knows about it, but community practices it. He gives the medicine to everybody. They all practice it. They don't know the logic, they don't know how to make it or whatever. He makes it, but everybody practices. Or he knows the knowledge, but everybody else in the world uses it without knowing what. There could be various combinations. Community knows, community practices, community knows, individual practices. Community knows, but only one person is there in the village who practices actually. Everybody knows in the village. Or, if I ask you, how many of you, it's a public knowledge now, ginger extract and how many of you when you had a cup? I asked that question other day. How many of you have done that actually? One. How do you extract juice of ginger? Can you मम्मी ने नहीं तुमसे चलो मम्मी का चलो मम्मी का बता दो यूज किया बनाया नहीं किया था क्या किया
उन्होंने सर जो सिलबट्टा होता है
फूटा
उसको नहीं फूटा जितना पकाया था पीसा है ना उसका उसको जिससे घी होता है जिससे चाय छानते हैं और उसके ऊपर रखा उससे इसका निकल थोड़ा सा निकला बोलती हूँ
नहीं लेकिन अच्छा तरीका क्या है आप एक पतला सा कपड़ा लीजिए, इसमें अदरक को कूट के डालिए और उसको घुमाइए। जब उसको आप निचोड़ेंगे ना तो उसको खूब सारा रस निकलेगा। That is the way to extract it. कूटने से दबाने से नहीं एक तो बहुत निकलेगा। समझ गए ना बात को? अब हमारा पब्लिक नॉलेज है, प्रैक्टिस नहीं की किसी ने। क्या करूँ मैं? बड़ी बड़ी मल्टीनेशनल कंपनीज की लॉजेंसेस ले आए जिसमें 99% शुगर होता है, 1% जिंजर होता है, ठीक है ना? जिस गोली आप बाजार से खरीदते हो, the tablet that you buy from the market has 99% sugar, only 1% ginger and honey, and you pay. But you can get 100% ginger and honey at very low cost. You don't do it. You understand? Being aware is not enough. Knowledge cannot be analyzed only from its diffusion or diffusability perspective. How can it be practiced? To what extent can it be practiced? To what extent it is actually practiced? It can be practiced. It's not a very difficult thing to do. फिर नहीं करते ना? It is your health or your children's health. Health. You love them. नहीं करते. एंटीबायोटिक जब लिया नहीं बजा फर्स्ट लेवल डिफेंस तो होना चाहिए। नहीं करते. क्या करें इसको? How do we explain this inertia?
I think develop a mechanism and to diffuse these problems.
No, but knowledge is known. All of you do that. So, मालूम था ना?
I think it also has to do with the way we socialize now to believe that like these are old rice tales and it's much easier to sort of just go to the market and get
So what you are saying is that any good idea, by making it accessible, is not enough to get it utilized. This boy tried for a month, almost 3 weeks. A simple idea. बताओ wherever.
Basically, I found in my research that the hand pump, which was replaced by wells earlier, had high levels of arsenic. That is because of the geochemistry of that area. It comes naturally from the rivers deposit of silt and all. So the hand pumps, there is a reduced state, so that's why a lot of high levels of arsenic is there. But in dug wells, जो traditional wells हैं, उसमें arsenic नहीं होता, below detection limits होता है. But people now, because the government shifted them from the projects towards hand pumps, so they have old dug wells छोड़ दिया है, and they are like dumping and all, everything is there. So we tried in a village to have and big companies and all are pushing for filters or mechanism. when there is a simple solution, available. We tried and revived 2 dug wells in that area, and with the people only, they cleaned, they went inside, they cleaned and everything, and now they are drinking water from that, clean, free, arsenic-free water. So there can be certain simple solutions, but getting into practice, like sir is mentioning, is more of, we get into the institutions and how we actually involve the people also. I mean, there might be that knowledge is there, it was there, already there, but probably because of the new systems that have come up, and indifference also is there, and
what was the turning point?
Also, I think when we went, we actually lived with them, and we tried to drink the same water. और हम लोग जब बाहर से आते तो वो लोग बोलते हैं कि see, if you guys are coming from outside and you can come and tell us and drink, तो हम लोग क्यों ना करें हमारी knowledge को, मतलब and then old people also joined, जो पुराने लोग थे वो भी आके join हुए, उन्होंने बोला कि हाँ ये knowledge है हमारे पास already, ये है, हम लोग बोलते हैं, but probably वो उनको believe नहीं कर रहे इतना. But I think working as an institution, साथ में जो काम किया लोगों के साथ मिलके, and working with people, that matters and that makes a difference. And धीरे-धीरे practice में आता, because it's not a one day or 1 month job. So to bring into practice, you need to again and again do it. So अभी अब वो लोग कर रहे हैं, तो that's why अभी they are taking.
So even to restore, it was not new knowledge. It was there. It had been subdued by public intervention. In this case, hand pump. Hand pump, of course, gives individual right to have a source, private source we want to have. It's easier, less strenuous than making water meter well. But it brings with it attendant problem, which is a must. Because of larger open surface, more oxygen, the problem of oxygen release from the soil doesn't take place. What is safer? They knew that. Was not best. So knowing the right thing is not enough for getting it fixed. So knowledge and practice are different. And when we talk about knowledge system, never should be confused one with another. Similarly, the rights of those who only have knowledge versus those who have knowledge and know how to practice should not be at par. People who have knowledge and also know how to practice, which essentially means tailoring drug with the problem or fixing the machine, not just knowing how to make it but fixing it, maintaining it, we should not keep their rights at par. Now let me bring one more level of complexity.
You said which two not at par?
The people who only know and people who know and also can practice.
Sir, then knowledge transform in form of practices. How there should be role of learning also.
Correct.
Yeah, because sir, in social learning theory, the role of leader, the role playing became important. Because in case of Kedar, because इन्होंने बताया कि जब बाहर से आके वो इन्होंने पानी पिया तो गाँव वालों ने सोचा कि जब ये पी सकते हैं तो हम क्यों नहीं पी सकते.
But that was part of the story. That was part of the thing, because the dug well was dirty. So it was not in a form that water should be transmitted. It required cleaning. It required data. I don't know whether you had data. You tested it now.
3 years data. 3 years data.
Of the well.
Of the well and the hand pumps. So बाद जाके देखकर we could convince.
You understand the point? It is not just being outsider. There was evidence collected and shared that dug wells have far lower concentration of arsenic than the tube wells. So it was not just a behavioral aspect. It was not just a behavioral intervention. It was also empirical intervention. It was data-based, evidence-based.
Because पहले जब मैं 2-3 बार गया तब उतना impact नहीं हुआ. अभी when I went with all the data, it was the impact was more. People could listen, people could see कि diagram हमने हिंदी में भी ट्रांसलेट किया था पेपर, तो उनको बांट के दिया कि एक्चुअली इंटरनेशनल में पब्लिश हुआ उससे, और लिखा था वहाँ पे, तो उन्होंने फिर देखा, उनका मैप बनाया था, तो उनके साथ वो पूरा, तब उनको क्लैरिटी हुआ कि नहीं कुछ हो रहा है. अच्छा हो.
So, okay, before I move to the resource and knowledge, and that's a complicated situation, but we have to go through that. Let me stay here for a minute and come back to this point that why are we doing it? We're doing it because we want learning to take place. We want creativity and innovation in society to improve the conditions of life more friendly with them. But we also want people to become more experimental in nature. So while outcome on life is one way of measuring what is usefulness or why we should study, but the very act of experimentation itself is a good reward actually. Disregarding for a minute whether my life changes or not, the fact that I can try things out for myself is a good thing. Because if I try 10 things out, one might work. But if my attitude is that I will not try, somebody else has to give it to me, which is what many dependent societies get into, then chances of my changing my life will be much lesser. So I am saying we should not look at utilitarian view of knowledge. That is, it is useful only when it is practiced. That makes me paradoxical. Knowledge is useful also if it triggers curiosity, if it makes me experiment, if it makes me explore more knowledge, if it makes me curious, inquisitive, and perhaps self-critical. If it helps me to understand that in the absence of full knowledge, I was believing certain things which I will not believe anymore. Earlier I believed there were only two kinds of vinegar, slow and fast. When I go into detail, I find no, there are 16 kinds of vinegar, or 8 kinds of vinegar, or 4 kinds of vinegar, I don't know. Because I took only rate of fermentation as a parameter. So rate can be high and low, fast and slow. But I don't look at this variability in the pot, material of the pot, the starting material, the yeast, so many other variables, light and dark. Sometimes they ferment it in the dark place, sometimes they ferment it in the light space. Does light make difference to the quality of organisms, the way they grow, whether certain life cycles, certain pathways, metabolic pathways are influenced by light? We know that they are influenced. Some are photosensitive, some are not photosensitive. The potato seed is always stored under the pot in the dark, humid place. Otherwise it starts germinating and the chlorophyll starts getting formed. That is the modified stem, not a root. So it becomes toxic. When it becomes green, it becomes toxic. I cannot eat it anymore. And as the seed also is spoiled. So light makes a difference, but I have not taken that into account because I didn't realize that light can be one of the factors for classifying vinegar. So please understand that with more knowledge, my taxonomy becomes richer, my ability to understand where good design works and not. Once I know which are the factors that are influencing it, and I will have parameterized those factors, my ability to adapt the design process. I assume that whether it is man or woman makes a difference. I don't know whether gender is more important in this case or ecological conditions are more important. To give an example, we were doing study in 85 on sweet potato. Now in Bangladesh, in riverine lands, some islands were char lands. Char lands are silt which is deposited and then it becomes a small island. So these islands are very vulnerable to flood and storm, very poor people living. But there are also some rich people who want to encroach on land. When sweet potato was grown on the char land, it was eco-specific, not class-specific. Rich and poor, everybody could receive that. Sandy soil, easy to grow, ideal. On mainland, only very poor people lived, those who couldn't afford to eat rice. Now, same enterprise becomes class-specific in one case and eco-specific enterprise. So it's not necessary that all factors play equal role in all factors. We do a mistake in design process when we give equal importance to all factors in application. Don't try to standardize. I think one of the tasks is to find out which factors should be given much importance. So first, exercise in design process should be done to identify the critical factors that will influence the design functioning, design templates. And depending upon the complexity, depending upon the nature of technology or service, those factors will have to be fixed. And we will discuss when we go through the synopsis. I'm hoping that all of you who have research questions will develop a research proposal in whichever discipline you are interested in, so that one can do a small research and see for oneself how to define those factors, how to study their interplay with different kinds of technology and innovations, how to draw better inferences about their prospects for either public dissemination or adaptation by the people or whatever function. Clear? Because unless you try and use the concept that you will develop to get at this school, you will not collectively learn. We need to learn from each other and understand better as to how do we shortlist which factors to be important for next year. It is not equally important everywhere. In some places, as I said, location becomes important. Some place class becomes important. Some place, not class, but gender becomes important. There was another lady, she was derouting the sweet potato is a wine making, the reaper. On the nodes, roots come, and these roots become them. So while planting, you cut the roots, cut this vine pieces, and plant those pieces with some nodes. So this lady had a salata, that cutting device, and out of 5-6 pieces of 5-6 roots, she was leaving only one or two and removing the other from every node. So we asked Mr. Nurul, the scientist, look at me, why is she doing it? But I don't know. That's fine. We sat down. That sister, please tell us. What do you don't know? Mr. No, you don't know. See, if I allow all the roots to stay, that tubers which come will be long and thin. Consumers like round tubers. If I allow only 2 roots, they will become more space, they will become roundish. Okay? So she has done market research and she is using market consumer behavior into the design of technology. That's what you teach in design process. She has done that. Further, she says there is one more advantage. If I take tubers to market for selling, if I don't get a good price, if they are thin and long, their skin is thinner, their table life is short, I have to sell them anyway. If they are round, is thicker, because more energy is going into this less number of people. I can store them, I can bring them back and sell them next time. And that woman is teaching me how to do market research, how to find consumer preference, how to incorporate consumer preference in the design of technology. This is an example where this innovative use, innovative way of dealing with markets, she has practiced in her practice. It's not a traditional practice. She has observed carefully, found by looking at which tubers last, how long, which one preferred by the consumer, because International Botanical Center knew nothing about this thing. Then I wrote to them. So knowledge gets evolved in the process of its application, and this knowledge which gets evolved in the practice can be evolved by individual and group both. Assume that traditional knowledge is only produced collectively, it is only passed on from generation to generation. Within traditional knowledge there are a lot of experiments taking place, and some of them are very innovative, and we can have innovations. One good example is 2 women make the same curry, same way. Right? Men cannot claim. You cannot claim for anything. But women, एक दाल, एक सब्जी, वही ingredient. But when it is made by mother, different taste. Made by sister, और आप अगर जाते हैं ये सिस्टम बनाइए मगर ठीक है as we puts the stamp of her personality into the formulation. What is a sabzi or dal? Material, as ingredients, proportions, process, sequence, timing and interval, regulation of heat. I thought this is chemistry. It is not recipe. Men do it, we call it formulation. Women do it, we call it recipe. Yeah. We don't call a chemical formula recipe. क्यों भाई वही तो है सब कुछ तो उसका ही है क्या फर्क है मुझे बताओ ना and replicable, refutable, falsifiable all the tests of scientific theory applies to sabzi or dal. Same taste every time. You change the proportion and sequence, the taste will change. So falsifiable. And if you actually copy the recipe, you can actually reproduce it. It's not that only angels can do it. That's why there are so many recipe books. It's transferable. So there are problems, but the fact remains that those are general biases which exist in language. There are many more biases in knowledge system where scholars have called knowledge of developing countries and knowledge of local communities as art, culture, and rituals rather than science or innovation. There is a problem. There is a very beautiful book, Mothers and Daughters of Invention, very often stands. I spent 13 years and analyzed 200 years data of USPTA, US Patent and Trademark Office, to find out the share of women in inventions. She found by 80 only 2% in US, in early 90s, 8% in USA, a democratic, educated, capitalistic society. Then she went to the question, are women less inventive? Are we not able to handle the complexity problems? So of course, as you know, the Jacquard loom was invented by a woman. This Pascal language, one of the computer languages, was invented by a lady. A large number of very complex technologies which have been developed by no question. But then she also found that women are in that very differential. They give credit for their ideas to their husbands. Even in the US that happens. In our country that problem. इनसे पूछना ना इनको मालूम है कुछ. अरे भाई इनसे क्यों पूछना? मुझे नहीं पता इनसे पूछो. Very self-related. They don't want to take credit for this. And men have taken advantage of it. So, what I'm saying is the gender bias is not typically a developing country bias or Indian society bias. It's worldwide and as deep as that. But having said that, it has to be corrected and corrected systematically and quickly because we can't wait indefinitely for this problem to go away. So in our generation, your generation of scholarship, you must try to correct this bias. There are two more reasons why women tend to have less get less notice for their innovations. One is that they were denied culturally access to blacksmithing and carpentry. You don't find women carpenters and you don't find women blacksmiths. Except Jambara, semi-nomadic community of Rajasthan who left Rajasthan during Maharajah Pratap's time and have been robots. Otherwise, so even if they have ideas, if they don't have tools, how do they make it? It doesn't allow them to use carpentry and blacksmithing. Second, for a long time, given the semi-feudal system that we had, they had no vent, no opportunity. When But I know when I was a child, and I was telling my mother this time, I recall it. She was very, she was an artist, creative. She made many patterns in sweater. So first year, if somebody will ask, can you lend us the sweater of your son? It looks very beautiful, very good design. Not this season only he will get it. Next year I will do it. She had a pride that her son was wearing a sweater which was having a design that she had created. And in one season, that's the only sweater which had a design. You know? So I must have got this idea of creativity right there. I don't know, I never noticed it. But when I recall it, I realized, my goodness, how positive she was about the creativity and design. She didn't want to make it become common. At least not in this year. Next year, no, she doesn't care. Because then she would have come out with next design. So next year anyway she was not going to make the same design. So it doesn't matter if people copy it. So pride of originality is there. I mean, it is not that women don't have that pride and that consciousness about being creative and new and something different. A new design, a new stitch or whatever it has been. But societal space given for that has been very constrained. In a scholarship also we have not made enough effort to look for it. I must concede that in IIMA also, not even 5% of awards were not. So, it will change. Once we bring herbal knowledge, it will change. And then there are large number of practices where women have shared their knowledge and hopefully as they get validated and more will get it. So when it comes to new kinds of other solutions, we are not access. Culturally, women investigators have an advantage in accessing knowledge. So if you do not have, if you are only male investigator, there is less chance that you will access women knowledge. This is the problem. Though there are women who do experiments, we long time ago I came across in practice on Susan Fry, not Susan, starch person. A lady had a starch, rice starch, mart. She put them in rows, plant, and her rose blossomed very well. She said, I don't have too many experimental reports, but this rose blossomed very well. Instead of throwing away the starch, which many people do, she put that in the plant. You like to find out if it works well. Like that, there are many cases where incidentally knowledge happens. Sometimes accidentally knowledge happens. But it's important to realize that tapping knowledge, accessing it, calling it creative. I remember Ram Kumari Devi, who had made a beautiful design on the grain pen. I'll show it to you tomorrow. And he said, why do you do it? She said, what else could I have done? As if excellence was, she was doing outstanding work out of helplessness. मुझे और क्या करती मैं? If I put words in her mouth, मुझे घटिया काम तो करना आते नहीं. There was only one brain being so beautifully designed out of 150 kilometers. And she says, what else could I have done? Now, क्या करती? उसको लगा शायद वो गलती करे कुछ. Okay. So, self-effectiveness can be one reason why they don't articulate and assert. Both articulation and assertion are important steps in the knowledge exchange process. How do you know unless I articulate it? कहते हैं ना माँ भी दूध नहीं पिलाती जब तक बच्चा रोता नहीं. Relationship as close as that, mother and child. You will say mother should know when child is hungry. Of course she should know. लेकिन काम में बिजी जाती है ना कई बार. नहीं ध्यान रहता. फिर बच्चा रोता है. अरे यार दूध ले लो चलो सब दूध. In other words, in such a close relationship, without articulation and assertion, even a child doesn't get it. So, one should not assume that any amount of compassionate and justice in society can do away with the need for articulation and assertion. That's what I'm asking. माँ और बच्चे के बीच में तो सबसे ज्यादा क्लोज संबंध है दुनिया के अंदर. वहां भी अगर आर्टिकुलेशन चाहिए, रोना चाहिए, और वहां भी असर्शन चाहिए, जिद करनी पड़ती बच्चे को, तो और we should not undermine the bones, which essentially means it is our job as an outsider to assist the articulation, assertion, and education of the already system. Necessarily the common system or whatever system. All the three we have to do, we have to aid and assist. अपने आप knowledge will remain obscure forever. कुछ भी कर लो, चेंज नहीं होगा अगर हम उसको आर्टिकुलेट नहीं करवाएंगे, उसको एसर्ट नहीं करवाएंगे, उसको एस्टिमेट नहीं करेंगे. नहीं, वो इंड्यूस्ड इनोवेशन का मॉडल. हम इंड्यूस नहीं कर रहे हैं, इनोवेशन को इंड्यूस नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम इंड्यूस नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम फैसिलिटेट कर रहे हैं उसका आर्टिकुलेशन. नॉलेज तो है, उन्होंने कहा था कि हम इंड्यूस करेंगे. हाँ, हम इंड्यूस नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम आर्टिकुलेट करवा रहे हैं, हम उसको एक्सप्रेशन करवा रहे हैं. नॉलेज तो है उसके पास. जब मैं छोटा था, कानपुर के पास है 1928, कान में दर्द हुआ, लैंड लेडी को ब्रेस्ट मिल्क के माइए हो गई. In Andhra Pradesh, when they have transplant tobacco, seedling, they have a pot of milk and they put their hands in the milk after I do food transplantation. In Gujarat, when they put in our disease, they pour the milk on the hooks of the cat. So I shared these three examples in the International Conference on Plant Preserving Biochemistry. Many years ago, I was invited by the President of the Society to talk about drought. मैंने काफी रिसर्च की जॉब पर, डॉक्टर सिद्धार्थ थे प्रेसिडेंट, कॉमन डायरेक्टर आए रहे, और उन्होंने आओ तो बताओ, हम लोग सिर्फ प्लांट एंड वाटर को देखते हैं, यू ऑल्सो टेल अस अबाउट द पर्सन बिहाइंड द प्लांट, हाउ डू पीपल फेस दिस drought. So I said, all right. I said, I will tell this, but I have a problem in my mind which I would like you to reflect on and tell me at the tea break time. If I one of you know. And I did that with 3 examples. My childhood, tobacco seedling. There was a brilliant boy, a doctoral student, Rattananda, from CCMB. Well, sir, both, I don't know about your ear problem, but I know about foot and mouth and tobacco mosaic virus, both are type 2 RNA viruses. Milk has RNA enzyme. After some protein coats, after some protease or something cuts the cell wall of the virus, RNA cuts it and makes it inactive. That's the hypothesis. What beautiful hypothesis! मजा आ गया? To see a pattern? To be honest with you, I had no clue at that time that we were both, I mean I should have known it, but I knew that we were both type 2 RNA viruses. That's what science does. That's what scholarship does. Has to see patterns. Has to find underlying abstraction, underlying phenomena. Then you find, my goodness, disparate observations can take it. Now, my friend, if you want to give me, is that to put these things together. कुछ relationship है तीनों में. दूध है, चाहे वो माँ का दूध हो, चाहे वो पॉट में हो, चाहे वो गाय के पैदा. दूध में कुछ तो है. आँख में एक बार इंफेक्शन का दूध आ जाते हैं. So it is very good for early stage infections to give a check. Now the point I am trying to make is that, and in the morning I told you that Canada has milk as a source of viral control on their medical The question is, if this knowledge has been put well planned, and they are such a great way without going to science, is there fault? Science का होता है language है ना. You can use any language to communicate a practice. So that is the articulation. We have to get these things better. We have to find that blank pattern. We have to feed it back to people. Then they are able to do more experiments. उनको साइंस बतानी पड़ेगी. ब्लैक बेल्ट के अंदर क्यों नहीं आर्सेनिक रिलीज हो रहा है, इसकी साइंस बतानी पड़ेगी. क्लोज एनवायरमेंट में लिक्विड ऑक्सीजन की सप्लाई में ऑक्सीडेशन ज्यादा क्यों होता है, कैसे उसके जो बॉन्ड्स हैं वो सैचुरेट होते हैं, समझाना पड़ेगा. Don't try to keep the knowledge only at the practice level. Don't undermine or underestimate the capability of people to deal with complex things. उनका ताना बाना बड़ा जटिल है. उनको मालूम है ये बुआ की बेटी की सास जो है वो उधर से हमारी तरफ से आएगी तो वो हमारे से ऊंची पड़ेगी, इधर से आएगी तो नीची पड़ेगी, कौन किसके पैर छुएगा, कौन किसके, you know they know all of that. This is the complex calculation. 3 generation after उनको वहां से कैलकुलेट कर लेती दिमाग के अंदर कि ये ऊपर जाएगी कि ये नीचे आएगी, कौन किसके, रिलेटिव्स में don't you know? There is a calculation, कौन किसके ऊपर है, कौन किसके नीचे है, मतलब कौन किसके पैर छुएगा, isn't it? कैसे कैलकुलेट करते हैं, मुझे तो अभी समझ में नहीं आया आता है. बट द सीरीज कहाँ जा रही है, वो देरानी की तरफ जा रही है, जेठानी की तरफ जा रही है, घर जा रही है, घर जा रही है. They calculate all that in their mind and arrive at it. वो जो है उठाए कह रही नहीं भाई तुम्हें देना पड़ेगा नहीं उसको, क्यों ऊंची बैठती है उससे, कैलकुलेट करने की कोई कॉम्प्लेक्स सिस्टम. वेटेड रिलेशनल मैट्रिक्स है पूरा ये, दिमाग में निकाल दिया. एंड शी हैड दैट वन क्लियर कट आंसर, वो एम्बिटी नहीं है उनका आंसर. तो इट इज नॉट दैट दे कांट हैव कॉम्प्लेक्स, वी हैव नॉट good people. हम स्कॉलरशिप को वापस लेके जाते हैं, हम शेयर नहीं करते अपनी बात, हम कोशिश नहीं करते कि जो तुम लोगों ने अभी जो कर रहे हो तुम जाते वहां पर भाई तुम गए मनोज उन लोगों के पास, कुछ तो नए डिजाइन निकलेंगे ना यार, कुछ तो नए डिजाइन निकलेंगे. People will come out with some new ideas. So please understand that this school is also to equip us to understand and analyze how do we continue a dialogue which will continue to throw surprises but also deepen our understanding of knowledge. कई बार हम लोग इतने ज़्यादा स्कॉलरशिप से इन्फ्लुएंस हो जाते हैं, those categories which the conventional literature does not provide are not used. Certain categories have not been invented so far. Create them. कब तक borrowed instruments ही मेजर करते होंगे? एक फर्नेस आदिवासी बनाता है स्मेल्ट करने के लिए आयरन ओर को. उस फर्नेस को तोड़ना है at a particular temperature to get the iron. How does he measure the temperature? एक पाइप लेता है, पाइप को फर्नेस पे लगाता है, आवाज होता है आपकी. By the sound of fire he calculates the temperature. जो बताओ ना कौन सी डिजिट मिलता है? नई बात नहीं. And he is right the time because he has to get an iron to make arrows and bows. और एरो एरो है हजारों साल से स्मेल कर रहा है, हर बात को सही टेम्परेचर पे तोड़ना है. हाई कार्बन 3% है, 2 से 3% मिला कार्बन. जापान से मंगवाते हैं वो स्टील डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री, हमारे यहाँ 0.5% ज़्यादा नहीं बन पाई. PhD के प्रोफेसर रिव्यू किया मिनरल मेटलर्जी के,
and then to pass it on also,
which is not happening.
But previously it has happened.
Yes, अभी भी एक दो मिलती है. अगर पूरी बस्ती की यात्रा में एक ही स्मैटिंग मिलेगा, एक फर्क मिलेगा.
That means they know how to think it also.
They know how to teach it.
Learn it also.
Know how to teach it. How to ensure that the taught has learned it. वो टेस्ट देते हैं बच्चे का टेस्ट दिया जाता है
That is also beyond our
वो
formal way.
सबको नहीं पढ़ाते
हाँ.
देखते हैं कौन से बच्चे में प्रतिभा है
So you mean to say that it is not in the family?
not necessarily you are in Shodhyasta in Jamnagar नाम मिल जाएगा एनिमल लीडर थे एक वो थे हाई क्लास के अर्जुन था जिसको उन्होंने सिखाया उन्होंने बोला आपने वो चेहरा तैयार किया दादा हाँ हाँ ये है ना बोला कौन है बोला मैंने कहा कैसे चुना आपने इसको बोला बहुत तंग करता था मेरे को ये बार बार आएगा पूछता रहेगा कभी ये पूछो कभी पूछो मैंने उसको बहुत बताया ठीक है तो his curiosity, his tenacity, teacher willingness to share, there was no response. सोनाथन में हमने एक बार मीटिंग करी कब जा रहे हैं लीडर बैठे मैंने कहा दादा हम क्या करें आपकी कमेटी के लिए मेरे कंधे पे आप रखा हुआ तुम कुछ मत करो हमारे जो बच्चे हैं उनको कई तरीका बता दो सीखने का क्या ठीक है नहीं चाहते That's all. So हमको कुछ चाहिए हमको क्या चाहिए कुछ चाहिए I'm not saying that we should make it in a heritable trait. I'll give an example where it is not. But someone who is curious, how do we communicate our knowledge in a manner that somebody who is curious in society, एक तो होगा जो विनेगर बनाने में माहिर होना चाहिए कोई तो होता है कोई देरी होगी तो क्या होगा कोई अच्छी होगी कोई तो होगा जिसके दिमाग में सवाल होगा यार अगर फ्रांस की एक गांव की वाइन 500 बोतल बनती है सारी दुनिया में जाती है तो हमारे गांव की विनेगर सारी दुनिया में क्यों नहीं जाएगी ये सवाल तो उठाने वाला होना चाहिए कोई somebody should ask this question how did French people do how do they create so much respect for the wine industry there are villages where only about 20 hectares of land they only produce 500 bottles and the whole world waits for these 500 bottles to be auctioned every year only 500 bottles so you can create global market for small quantity that's what I'm trying to say niche based production can create mass market definitely but you can understand how it happens we have to ask those questions we have to ask those questions it is not scaled up recently in a meeting in Stuart Hart who wrote this paper so called DFP they were discussing scale. I said, wait a minute. The problem of water impurity, high iron rich water in IIMA I can only sell 10,000 filters there. Now you want me to wait till this problem becomes for 10 million people. Then I can scale up my solution. What are you talking about? Do you understand the morality of my comment? So, not up. People realize what we can do. Because scaling up is a mantra for every investor, for every policymaker. अरे मैं कैसे scale up करूँ? Are location specific problems is finding solution to location specific problem not morally right? You should only work on generalizable problem, universal problem, not local problem. You understand? If your student wants to solve the problem, solely addressing the need of 500 people, it is immoral, it is undesirable, it is professionally less rewarding than if somebody does a solution for 5,000 people. Those 500 people have no right to teach it. उनको जीने का स्थान है. How do we scale up? How do we measure the importance of the problem? By numbers. And how much it affects the people. जिसकी जिंदगी में बन रही है इसलिए the public problem. There are diseases which affect only 10,000 people in the world medicine. तो उस पर रिसर्च नहीं करनी चाहिए। जो 10 बिलियन या 100 बिलियन को करती है उसमें करना चाहिए, तो बिलियन को करती है उसमें करना चाहिए। ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ मत करो, but should one become enemy of another? Is there not enough space in the world to work on both? How do we ask research questions? How do we justify those research problems? How do we encourage students to think of problems which are affecting countries, not necessarily always large numbers? How do we encourage solutions which will not diffuse life? गुनाह थोड़ी है एक ग्रुप की प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करना. You don't only get satisfaction by how many people are affected, but you also get satisfaction by how well you solve that problem. You suboptimally solve problem of 1 million people, or you optimally solve problem of 500 people. तो बड़ा फर्क रहेगा. As a teacher, as a student, you have to ask difficult questions. This knowledge system, research is not just for sake of research. It is about way we want to build our society. What kind of scholarship you want to produce? What kind of mind you want to create? Which will give direction to the world.
What is the answer to that?
I don't know. The answer is you will have to provide the answer. I am only asking the question. Answer is zero. You can put your work into the interesting category, cheap legitimacy by Derrida and whatever other scholars are, and then Foucault, and then say that that's all that needs to be said about knowledge systems. Or कुछ नहीं कहना है.
Sometimes the perception, our perception, the formal education and perception, when we look at it towards a local government or a Yuva type innovation.
Are they synonyms?
No, I am using these as an umbrella term. These are not synonyms of it. Actually, sir, when I started working on innovation, the first question that troubled me several times, the typology of innovation, how to deal with it. So, when we start reading on our perception about the innovation, I think even I have spent 2 years on innovation research, but today I am very honest, I am not very much, then I am not clear about the definition. First, I think all of should agree with this, our understanding about the innovation. Because when I was in my field, I thought if there is innovation, there should be some scientific robustness, some science, some form of reproducibility, scaling the parameters. We awarely or unawarely trying to these parameters in a case of the innovation about what we are talking about. But when we put these variables to in that innovation, that contradiction becomes right. So, or in this case, the collaboration between the formal sector player and informal innovator also becomes a part of conflict. So, sir, I am still
That is
facing problem.
I think that is a good question. I'm sure all of you are facing these questions. ये आगे बाहर जाना क्या? Let's go out. चाय के ऊपर सोचो, चाय की चर्चा करो. लेकिन नॉलेज होती है वहाँ चाय के. हरियाणा में क्या करते हैं वो मीठा जो होता है बूंदी का under those two conditions, with increasing wages or increasing price of my labor, I can reduce the price. So I give more value to spend time with the family. Which is what ultimately people say we are all doing for. And if you doing all the then you have less cost, less time for that. So supply response. Not all of them, everybody will not do that, of course. It is confident basic, generally speaking. You assume as if people are only responding positively to crisis, people are only money. Very other than money. They are not willing to advertise. Really. Okay, so and Siddharth, we will circulate अभी comparison किया ना columns का और तो उसको दे देना एक कॉपी उसकी वो शेयर कर दो फोल्डर बड़ा सिंपल सी बात
ड्राइव में अपलोड
हाँ
ड्राइव में अपलोड करके सबसे शेयर कर
ड्राइव डाला हुआ ना उसने कल जो डाला था
ठीक है सर
उसको शेयर कर दो
अरे हम लोग को एक्सेस नहीं है यहाँ इंटरनेट
नहीं शेयर कर देंगे तो आप डाउनलोड कर लो ना जब भी आपको जहाँ इंटरनेट का एक्सेस क्यों
नहीं है
बात कर लो मुझसे 5 दिन के लिए दे दो बात करो let us get it for 5 days हो जाएगा बहुत अच्छा है अगर इंटरनेट नहीं तो कम से कम आप ध्यान तो देंगे ना क्या हो रहा है
ध्यान तो दे ही रहे हैं
लेकिन अगर इंटरनेट होगा तो पता चला कि मैं बोल रहा हूँ वो हाँ हो भाई बोलेंगे आई एम इन फिनलैंड और आया फ्रेंड हमारा मुख्तार he is from Bangladesh from Finland of this Palestine he is in Finland but he is originally here from Bangladesh and he is also finishing his thesis on nuclear innovation. So he will attend. Since morning we have done quite a lot. Are recordings available on the line? Yes. So there are recordings available at bit.do/IIMA1. This is the address, YouTube address, where the videos are available of whatever we have discussed so far. So you could try and then ask questions. But just for 2-line summary, which is very difficult, but nevertheless is that we have looked at how knowledge domains get fertilized by the interplay between natural capital, social capital, ethical capital, and social capital. We then also looked at the way ethical capital can be institutionalized, and without ethical capital it will be difficult to understand how frugality or how material intensity is reduced and knowledge intensity is increased. So ethics is not only about behavior towards each other but also about nature. This point you should have underlined that when you are concerned with nature, concerned with environment, concerned with responsibility for renewing nature, only then you will like to be responsible in using these materials and creating waste. If you are not responsible, then you will not care about it, and then recycling, repurposing, reusing will not happen as much as it does. So we also looked at how large number of drug innovations involve second-hand parts. So, and in the process, how do you search materials? Yes.
Touched upon the language point, and also the innovation for and with. But I think you want to go into more into that.
Yes.
So maybe there is another session for that, or should we?
No, we can pursue that. What I will do, I will finish this part, the contested part from which we got digressed into the question of how to select problems. We will come back to this issue that we were discussing before. What was the question that you
Question about the formal perspective and the people.
Yes.
Without in the
Yes. If we keep this question alive for another 10 minutes, then look at it this way. now we have introduced one more complexity, and the complexity is that we have resources which may be under private rights, common property, or public property. Public is roadside, whatever. Common is within a community forest, or community lake, or community pasture. Private is in my personal garden. So there is a tree in my garden. I only know its uses, and I only have access to it. Right? So when cell number 1, resource is private, knowledge is individual or private, correct? Or private knowledge and resources held by community. So in a community forest there is a tree. I don't know which part of this tree is used for giving medicine. Or tree is in the forest or roadside. Okay. Only one person or one family. Two families. Whole community knows about it. That their tree in my house can be used for, the leaves of the tree can be used for women who are having menstrual cycle and they don't have regular flow. They can take the hibiscus flower of that particular variety that I have in my house and some pomegranate flower and they make a tea out of it. So that particular variety, that particular tree, my home has that tree, but everybody knows they come as and when they need it and I don't mind it. So access is public, private, knowledge is common, fine. People allow it. Or public property. Public resources, there is a tree in Champaran Shodhyatra, we came across a herb on the roadside, everybody knew that, they made sabzi out of it, and also it was useful for pain. When you work hard and get tired in the day, you take sabzi of that particular plant and it gave you some relief. Now this plant is found in about 7 or 8 states and everywhere it has been communicated, it has been reported for inflammation and pain. Public knowledge about public resources. So we have different combinations as you can see. What is the importance of this? The importance is that institutional arrangements which guide this knowledge system, which institutional arrangements which guide this knowledge, provide a very rich understanding of how society manages knowledge. In the process, how innovations emerge, that's where we are heading towards. So innovation in any of the cells. In any of this cell, innovation can emerge. So when the root bridge was developed in Nagriyad in Meghalaya, when roots of the trees from two sides of the river were pulled and made into a bridge on which we have walked and then you can walk if you wish to. The resource was public. The tree was growing on the river, both sides of the river and all along and people know that. By species. The knowledge that this can be used might have come to one mind, the two minds, they have no history, they have the idea that we can make it rich. But the question part rich will come only when there is a culture which asks the question, यार वो नहीं करना जो हमने किया, अलग करना है. So culture of creativity creates curiosity, वो नहीं करना जो सबने किया. Bridge वैसा नहीं बनाना जो सब लोग बनाते हैं. They had an option of making a rope bridge, they had an option of making some great bridge, they had an option of making other kinds of bridge. नहीं बनाना है. So by one choice, one decision, you have eliminated all available models. Can you imagine the power of culture? Same culture which forces us to be compliant, congruent and conformist. lot of people in our country are very compliant. जैसे कहा वैसे करते हैं. ठीक है सर, सब कुछ ठीक है. Conformist, whatever government you is, very child. But there are some who they are in this room also. ठीक है ना? So when you decide to be different, you want to do something different. That urge to be different generates the curiosity and search for materials, search for technology. Now you have technology. Somebody knows how to pull the ropes, but you can't pull it alone. You need group, you need institution. So technology is like word, institutions are like grammar, and culture is like letters. Technology is like word, institutions are like grammar. The word has to be arranged. Technology has to be embedded in the system of exchange of knowledge. So there are institutional arrangements. And thesaurus, culture is like thesaurus. It gives you variability on the thing. Bridge तो है, लेकिन bridge वो नहीं है जो तुम कह रहे हो. It's a different bridge. So design process, unless we capture the essence of being different, being better, being more useful, being affordable, being economical, being renewable, being surplus, where would this urge arise? Where would this urge arise? It arises from shared beliefs, that's what culture is. And in shared beliefs, sometimes the belief is shared, all that we know we are not going to use. Which अलग करना है. कुछ बेहतर करना है. Something different, something better, something more useful, something aesthetically more beautiful. That is how things which break the mold emerge. Somewhere that pressure has to come. But that's not enough. You need to have means of achieving that. And you need to have cooperation of people. In some cases, not in others. So this matrix is only useful to the extent that it helps you to connect resource and knowledge. Rights and resource rights. So it gives you a complex interlocking matrix of property rights and knowledge and property rights. And then tells you how people exchange. So I may have no special rights to resource or knowledge, but I am willing to learn. In the process of learning, I end up acquiring some tacit knowledge which only the expert had, the leader had. Because I became a Shishya. And then he gave me knowledge. I found that some plants are not traceable anymore. I substituted them with some new plants. A new population came along. That's innovation. Without having any right over knowledge and any right over resource, I ended up becoming an innovator. Merely by filling the gaps. A plant which was in the original formation, traditional knowledge was not available. How do we give evidence of that? The Issue Babool, famous water plant, was introduced about 36, 27 years ago. It was not there in this country. Australia had. Australian Babool is what whole range of knowledge systems that revolve around this plant now. There are some best. Australia is knowledge to me. The tree neem was introduced in Africa when Mrs. Gandhi, after the Stockholm Conference 1971, she went to a tour of Africa and she gave the seeds of neem distributed. Before that, in many countries, there was no neem. Somebody made a soap, people came in the weekly market. Yeah, वो वाला soap था ना, the last time that you gave. क्यों? अरे भाई, I used to have a skin disease and now I don't have any irritation here. I want the same soap. Yes, you don't know? No, I don't know. No, this soap is very good for skin infection. Acha? The man who made the soap didn't know that. But the user knew that. User gave the knowledge to the supplier. Supplier gave knowledge to potential user and other users. Knowledge started spreading. In a country there was no knowledge. You see, I am taking those cases where experimental conditions exist historically, where the species is not there. So how many knowledge evolved? Both in India and Africa, we have had two examples, the many such examples, which show that to trace all knowledge of people as traditional, called it traditional, is nonsense. And to take tradition as only something which is passed on from generation to generation is also nonsense. That means all succeeding generations of all bearers वो सिर्फ उठाकर चलते थे बस, तो मार की भांति उन्होंने कुछ अपना दिमाग लगाया नहीं. Some knowledge may have remained in a fossilized form, I will not deny, but a lot of knowledge goes on getting revised and in the process. Otherwise, everything will be done the same way as your grandmother did. I don't know that. A lot of dishes, a lot of food, a lot of clothes, a lot of rituals, a lot of things change. That means evolution is taking place in our own lives, in our own families. We are part of the society. If in our family things have changed and made different, food habits, food processes, design, taste, clothes, whatever have you, the environment that happens, society at large. So that, let us have first of all a very dynamic understanding of knowledge. Very dynamic. There is nothing static. Secondly, we should not ever use the term that traditional knowledge is transferred from generation to generation. Because then you get the feeling that as if it is a historical reserve and subsequent generation have not done anything except transfer it. सुना यहाँ तो सुना यहाँ तक के पास हमने दिमाग का इस्तेमाल नहीं ऐसा नहीं. Some people do in the process of those two. So I don't agree with those definitions, and I would suggest that you think about. I agree that we should have some definitions, but I will suggest that you should arrive at those definitions before the school finishes, and we should not before. I would say before. Within next 2 days, we should at least have whole set of definitions very clearly laid out. Definition of traditional knowledge, definition of common knowledge, definition of public knowledge, definition of private knowledge, definition of knowledge and innovations, innovations and practices, the distinction between knowledge which undergoes improvement in the hands of practitioners. So, you give me a formula or a recipe, in the process of using it I modify it. So I gave to Nanika tea of pomegranate and we discussed, and then she said, look, today I only use pomegranate and the effect was different, and I use them together, the effect is different. Is that in her own experience? That I have also noticed how did next time I'll tell you to please try to use them separately first and see how what ratio works for. So after few experiments, maybe after few trials by different people, we might arrive at a generalized maybe. Maybe not, because if it is very individual biology specific for different women it works differently, then there is no need to have a generalized language. Why should we insist that all bodies should be treated alike? All bodies are not alike. You have different cycles, you have different metabolic processes, you have different ways of hormonal release. We have different. Why should we assume that everybody will have to treat or respond to triggers for particular pathway same way? No. The whole world is moving toward customized medicine now, at long last. So there is no reason. Ayurveda was always customized. So let us not understand that generalizability is a necessary condition for a process to be scientific. Generalizability of principle, yes. Generalizability of practice, no. Practice can vary from case to case.
Sir, like on generalization, then how then
Knowledge accumulation will take place.
the paradigm will take place?
Correct. So knowledge, generalizability is of the principles, the heuristics. But application of the heuristic need not be. So let us come to the point about, if we agree on a definition that innovation is a method or is an improved method, material or application of resources so as to give more efficient and effective solutions for the particular purpose or problem. If that is the definition of innovation, then it can take place to different degrees and different components, isn't it? And it is not necessary that all users will have the same expectation of efficiency. One farmer is satisfied if 10% improvement is there, another is not satisfied if 90% improvement is there.
And efficiency of what?
So if you are, whatever input to output, if you look at how much labor and resources or energy I have invested, how much output I am getting, if you calculate, all of us don't have the same level of jump that should take place in the efficiency or output to be called as satisfactory. It's a step function, and the height of the step is not uniform for all of us. When we shift from one production function to another, from one ratio of input to output to another, we need some change in the ratio. That change that we need is not constant across all categories of people. Some people are happy with 5% change, 10% change. Some people are not happy with at least 35%. उनको थोड़ा सा चेंज नहीं होता है, किसी को हो जाता है, डिपेंड अपॉन व्हाट माय करंट लेवल ऑफ इकोनॉमिक पोर्टफोलियो. Yes.
The innovation has a strong relation with culture, and culture is the shared belief and shared learning pattern. So the innovation, the connection of innovation become important with culture. Then, sir, why all the time, especially in traditional literature on innovation, innovation is very dominated with the economic perspective.
When people made a double-story roof bridge, which was innovative, did they calculate the economics of it? Good days in economics, because there are no material to be brought from outside. Nothing to be purchased. No purchase input. All inputs are locally available. In this case, it is innovation. Not many of us have seen roof bridge. देखा है क्या? मैंने देखा, आपने देखा है? So, you know.
You can show a photo.
This is the one. So this is a bridge made of tree roof. There is a more beautiful version of it.
This is the simplest, smallest one.
So there are, this will come up, it's coming out. That will question is now, this village which has been built is innovative, doesn't have, the motivation was not to save cost, it actually would have required much more technology. There is a motivation which I am trying that scholars should understand and pay more attention to, which is called as swanta sukhaya, for one's own happiness. Many times we do things for our own happiness, not just intrinsic motivation, but inner happiness. It is a step beyond motivation. Motivation may not give you happiness. Okay, this is the way. So, the point is that of any consequence? खुशी कुछ मायने रखती है, इनोवेशन की नहीं रखती।
चीजें मायने रखती है, but not all the time. Sometimes we do things.
थ्योरी क्यों नहीं डील करती हैप्पीनेस के साथ? हमारी थ्योरी में हंसी और खुशहाली क्यों नहीं? मस्ती क्यों नहीं? जॉय क्यों नहीं? उल्लास क्यों नहीं?
करके देखने का अपना ही मजा है, प्रैक्टिकल।
मैं हिंदी बोलता हूँ, everybody understand हिंदी। कोई बात हिंदी जानते हो ना यार? नहीं जानते तो बता देंगे, उसको सिखा देंगे हिंदी। उत्सुकता से पैदा होता है उत्साह। उत्सुकता is curiosity, उत्साह is enthusiasm. So when you have curiosity, you become enthusiastic about life. When you have utsaha, you get energy, urja. Right? When you get urja, you find ullas. सिर्फ कुछ ही चाहिए. Okay? These are the 4 steps for moving from curiosity to enthusiasm, enthusiasm to energy, energy to happiness, the blissfulness, I would say. And that motivates many people to do things that they do in their life. And why shouldn't it? It motivates me to do things that I do. काम तो ये क्यों कर लिया, बीच में ऐड कर लिया यार? इसने कहा था नहीं? There is no project for it. Nobody sponsored it. मजा आ गया। सुबह जो उसने कमेंट किया वो गर्मी का, मैंने उस पर सोचता ना लंच के अंदर, और जो शूट था ना उसका, I hadn't thought about that. Although I realized that the temperature will not be more than 47-48 degrees, because that's the temperature of the sun anyway. So it may not make any difference to the microwave diversity. But assume for a minute that it goes to 70 degrees. Reflection. It could affect the microbiology. But I am going to think about it. I will like to get it out of my system, otherwise it will keep bothering me. So I will test. अभी आपको बोलूँगा, फील्ड में जाकर टेस्ट करो, कितना टेम्परेचर बढ़ता है when there is a shear, iron shoe, you calculate the temperature. Because if it is more than 45 to 47 or 40, up to 50 degrees, then it will affect the organisms. Not all of them, some of them. Anyhow, so thermophilic will grow, thermophobic will grow. Generally, it doesn't happen so fast.
Thermophilic में भी temperature ranges होते हैं.
हाँ. Anyhow, so it is possible that literature has not focused on it because many people who have done innovations in this motivation that we talked about, those scholars have not met it.
Yes, actually, sir, this is the discussion I also have with my supervisor, because he is also economic guy, and he also sometimes appreciate and sometimes grill me very badly. Why you are trying to do some dhamaka or some because sir, when I started Google on innovation, I didn't find even a single center where innovation studies taking place under the anthropological department or cultural studies department. All of the centers innovation and even the sociological aspects of innovation, anthropological, cultural, and motivational and developmental issues, all are coming under the economics. Sir, उसका aspects हैं different innovation का organization behavior. But sir, I found a interesting book, Kevin Leland, Animal Innovation. So that book inspired me a lot to think innovation from the behavioral aspect, cultural aspect, anthropological aspect. And there was a line in that book. In conventional literature, innovation is a wealth generation, the notion of innovation. Ultimate goal in a capital society for doing innovation is a surplus, to maintain their surplus. But when we come to the animal society, this surplus cannot be measured in form of the monetary. Then what will be the measure? One is the forgery habit, the way of habit, novelty, and the energy saving, and most importantly, they said the mating pattern, the way to sustain their species, and the evolutionary process. Species though didn't able to inculcate these innovations, especially in form of progeny continuation, got extinct. Same idea can apply to the technology.
The extinction of technology need not take place only through its own deficiency. The extinction of technology can also take place through what you call as predatory practices. The predatory practices is when the sanitary napkin machine was developed, the price of a napkin was around 8 to 10 rupees. As the machine started spreading, the company reduced the price. Today it's about 2 rupees. And the napkin machine, with all its efficiency, cannot make it less than 2 rupees or 50 rupees. With all attendant other uncertainties. The companies have tried to get the market of decentralized machines. Not because technology did not do enough, but because of predatory pricing. Understand? In 3 years, 4 years, the price will come down so much. So they were making huge profits. They realized that if these become successful, then their profit will be affected naturally. So they did that. Please understand that human societies are a little more complex than animal societies, because in human societies, institutions play a very important role. And institutions, unlike instinctive behavior of animals, can be rules which are sometimes enforced voluntarily, sometimes forcibly. So, Pol Pot, the dictator, made cultivation of land rations illegal. He wanted to give production. With the result, entire barn has to vanish practically. Fortunately, he had made some collection of land rations. Because of flood, because of drought, because of various uncertainties, people didn't have modern rapid capability. They were large-scale families, lots of debt, thousands and thousands. 100,000 people died, partly in war, partly in famine. When the regime was uploaded, the new regime wanted to bring sense in order into things. They took the accessory collection and brought it back into the institute for collection. Traditional variety was reshaped to modern use and brought into the high-risk environment where the modern varieties were not found. This is an example where institutional annihilation of certain technologies could not succeed because of the problem that I mentioned. China also tried this. Masters of China. I have otherwise made a lot of respect for it. But in certain areas it is a major mistake. This was one of the areas. Sorry?
I was just saying that it's still happening because I mean the work that we are doing, we realize that traditional land races are not promoted at all, and especially in hill regions where like and the island areas, apart from traditional varieties, very few other varieties thrive, and increasingly through policy and everything.
We are seeing that I have been monitoring the same village. Anamika is doing her thesis. For the last 27 years, we have monitored the same village in Eastern India. Today in that village, only one partner is growing one traditional variety. There were 26 of them in one village. 3 villages I have been studying, not one. What you think is true. And it is through institutions, not because they are not important. That's useful, that's resilient. But because of the short-term incentives that the market has provided, it has happened. So we don't think that the technologies when they disappear, innovations when they disappear only because they are not worthy. There are a lot of institutional concerns, there are subsidies, there are incentives, there are all kinds of things by which you can prop up a technology, And it might also include the mining of the nutrients of the soil, and in the long run people suffer. Today the health expenditure is far more in the intensively cultivated region than before because soil has been mined of more than minerals. Zinc was first deficiency, every tablet came in the market. Today almost every other household needs mineral supplements. Food is not able to provide those minerals. We are mined. So having mined the natural resources, now we are trying to sell those minerals from elsewhere as our food rate is. And still our expenditure, the only sector which is growing at the rate of 20 to 24% is drug. कुछ तो कारण हो गया इसका। ड्रग फैक्ट्री की एफिशिएंसी कम नहीं है ना, डिमांड तो बढ़ रही है ना, डिमांड जब बढ़ रही है तो बिजली ज्यादा होगी और कोई तरीका एग्रीकल्चर बेचने का। So obviously our body, our society is becoming more sick. There is nothing else growing in our society at that rate except sickness. The largest, the wealthiest companies in the world today are pharma and few IT. Yes. Yeah. Coming back. So I am just saying modify your hypothesis. Hold on to it. We'll come back to it, but at this moment put a question mark at least. I'm not saying you remove it, put a question mark. So let us come back to the question that you raised. This is just to show that the knowledge exchanges are influenced by a complex interplay of institutional factors which affect knowledge domain and also property rights of resources. So a landless person who has no property right to any land may have to rely on only publicly accessible resources, but can produce innovations which can improve his efficiency. There are cases where innovations are emerging which are constraints that modern technologies are not able to remove. Let me take an example. Haryana Shodhyatra. Haryana and Punjab are very revolutionary regions for us. In Haryana Shodhyatra, we came across 4 or 5 different villages where people were developing cycle-based innovations. So we said, what is happening? This region has tractors, this region has universe, this region has prosperity, this region has everything going for them. Why are they looking at cycle as a means of doing operations? So in one village, there was a beautiful avaltas tree, sitting tea. So we set that tree in the field. There was only one tree in the whole field. Beautiful. Avaltas, summertime, full of yellow flowers. So it was aesthetically good. Now what I am trying to explain to you is how did it begin. It began from a pure pleasure-seeking, hedonistic urge to spend a few good moments there and enjoy the sight of that. Avaltas, what do you call that? Huh? No, Avaltas is that the pod, you know that?
Yeah,
Huh?
that's what it's called.
Lebanon. No, scientific name is different. Scientific name is Cassia fistula. Cassia fistula. So, we were talking to a boy and I said, look, somebody must have done something new. तुम थे क्या? So, नहीं था, यहाँ किसी ने कुछ नहीं किया. अरे भाई कोई तो होगा. नहीं सर, किसी ने कुछ नहीं किया. यार कोई तो होगा, बताना. किसी ने कुछ तो किया होगा. सर एक आदमी है जिसने साइकिल से बॉडी बनाई है, सीट सोएंगे, गाड़ी से हमारे पास जाओ यार, उसके बाद लेकर आओ उसका. So they went to that village and fortunately found him and brought him. ये बताओ सही. So we were, next village was the village of Ramdev. So we were walking to that village and that person started walking with us. On the way we asked, तुमने किया क्या? बोला सर मैंने साइकिल के अंदर सोइंग का पाइप लगा दिया. ट्रैक्टर की कुछ नहीं. बोला है ना ट्रैक्टर, साइकिल से सोइंग क्यों करते हो? व्हाई डू यू सो साइकिल? सर साइकिल इज लाइट, सही है, एंड विद ट्रैक्टर आई कैनॉट रेगुलेट द डेप्थ ऑफ द शीट. Tractor, because of its pressure and because of the way machinery is designed, it puts the sheet slightly deeper in the pipe. No matter what kind of seed you like this. If the seed falls deeper, tillering is less. When tillering is less, my yield gets affected. If it is 3 inches and I want to have 2.5 inch, my yield will be affected. Cycle is light. It cannot put the seed too deep. I plow the land with tractor. Do the swing inside. Not only this innovation is frugal, it is more efficient. Not less efficient. It is increasing, it is giving higher productivity, more tillers per seed. Tillers mean the shoot which comes from the side. दिमाग खोल दिया अपने यार. I mean, we were flabbergasted. What is this fellow saying? Then next day he brought that device and he showed us. Now people tell me that, you know, when you talk about graphic innovation, you are taking the country back. I don't know. This farmer is going faster. He is increasing production. He is using simpler technology. He is ensuring the seed falls at the right depth and has high tillering. This innovation is a very clear understanding. It shows the farmer's understanding of the biology, soil, mechanics. Okay? It cannot happen only by one person. 3 different disciplines: mechanical engineering, plant physiology, crop, the soil behavior. All the 3 he has integrated. Only then the solution can emerge, otherwise the solution will not emerge. Now because it is simple, therefore we should ridicule it. Yeah. Now the origin of this innovation lies in the fact that farmers are recognizing that many of the solutions which are generalizable claim to be highly efficient have short-changed them in their behavior, in their experience. In light soil, this village where we are talking about is on the border of Rajasthan. So Mahendragarh district is on the border of Haryana and Rajasthan. So sandy soil, sandy in some places sandy soil, light soil. In light soil you take heavy machinery, naturally it will flying and deeper place the soil. So we can go on, but there are many examples to be treated with that. Let us compare that the language that we use for describing things without ascribing any motivations and any validness should not distract my attention from the urge of the innovator to find solutions that are serving the purpose which is good quality of life. Why would anybody do things which are not serving their purpose? Why would that? Nobody will do that. There's no reason for it. So let us accept that. But the question that you raised as to what was the question? Whether
I don't recollect which.
no, when you said about innovations, you said will you discuss that?
I would say the other part, no? Innovation for this.
Yeah. So
And
yeah.
add value.
That innovations can take place in materials, can take place in methods, can take place in application, can take place by changing the context. Change different context is an innovation. I have not done any change in material, I have not changed any method, I have just used the same thing in different applications. We took example of aspirin in the morning. Or I have changed application. I have not changed the design, I have not changed, but I have, for example, if somebody uses the device for some other application or in a different context. So windmill designed in Assam for pumping water, used in India, used in Western India for making salt. Same windmill, only problem is here the context, wind velocity is higher. Therefore, the bamboo windmill not work. We have to make iron.
Don't one year, don't one to number 8.
क्या हुआ?
Divide होगी.
चाबी किसके पास है? रूम नंबर 8.
Don't number 1.
हर होगी किसी लड़की का ही होगा.
आया नहीं है वैसा है.
ये तो चाबी कुछ
So what is the first
material method. So the material that you use, you change, then you bring new materials for solving the problem. That's very innovative. New method. When Mansukh Bhai Prajapati made a clay pan, non-stick pan, he took the clay pan and developed a new method by which the Teflon kind of substance, food grade quality non-stick paint, went to the capillaries of the clay plate. So normally when you eat food from the conventional non-stick pan, sometimes the metallic surface shows up. So where has Teflon gone? Stomach. That was not the intention for, that was not the purpose of the Teflon coating was that. So, you have it, it will have its own consequences. It costs more, at least $5 to $10, $5 minimum. ₹300 तो रखते हो non-stick pan के कम से कम 3 से 4 ज़्यादा बेहतर. We took 10 rupee pen, put the coating, without handle, 50 rupees is handle, 100 rupees, $1.5. Now when you put food on it, you cannot scrape the surface because it has gone into capillary. It's safer, more affordable, more tasteful. Yes, it is fragile. Yes. Cost is also. What has it done? He has used the material. Slightly different method. Purpose is same. Okay. There is no change in the purpose. Context is the same. Kitchen. No change in the context. This is universal. Well, you could have innovations where the method so you take a Ponchia species, a cactus, or Euphorbia, another cactus. Put its pieces in the irrigation channel. So the latex of the species will get dissolved in the water which they drink. Control termite problem. You have to drench the soil very costly way. Irrigation channel, irrigation water to conserve herbal extract has reached everywhere. In banana peel you put a drip of castor oil, put 2 poles, tie them with a strip, rope, put a can, in can you put this castor oil, put a wick here, so drop by drop, it will drop in the irrigation channel. The bananas will have luster on their skin, shining. Consumer will give you more payment, more price, more soil marketing. Castor oil, control of soil-borne pathogens, this method of.
I have a question in the context of my. I'm working with a grassroots innovator identified by IIM and Honeybee Network and IIM. So the other person, this grassroots innovator is G.K. Ratnakar from Karnataka. So he has done a modified micro-hydro turbine. Other is a trained professional, IIT Delhi Yogeshwar Kumar. So he is a trained engineer. Also doing micro-hydro turbine. So I thought that I could call him a grassroots or grassroots professional basically.
No, he is not a grassroots professional. He is a professional working at grassroots.
Yes. So that's what. So in terms of this terminology that we are discussing right now, what I was trying to frame this whole thing was as people who are working with a grassroots problem, of which some are trained professionals and some are formally trained professionals or practitioners.
There are 4 different conditions of innovation at grassroots. There is ICR scientist. He is working at grassroots, but he is using his own method, own experimental design. He is given the land on lease. That's everything is like a experimental station.
Right. That is ACT.
ACT.
So Yogeshwar Kumar was at ACT, and now since he has started working so much with community.
So now it is big.
So it seems like it's big.
But if it is design is still his, then it is false. If it is with, then design contribution should also be there from you. You can't just say that I have consulted people, therefore it is with. Anyway, when you implement something at that level, some involvement of people will be there, but their involvement may be only as a labor or as a consumer. The consumption of innovative outcomes or participation in making it happen is not same as participating in designing it. We should distinguish that.
Right. So then,
otherwise every technology will become participating.
Yeah.
This is not right. I mean, why are we doing it? We are doing it to understand, distinguish the co-creation process, the collaborative design process from conventional design process. That's the reason we are wanting our definitions to be precise. Yes.
Do you differentiate between at and for?
The for is when you are working for people where users have a say in the matter. Where at is when you have a design in mind, people will only observe it, but they will not influence it. In for, they can at least give you feedback. In act, they just observe it. And you will still keep the same design. If you have to do 3 years trial, no matter what they say, you will keep it same design for 3 years. That's what scientists do most of the time. When they do act. When they do for, they will have to revise and modify.
But I understand this differently also, in the sense that...
So there are many solar pumps which are being applied at grassroots level, right?
All sorts of solar technologies.
All kinds of solar technologies. There is no, they are not, I mean there are for people, yes, you can say that sometimes these can merge, sometimes it can merge, sometimes it doesn't. If let's say you are doing, you have your own project, a small microhydel generate energy for a tower, BSNL tower, which then he is not doing for grassroots. It is innovation from grassroots for BSNL. Correct?
Yes.
Very interesting. Now this is very different. The grassroots innovator is doing work for public sector entity. We need to bring in these differences so that we don't undermine anybody's contribution. We want to respect everybody's contribution. Our intention is not to celebrate one over another. No. They are saying there are different conditions of arrangements for place. If we keep them separate, it's possible for us to better practice. But if we mix them up, which is what many scholars have done, a large number of them done. Professor Sugula has done the most. Ideas of sex. He does not distinguish between for and from. You understand? That's their problem. I have told them if they don't want to learn, they don't want to learn. What can I do for them? I can't help them.
If Microsoft or some university in the US has students or some wing devoted to solving some problem in a developing country. So they are sitting in their lab, or maybe they are visiting and trying to understand the ground conditions, and they are yeah. We went for water.
That is CSR.
CSR maybe.
Sarcastic कौन सी किताब बोल रहे थे?
न्यूज़पेपर है रतन अमेरिकन एग्रीकल्चर में एक्टर जो कैसे इंट्रोड्यूस
सबको शेयर कर दो.
Sorry.
So I was saying that if such a some organization is working to solve a problem at the grassroots, then they are looking at the grassroots conditions and then coming back to their lab and developing something, some technology, then I think they are working for grassroots. And if they are really at the grassroots working with the people, interacting with the people, then maybe it as
they are at and for. Sometimes for only at. For example, you may have a lab in a village. But you work exactly as you would do in your station. Correct?
Yes. So their intention is to solve the problem, but their understanding of the problem is their own understanding.
Correct.
And their solution is also their own solution. There
Which
is no
may apply sometimes and may not apply,
Right.
but that's okay. So I'm just saying there are different design conditions.
So there is one what do you say? I mean accusation sort of towards this kind of intervention, that they are doing this because they look at grassroots problems as a market for their technology.
Which is nothing wrong with that.
So there is some truth to that accusation probably.
Not some. My dear friend, Mr. Hart, and his colleagues earlier, Prahlad and so on, they saw a fortune, of course.
So I want to...
And if you come to think of it, they did fine. Because large number of consumers prefer to consume many products, which in turn may have affected the malnutrition problem of children, because instead of using some milk for children and getting a little less income and therefore buying a less product, they started selling completely all the milk that they produced. And real children are tea. So 45% children are state, are malnourished. Because they don't eat milk for children. Sell it and then buy various products that they want. Whether it's whatever it is, I don't want to name. It is a very high standard.
Yeah, so I think we need to understand the politics of this whole working for the grassroots.
Yes, but I'm saying I don't mind if you are working at the grassroots and if you develop a better model of mobile phone or a better model of engine or a better model of motorcycle. I have no problem with that. So long as it does not undermine people's own ability to solve their problem. That's all I'm saying. We should not stifle the human spirit which tends to experiment and innovate sometimes. They have constraints that they have. And because they have constraint, material constraint, they end up becoming more frugal. There is a big lab where people are solving problems with minimum materials and minimum resources because they don't have them. The companies want to learn that without fertilizing the ground.
I would think that like when what you mean as an accusation that people market as a grassroots and therefore want to work on that, I feel that maybe they would come up with something work at the grassroots because they're trying to sell something and they treat it like a market instead of something like a lot of research that happens for the grassroots, which like all the IIMA centers and things like that, where they try to develop these crop varieties, and they use a lot of fertilizer. They use they have guards trying to like if there are any animal crop plagues and things like that don't happen, so that actually those crops don't reach what time field is like, and that's when the farmers come and take those varieties and they try to grow it. It doesn't work on their field.
Sometimes it does. I mean, hybrid rice, for example, has become extremely popular. Hybrid rice developed by Bayer has become very in India, even among the very poor people. Perfectly fine. I have no problem with that. If we want to conserve land resources and we can't give incentives to people, why should they bear the cost of conserving for future generations? Nobody else is doing that. We are failing in our duty to persuade people that we are failing. How can we create conditions by which they will have incentives to conserve land resources? State must recognize that. Our market must recognize that. Companies must recognize that. They should provide some incentive that, okay, we will give you 50% discount on the seed if you grow 10 cents under local rate. Why not? That way they have sold that seed. And they don't have to do it for everybody, just 10 farmers every village, 10 farmers, 20 farmers. Give it out free. Give them then 50% or 80% of free seed. Other people, provided they grow some land resources. So then they are not charged for having removed all the acre by dynasty. Tomorrow they may need the same varieties for breeding better quality varieties in future. Why not? It's possible to create win-win situation. I'm saying I'm not one of those who will argue that companies and communities can't work together. They can. They can, and we should make them work together. Both will benefit from each other. Is that it? Now, let's go further to this. So there are 4 different conditions in which designs can take place. All the 4 are legitimate. And all the 4 are good enough. We should not argue one is better than another. Correct? You may prefer to work with, or you may prefer to work for, depending upon your orientation. Why should I say one is better than another? It depends on constraints, which requires much more iterative and interactive approach. This was you have to go forth and back too many times, you have to interact with too many people. The cost is very high. Isn't it? So you cannot have one blueprint and then give it. You will have to go and change it. That we have been discussing Manoj. Iterative and interactive. You cannot have one design at one go, no matter how good it is.
In fact, you may not be able to have just one design. You may need.
I have stone slabs, if I have bricks, if I have sandbags, I can't use the same design. Understand? And in construction, I am not carrying only one kind of material. But I am not designing that. I am not looking at that. Now, 3 devices or one device which can be flexible for 3 purposes, either way we can say that. Is it a good quality of such problem? It's a good such problem actually. Requires a lot of work, lots of iterations and interactions. You may have to make 25, 30, 40, 50 visits in a half a year or 1 year. Almost 2 visits. That is 24. 4 or 50. Depends how many times you go. Every week you go 50 visits. And you go 25 visits. 25 visits in a year from IIT Guwahati to that place which will be 70, 80 kilometers. The cost. You may be able to afford, you may not be able to afford. Then either you innovate in the method itself, where you say, alright, one time we come, one time you come. Or we have a Skype, they give you a terminal and an internet account, we talk through Skype every week. But visit once a month or maybe once in 2 months. So different innovations will have to emerge in communication if we really want to have an interaction. I am not saying the constraint of physical visits should prevent us to explore other ways of communication. Today internet makes it possible. Skype is easy. Why not? समझो बात को भाई. तो कम से कम एक टैबलेट दे दो उनको 6,000 रुपए की. With a prepaid account of 1 year, 6,000 we can afford. Is the person with whom you are doing access joint research? समझ मेरी बात को. And they talk every day. किसने मना किया है? किसने मना किया है? हर रोज बात करो. बताओ यार आज मैंने ये किया, मैं इस डायरेक्शन जाऊँ, which direction should I move? Should I optimize this or that? You go all the time, things have changed or your understanding changed. वो कहता है ये तो मैंने नहीं कहा था आपको. अरे मैं तो यही समझा. I give you an example. I hope my colleague will not misunderstand. CMERI, Gurgaon. We gave a problem of motorcycle-based flying machine to be optimized. Turning radius was one problem. When they turn, no, the problem they understood was that when 2 wheel has to be converted to 3 wheel, you have to remove the wheel and you have to attach a flywheel and then this attachment of 2 wheels to one. It took time, about 40 minutes. They tried to reduce the 40 minutes into about 15 minutes, but they changed the turning radius. Turning radius means when it will turn, it will leave a lot of land uncleared. You know what to say? This is the time that you have saved is only once in a season. That was not the major problem. I don't change it every day. Maybe 2 times. Whereas turning I have to do many times in a field, 20 times in a field. I can't afford to do it on the daily. Okay, I just stay from there. Okay. Now it happened because they didn't interact enough. At that time, if they had discussed, this is what we're trying to optimize, is it right? They would have told them. It is not just saying right, a lot of us think it this way. And the result is our innovations don't serve the purpose which they are intended. So interactive, iterative, and I will also call it as conflictive. There are 3 stages that I argue. Conflictive is when there is a tension and you go to the extent of saying, all right, I give you resources to do your way. I will do my way. Let's compete. Fair enough. I don't mind. तुम भी फिर बनाओ उनको बनाने दो देखिए किसका अच्छा you the purpose I don't mind give them the person that's what I have to manage for the moment उनको भी करना दो ना यार क्या दिक्कत है सिद्धार्थ कहता है वो करेंगे इस्तेमाल नहीं करेंगे तो नहीं करेंगे तुम कौन सा करते हो हर चीज का इस्तेमाल नहीं करेंगे तुम भी तो मिसयूज कर सके उनको भी करना तो बहुत मिसयूज करेंगे people running in our life so cheap तरीका नहीं होगा सीखने के लिए and if they use their faith in people will increase you will do more experiment if it works but if you don't try chances are equal no there is no way to predict that they will both are possible equally probable so we will not go into too much of collaborative design just now because that our attention from the main problem. Let us understand that working for people is, in terms of value judgment, no worse or better than working with people or to add value to from. In our work, in the NII program, we focus on from innovation. We add value later on. Unfortunately, there is not enough risk taking. There is not enough risk. It is false. Even when you improve, you try to improve it on your own rather than with them. It is not good. It should not be that way. Because there is a knowledge that they have of constraints, they have knowledge of their way things work. By not working with them, we are delaying the process.
So here I want to correct a question from previous session when you had said that knowledge systems are fragmented. And there I have the question that these fragmented knowledge systems need to be able to communicate with each other. And how does
that's a very tough question. You know what happens is that the language, not just the language in terms of the spoken language, written language, but also language in terms of the terminology, makes a big difference. There was an anthropologist. He went to a village, northern territories, where blue whale comes, northern Russia, and Greenland, Norway, Russia, in that area. So he said, I want to understand about blue whale. People start telling him about various things. They talked about salmon, beaver, how beaver made dams, how salmon After about a few hours, that fellow got tired. But I have come to talk about valuable ways, and you are telling me about salmon, you are telling me about beavers. He said, you don't understand. We are telling you about valuable ways. He said, how? Look, when beavers make a dam, salmon cannot go up the stream for laying the egg. In those, the population of salmon goes down. When population of salmon goes down, the valuable weight doesn't come here. You are listening to what we are saying. He was too focused on valuable weight. Valuable weight, incidentally, are very intelligent maternal mammals because they have a system of midwives. When they are pregnant, 2 whales press when they want to help them deliver the calf. So they have a community, they have a culture, and they work there. They have empathy, and all those traits which think we are only a human trait. They show them. They published an article on that many years ago. This fellow who wrote this article described that entire experience. So, communication. In this case, his knowledge system was fragmented. Not theirs. There was integration. उनके लिए सब कुछ एक ही बात है. The anthropologist is vulnerable to understand. So, fragmentation, there are different layers. Also, women knowledge generally is more integrated because they are multitasking and there are very few things they can separate out. I hope I am not that very sexist one, but everything is related to it. It's not easy to separate things. Men can probably a little more easily do that. They can build boxes. यार ठीक है ना ये separate है बात नहीं separate नहीं है ना. You don't understand. I'm trying to understand. No, you don't understand. And I must admit, I have not been able to get over my inadequacy in sometimes seeing all those connections that they can see so easily. They cannot believe it. Which happened? नहीं होता. मेरा bias है.
I don't know.
No, but in general, I was thinking, do you face problem communicating with men on certain issues of integrative, but when you talk about knowledge system, when you talk about interconnections?
I think women are more empathetic, so they are willing to listen to you a little, I mean, they're not very steadfast about their own beliefs.
Maybe that could be the reason. So they are more accommodative or
Their beliefs paramount.
Possible. What I am trying to say is that this communication poses many problems. About research together. Ratnakar, before we gave him the small workshop, 3 years, he was very unhappy with us. And we were trying to argue with him that look, my main market is not too far, just about half an hour. Why don't you outsource it? No, I want it in my house. Later on we relented and we realized that this is not part of the same problem. Therefore we created 37 different community workshops. This is one of them. These are it. We had 20 French railway senior executives. They were invited as now. SCNS is one of the Europe's largest railways. So in some meeting I was giving a talk in Paris, they met me, they said, Professor, we want to come and learn about local innovations. So alright. And their boss said that one of them is going to be the head of the organization. Alright. So these 20 people are taking my charge. And we go far away from Bangalore in a village, in Rishi Vidyantha, we had a meeting called 2-3 innovators. One of them was Ratnakar and there was that fellow who made the coconut ice cream and all that. So now Ratnakar showed Mr. Vine and all of that, how he was. He was fantastic. He makes from 1 kVA to customized, no to design their life, never makes anything again. Either you like it or not, your problem. He will not do the same thing again. Complain that his turbine has this feature, not mine. Alright, I think of it like that. I get it. So if you look at his design, you look at how innovative mind works, adds up. Keep on designing. And they don't sit down and look back and make a spreadsheet of all the features and forms and functions and then arrive at a generalized design and then say, okay, this is the core design, now I will weave around it. They have in their mind. 90% of them never make drawings. But everything falls in place. No matter how many components it has. components can range from 25 to 200 and still they don't make it right. So there is something that they have which we need to learn from. But the fact is that if they could do simulations, maybe the speed of their design thinking or design interpretation will go up. They don't have to everything done by taking a prototype. In simulation, you can shake the time, but unfortunately, so far we have not tried it. Someday we want to try it. A simulation model for turbine, simulation model for different things, where people can fit in their parameters and see how it will work, how the load will be distributed, which part will get here more. So that helps. That will help, hopefully. But communication is also a problem because our languages are different. When you have an innovative device, how do you create a language for a particular part which has never been built before? Tell me. How will it? What will you call it? So many times, the vocabulary, existing vocabulary will not be sufficing for an innovative design. Supposing there is a herbal sukkah, they put some plants into that. ठीक है ना? अब उसको खाली विनेगर बोलने से तो काम ही चलेगा ना? Whether the extract of the plant is more important than the vinegar, vinegar is the medium or vinegar is the outcome, we don't know really. Only research can find out. Vinegar sometimes can be medium. जैसे अल्कोहल में एक्सट्रैक्ट निकालते हैं उसमें विनेगर में निकाला, लेकिन मतलब तो उसको प्लांट हम तो फोकस कर रहे हैं इसको दें। अब उसको क्या नाम दे वो उससे पूछने तो अच्छा है। He may focus on her, or he may focus on the method of fermentation, or he may focus on the vessel. ये मटकी वाला सिक्का है साहब। अब ये मटकी वाला सिक्का है, लेकिन मटकी तो मतलब ऑफिस में जा रहा है, तो हम तो इसको मटकी वाला सिक्का बोलते हैं। You should accept that taxonomy. आप नहीं, हम तो उसको हर बार बोलते रहो, आप हम तो नहीं मानते, बात ही नहीं हुई। भाई जो वो उंदी होता है, मटका उंदी होता है कि नहीं? उंदी हो जैसे सब्जी वेजिटेबल इन साउथ इंडिया और साउथ गुजरात उसमें वो पूरा फोल्ड का बना है। So they can make it in modern pots, but they can also make it in other pots. मटका उंदी उसको मटका है, there may be other variations. Question is vocabulary, taxonomy, terms, making them accessible, willingness to accept other terms, willingness to accept that there can be other categories of organizing information, and they may or may not be compatible with your categories. Be open on that.
Knowledge system will be fragmented or integrated or
integrated at one level or fragmented at another level. It may be integrated when it comes to machine, fragmented when it comes to its relationship with different applications. For example, he may not see that, he may optimize it for uneven input supply, input velocity. He doesn't pay too much attention to that. Assume that input can range from 5 km per hour speed to 25 or 30 km. When there is a storm, then he has a problem. When there is a very fast flow, he has a problem. He hasn't developed a system of flushing that is turbine from the engine or the motor. There is no governing feedback system that he has to develop, which for an engineer will be not a big thing. When the speed, what do you call that? Speed, when the speed goes beyond the limit, it can be governed. ठीक है ना? ये problem है, लेकिन वो अटक रहा है पिछले 10 साल से उसके अंदर. They have not been able to solve it, and we have not been able to give him that solution. But this is very important for him to get over the threshold level of efficiency with which he can work. So many innovators sometimes get stuck with a problem for years. I know so many. That's too high. For 15 years, 17 years, working on a cotton pick machine. अच्छे लाख रुपया का खर्चा होता है. Almost on the verge of divorce, but कैसे बनाया उसने अभी बचाया. The man is obsessed, convinced of his design. You have to communicate with that person, explain to him. But you cannot explain to him morally, you have to explain to him with prototype. You will only understand that when you show him the working model, which is working better than his. Then he will listen to you, not otherwise. One of the first things that Shashank did from NID when he went to see one of the early innovation early. They were sitting below a card. He saw the card. He said, "Why have you given this rod below? There is no need for so much of support. Remove it." He removed it. The card was still very stable. The weight came down. Load bearing capacity of the card increased. Easier on the plow, on the product. We realized one point. Many times power innovators try to give more strength than they take. More strength than what it is. They over-insure against accidents or against petrol. They take, petrol safety ज़्यादा नहीं. हाँ, petrol safety ज़्यादा. Now, good or bad, I don't know. I mean, the engineers can answer that question, but it's a trait we are finding. Some common habits, common traits. So there are some design, very significant design approaches, differences, which we need to isolate. And then focus on them. And maybe they have an argument. Maybe that extra safety margin reduces wear and tear. Maybe, maybe not. So instead of saving that energy here, we save that over a period of time. We have to calculate those things. I think these are empirical questions. But there is a difference in approach. There is a difference in approach. They are over-insuring, they are over... some of them try to add too many features. That makes the design very complicated to handle. Many innovators who add too many features in one end up making it so complicated only they can avoid it, nobody else can. We have many examples. Trying to do too many and serve too many goals with one instrument is what device.
Probably they are looking at it as a technological challenge, and someone says, but can't your machine do that? The other machine can do this. So they will take it as a challenge and they want to put it
possible, but I am saying that you can have version 1, version 2, version 3. You don't have to have one version having everything. This is something that most of them have not learned. We need to work on that. But get one solution out of your way, let it be produced now. Work on version 2, version 3. So I am saying as a design process there are things that we can contribute by learning from them and making their life easier. And understanding that not all of us, while multifunctionality is a very great attribute, I think. In general, I think multifunctionality is a very important part of personality. But I am not averse to have multifunctionality doesn't mean too many functions. It could be 2 or 3. Not 10 or 5 or 11.
I am interacting with an innovator who is also a formally trained engineer. Not in this context, just because he happens to be a family friend. And I see the same thing with him also. Like he is not ready to close his innovation and move on to a next version as such. For him, new element, new angle, new aspect comes, he will try to work on that part. So his innovation is not come to the market at any point of time. So he is still working, So it's probably nothing to do with formally being trained. And
Zohar is also that.
So it is that innovator trait itself. Even my students have noticed that if I say, okay, this product is good enough, why don't you put it into the market, and you can always have a version 2. But I think maybe it's also with our education system where we want like full fine-tuning since it's the first step rather than releasing it and getting feedback, making a version 2. Somehow it's very difficult to even convince.
You used a very right phrase, good enough. You need to understand this word, good enough. And many times we are not able to arrive at the proper definition of good enough. What is good enough? When it is 15% better than what it is now, 5% better than what it is now, 30% better than what it is now, at what cost? So you make the cost and efficiency trade-off. And you say, alright, my cost is 50% higher, but my payoff is 20% better. I'm getting additional 5% better at 5% cost. That's why many models say, even in the modern market, many models say they are not giving enough benefit to the consumer, and consumer rejects it. So what is consumer paying that? Consumers are paying not only convenience, but also a perceived understanding. They are gaining additional functionality or variable. So I think what is happening is that many innovators are not interacting even with their own users enough. And just because they are at grassroots, we shouldn't assume that they fulfill all the requirements of learning from the competition knowledge. They could be as high as strong and as isolated from their committee as anybody else. And I have no interest in saying this. I don't want to romanticize. I know grassroots innovators who are so obsessed with their own understanding that they do not interact, not involve enough the users in the design process. So you are right that the innovator per se may have certain characteristics regardless of where you are from, but they become more accentuated at grassroots level because the feedback loops are very small, very long and not so frequent. They don't get enough opportunity to interact with their kind. The peer group is very weak. I mean, one innovator may find another innovator out of 5 villages, 10 villages, or 25 villages. So he doesn't interact. That's what Honeybee Network is trying to do actually. And not very well, I must say that. I hope you will find ways of doing that better, where we create more opportunities. Yesterday, I got a mail from a person. Now, he made some net-centered network machine and he critiqued the machine of Burgundam and Jadid. Jadid critiqued the machine of Burgundam and the person. I sent the mail to him. Finally, I said, would you all agree to come together? All the 5, 7, 10 people who are making net machine together, I told them, please try and let them understand that in this space they are so smart that if they start competing with each other, they will kill each other and only the large corporation benefit. They are fighting with the large corporation, not with each other. Please cooperate. We want to work on it. At least at the logical level they have understood. I have to make them work together. But you understand the point? It's not easy. So in that sense, the process or the ecosystem that we are trying to develop is still evolving. And you all have to understand that you are participant in this process, both as a researcher, but also as a user of innovation, also as a purveyor of innovation, as also evaluator of innovation. You have to understand that if we do not make them work together, since most innovators don't want to work together, you are not special. You understand? They don't want to work together. And the result is much more time and cost to bring about improvements. That is one area of formal sector has done much better. They have a team works together, they argue but they agree on about it. They freeze the design, go ahead and do it. They don't go, they say next round of design cycle will begin, or process will begin later. This we are freezing here. Freezing the design, so difficult for the customer. They just don't treat it. Often not. Sometimes they do. Those who do well in the marketplace. Mansuba Prajapati has done that. So he has reached a few crore of turnover.
Somebody I was talking to was saying that there is a combination of being an innovator and an entrepreneur in a person.
then that person may be able to stop the innovator at some point and get on to being the entrepreneur, and at that time the innovation process might stop. But if that is not the case, so all are not both. Some may be one.
Most are not both. Not all. I would say 90% innovators are not good entrepreneurs. Only few are both. So these are three different things: innovation, investment, time, and entrepreneur, innovator, investment, enterprise. This triangle, more often than not, there are three different vectors. And we will discuss later on the transition cost and so on. But today I thought let us, before we close, what is the time now? Before we close in the next 10-15 minutes, let us consolidate what are the questions that we need to clarify further. And I will request that you can also some summaries you can blog on creativity and innovation blog to the matches. Let them directly upload with whatever sketches and all that they want to do. But that's all before the people who are coming tomorrow. Who are the people?
By arrangements are confirm what are these?
Anjula Bharati? From Sathiwal.
नहीं ये कॉटन
Cotton Deepak.
दीपक भाई अभी
There is one from Sathiwal about Chennai. Did you come in?
चेतन से कंफर्म कर दो
Chetan से पूछ लेना. He told me that it was one.
उनका मैं प्रोफाइल शेयर कर दूँगा
हाँ.
आज कर दूँगा
अभी करते हैं.
अभी कर दूँ
So they should, between now, after a break of about half an hour, you can use this room as long as you want, or you can sit anywhere else you want. My office also has a room. This room can be kept open as long as you want. And in my office there are 2-3 rooms. So you can use them. But please consolidate the notes. When you consolidate the notes, ask questions. There will be a lot of things that you may not have discussed. It's very clear now. So let us prepare a list of questions that we need to discuss tomorrow, both definitional and conceptual. Tomorrow, what is the time program?
tomorrow wakes up
What time?
10 to be just
And then?
and then after that innovators
What time?
2
So before lunch is only an hour.
studies करेंगे and पूरा scouting का जो process scouting documentation challenges उसके ऊपर पूरा study discuss करेंगे and innovators will come and discuss their सारे
Volume space for GRI and missing from traditional knowledge, these are the traditional ways of knowing.
Yes. We should cover that. In summary, the point is the traditional way of knowing is more experimental and entrepreneurial than traditional knowledge sometimes. The exploring mind behaves very interestingly, creatively, even though it may be using different heuristics. Otherwise, how many such different solutions will emerge? Very for viral control, this, that. These all are mind, outcome of very exploring mind. So traditional knowledge and traditional way of knowing are two different things. Traditional way of knowing can be hit and try, traditional way of knowing can be compare and contrast, traditional way of knowing can be looking for odd ball, looking for odd plant. In a million plants, many million plants in a field, the farmer notices one. What an eye that person should have. To notice that odd plant and then mark it up, tie a ribbon, and then next year take the seed of that plant separately and grow it separately, and then observe whether the cactuses are detectable or not. Go through 5, 6, 7 cycles and develop a new variety. It's not a ordinary job. Modern science will also do that. They call it recurrent selection. Same method. So how do they do that? Is an interesting question. So many traditional ways of knowing are quite compatible with modern science. Some are not. But then they are different.
But would you say that these are the ways that play a role in innovations by the innovators, or especially the technological ones?
No, we should look at motivations that work. We will discuss some webinars, we will discuss many things tomorrow. How you will listen to innovators, then I think it will become clear to you also. How did they think about this problem? You should ask them. They will have their own stories to tell. And what are the sources of innovations? At what stage we will decide to stop further improvements, more or less, and stick to it. Sometimes they do. How do they take into account the feedback? Not all are equally open, as I said. Some are, many are not. But that's true for us also. Only few of us are open. Most of us are not. So let us have few more categories tomorrow. Let us simplify the motivations. I mean, just saying intrinsic exercising doesn't go very far. We need to understand different kinds of motivations.
Also, another question is for so is there any project knowledge about innovators, defining characteristics of innovators? Vis-a-vis maybe say like characteristics of entrepreneur or characteristics of a researcher, scientist, whatever. So if there is a known definition of innovator characteristics or things like that, and then can we look at our innovators to understand them in that way also? I mean, I understand that there will be limitations of using that approach, but just one lens to look at them.
There are some. There is a lot of work done. She has done some work. Bella has done some work. Many other people have done some work on the extent to which it's very difficult to tie them into categories, but yes, there are some attributes. Stubbornness is one. I enjoy that. Fortitude, stubbornness, not open to all kinds of feedback. Think of it. It's a designer. And if you take up these people into account, you do the right thing. Isn't it true? The designers are very finicky about it. They have a style and they want to keep it. They will listen to you. Sometime after that, they are not even listening to you.
They will be taking something else.
कुछ और सोच रहे हैं आप ठीक है नहीं होता है सर होता है ना तो वही बात है तो वो आप इन्वेंटर को खाली दोष कर देते हो but you are right you can make a let us work together on this let us work out flag this question please all of you circulate the questions to each other today एक ग्रुप बनाया आपने क्या है ग्रुप का नाम JRI Summer School one word JRI Summer School one word है at you have Gmail
exactly आपको link पूरा forward
हाँ बस please by the way announce it सबको भेज देना
सबको ऐड किया हो
ठीक है
अभी भी everybody है
some kind of methodology workouts or say one wants to work with an innovator and to like this innovation is a good innovation and of course this person might be resistive, maybe resistive about someone giving input something in this. So is there a methodology or guidelines kind of thing in which the entire process of feedback loop can be integrated in a very win-win situation for all parties in the product?
What parameters to look at? There is a note I prepared in 1988 on documenting grass approach and I will use it again. But it's an interesting thing. I enjoy it. I'll separate that. Please separate that. The reason why you should read it is because at that time I was grappling with this question that you're raising. And my hope was that we will understand, we'll go to the depth of that whole process. Then we realized that initial stages, go into depth, then you create, it's like this, when you collect data into human categories, you can't put it together. But if you have a narrative, then you can separately catalog different parts. So I was convinced very quickly that we should have narratives. And these narratives then can be subdivided into different categories later on for analysis purpose, rather than doing the other way around. So too much of fragmented data or categorized data doesn't give the whole, but whole can give the categories. That was one of the lessons I learned. And I still will believe that. But I see a point that if you have some checklist. So what I did was, that was in 1978, many years ago. We took a, for example, watershed project. I hope we can get those sheets tomorrow. That there are 3 of the blueprints. At that time we used to make blueprints. There are some work on that So these are ammonia plates. There was a machine making ammonia plates. And what I did was that under each category, I and there was a colleague of mine, under each category of the process that was taking place in the project, we added questions. What question to ask at this stage? That's what you're saying?
No, not exactly that, but is there a kind of, like many people recommend things for how to do good attraction research, how to do good participatory design research, so that a lot of tensions between different stakeholders can be minimized. There will be more willing to work together. So is there something of that sort for this particular domain as well?
27th, we have methodology class.
Morning.
Morning? Good morning?
Morning, and then after that, after lunch.
Nee, what is the time? Do you have a time on 27th?
9:30 to 11, which is the station.
Then?
The discussion है after lunch, and then 28.
नहीं 11:30 के बाद क्या है? 9:30 to 11.
उसके बाद exploring GI landscape वाला है वो
अच्छा वो सेशन है ना?
वो सेशन.
Okay.
उसमें we can discuss.
उसके लिए अभी the list of questions है. What she is saying is one set of questions. What she has said another question. If you have any specific question that you would like to get,
write down in separate.
वो अभी दे दो ना तो आज आप दो कल तक आज आपको मिल जाएगा अच्छा. Then what I will do is I will and then we can discuss. But please don't expect me to answer your question. Our purpose is to work together, and therefore you should make a presentation of what your problem is and how you see it, and we can all contribute to that. So then maybe we will develop the answer that you are saying will come only by the question that you frame. Can you give us a framework of questions that you are facing? And then we try to work together to answer. That's the big issue. So catch, which you mentioned about the formal sector innovator, other innovators, trying to make sense of these issues, put them all together, and then you present us those questions and we add value to that. That's the big issue. So better that similarly from NIF, you or you, but if you can bring in a question about, or you can bring in a question if you have any questions from the field about how you are trying to find it, where are you getting stuck, what is the problem situation, frame a problem, that's it. And tomorrow when Vivek and others come, discuss that. So then 28?
28 and Abhi Mathur.
And then
after that we have ethics, ethics position. And then after lunch, Lian, Dr. Lian speaking experiences from China and Russia. And then 29th we have GRI stands for the and then discussion on which will contribute different research and they will also.
My suggestion also is that if you want some papers to be discussed on by everybody, then you should separate your draft which you would like to work on, either a synopsis or sheet of paradox that you have, then along with everything else, we should try to work till midnight every day.
Synopsis it's available to everybody, but they can still work on that and then...
10 o'clock. So you can work till midnight and get up at around 8:39. ठीक है, आप घंटे का नीचे ना, 12 घंटे नहीं मिलेगा, 12 से 8. 12 o'clock to 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock you get up, you have 2 hours to get ready. What's the problem? No matter how lazy you are in the morning. I am saying this because I do believe that you should take enough rest. Here I was still don't get enough rest, 2 hours here, 4 hours. 2 बजे मेरे को मेल भेजते हैं, मैं 2 बजे जवाब देता हूँ, बोलते सर आप कब सोते हैं? क्या तुम लोग नहीं सोते तो मैं क्या करूँगा? तुम्हारी बात का जवाब देना पड़ता है, नॉट एवरी डे। ठीक है, क्या करेंगे अभी?
27 को ही है ना, रिसर्च मेथड 27 को डिस्कस हो रहा है।
नहीं, इसके पहले आपके लोग
हाँ, एग्री तुम्हारे 27 को
that is after lunch we have discussion among themselves for research methods. 1 घंटे का रहता है, 2 घंटे का रहता है। उससे पहले इंस्ट्रक्शन से पहले
Anybody else other than Pankaj online?
Pankaj is left.
Yes, sir. Who else is there? Anybody now? No. Okay. Okay. Pankaj is there? Find out how much is able to okay, so let's conclude, but they will now go back and then gather back what is the plan for that.
अभी जो सेशन ऑन डिस्कशन हम जो अपने साइन अप से सबमिट की थी उसके बारे में थोड़ा बता रहे हैं एंड प्रॉब्ली वी कैन उसकी जगह वी कैन फ्रेम
जुनागढ़ से तो नहीं आया ना,
वो आए नहीं, वो फोन किया तो उठाए
कोई बात नहीं,
रिकॉर्ड सोनल की वो भी फोन स्विच ऑफ, 2 लोग नहीं। तो अब आज जब भी या तो फिर वी कैन हैव फ्रेमिंग क्वेश्चंस का rather than discussing synopsis, because synopsis I think we can give some more time to पढ़ने के लिए improve करने के लिए, then we can have comments. So questions जो आज हमने raised किए we can consolidate that and then we can plan.
So if we can now onward focus more on innovations, different typologies of innovation, different processes of how the innovations emerge, what happens when they evolve, what happens when the institutions with whom they have to interact sometimes on support, what kind of ecosystem we create. How do the contingent conditions of environment, climate, weather, various risk factors, to what extent are these, how does innovation get resilience? When you look at fluctuations in environmental or otherwise, you have to have resilience. So what are the factors which influence resilience? Is it true that sugar innovations are also more resilient innovations? If so, why? How do we measure resilience? And how do we measure frugality? Is frugality without circularity possible? Circular का मतलब मालूम? Do you know the meaning of circular economy? Normally we do life cycle analysis, gradual to grade, right? That means at the end of the life cycle, you may try to talk about reuse, recycle, but you are assuming there will be waste. In circular economy, there is no waste. You are talking about cradle to cradle. That is multiple life cycle. When you design products and services, particular products, you identify the future life cycle of each component at this stage of design. So how will the axle be used? How will this valve be used? How will this nut and bolt be used? How will this spoke be used? How will the next whatever? And you know what the fatigue factor is. So you know that the machine may become invalid or inoperable after let's say 10 years. Will every component also have outlived this utility? If not, do we want to go to the Western way where we junk the whole thing? We have a salvage economy. You asked that question in morning. We have a salvage system where we take each component out and put them for multiple uses. Why can't we have a design process itself which will provide for the potential uses of different components at the stage of design itself? That will be a breakthrough. That means every component. If I have this pen and when the ink dries up, what are the things that I can do with this pen? If I take away this one, this is a filter. If I can't refill the ink, what can I do with this? Is there a way in which I can modify it? I can work for it. What are they? Because this locking system is good. Locking system doesn't go any damage. Only this portion becomes useless. Then I take it out. Is it possible to take it out? Or is it welded into this? If you weld it into this, it wouldn't work. Then the whole thing, locking system is gone. As a designer, I should think this portion. Should I keep the lock intact and take out only this portion? And then it can become different kind of things, different kind of containers, different kind of folders. So give me those ideas. I mean, what I'm saying is, make our society more conscious about, they themselves start innovating to find uses of different things that they are. I mean, we learn from glass innovators, and they can salvage every component, put them into multiple uses and interesting ways. Why can't that trait of glass innovators become our societal trait? So I start thinking about this, I start thinking about everybody else. This cell phone, when it is done, is not designed for different components to be taken out and used for different purpose. Why not? Not all chips will go down at the same time. There will be some modules in it which will be working for next 50 years maybe. Can't they design products around those modules? This, if we don't do it, who will do it? You look at old transistors, old televisions. We could take out part of the one television and put it to another. All the time electricians did that. Repairing shops did that. Watch repairing shop did that. Every watchmaker had enough salvaged watches from where you could think and put them in your machine, divide them to one. Why is it not relevant now? You have enough resources in the world to waste them the way we are doing.
I think that on this, there is one startup or there is one chain kind of thing in Bangalore. They repair Apple iPhone on this. They take out parts from old iPhones, and if they don't find enough old iPhones, they buy new iPhone and take out the part and use it in multiple.
Very interesting.
And in Bangalore itself, here, like, I'll find out the link in the So he has like about a crore of turnover over a year.
Because that company charged so much. I had a Mac, had this problem. The fellow was asking me 40,000 to recover, to make it viable. I said, I will buy a new one. He said, go ahead and buy it.
So
I've gone through that. I've gone through that. Let me have it. I'm happy to hear that. But what I'm saying is, what is Indianness? What innovation? कल उसकी बात करेंगे. Which doesn't make a difference that I am Indian or Bangladeshi or South Asian. Doesn't make a difference. I think it does. In Bangladesh, the lady takes a jute stick, makes barbecue of powder. समझ रहे हो मुक्तार? समझ में आया क्या ना? Jute stick, put dung balls. Why? She can regulate now the amount of heat that she needs while cooking. Isn't it an innovation? Very clever one. देखा है कभी? क्यों भाई उत्तर देखा है कि नहीं देखा है? सूखते हुए. If you go to rural areas, you will find some women did it much earlier and talk about 80s. Very clever. Very clever.
Question Rajul ne raised. Can proof of concept lab at the grassroots help to solve the versioning problem? Question relating to discussion on design and versioning.
Well, we have created those workshops got 37 of them. How many community workshops? Around 37 community workshops have been created in the country. The list is available at our website, I think, and our website. But worsening problem is not necessarily linked to the workshop. The worsening problem is more serious, which is that to get satisfied with a level of improvement, a level of perfection, and then say, I will not fulfill all my aspirations of design in one model. That's it. So it's a both psychological and institutional problem that we're trying to, how does an Indian house get built? We make one room, small kitchen. Son becomes grown up, we make one more room. Then we add some more things. Then we add one stairs. Then one more attic. If the son is not, wife is not getting along with the house, then we give her a separate room in the outside. जाओ भाई तुम अपने खेत बना लो, नहीं है, कुआं पे बना लो, you stay at the concept. In other words, there is nothing fixed in the beginning. It is evolutionary design. There is no blueprint in the beginning as we do in our modern houses. That's not the way our society is evolved. As the needs evolve, as the family grows, the systems start adapting and evolving. So the problem is that we have to move away a little bit from the evolutionary process where everything is in flux, to say that few things are fixed and now leave that at that level and go further. It happens actually, it has happened in some cases. So in our innovator in Chittal, who has gone into making components of each Shanti in bulk, so 50 pieces at a time he makes and keeps ready. So Shanti is a multi-purpose, originally motorcycle based flying machine, now a chassis based, a small tractor you can say. I think yes, he has shared that, where is model we had, same. So this person, the original inventor, makes every part on each order every time. He is more costly, but he is more customized. The other person in Chittal, I forget his name, he makes mass components, mass means not mass, but 56, 70 of each kind. This is quickly, delivers fast, but it doesn't, then naturally they don't, not as high degree of customization. But his prices are low naturally, because he has made many components and whatnot. So versioning will make it more accessible, throughput time comes down, assembly time comes down, but the problem is it is less customized. We are getting in two directions. Innovation movement on one side is saying mass customization. On the other side we are talking about mass consumption. We are saying standard design. We have to decide, we want our society to go. How do we blend these two different directions? So it's not easy question to, there's no one answer to that, but there is no doubt that versioning has to be done if we have to create a little wider market than what many of the universities.
Grassroots innovators are lateral thinkers and most of the farmers are master fabricators. How to nurture such skills at the grassroots?
How to nurture such skills at the grassroots?
Well, the one way in which we have tried, which is show sample, that is the workshops of the innovators, where they meet and exchange features, forms and functions of each innovation. So, form, feature and function, there are three things in any design. Form, feature and function. Now when you can freeze them in different sequence. If you freeze the features, form becomes easier to fix and functions can be delimited then. Each feature can have multiple functions. So yes, which has been tried, what we have discovered is that given the fact that artisans are distributed much more thinly, so in 3-4 villages you have one blacksmith, that is, one mechanic. Farmers are there in one village, 500. So when it comes to farming practices, innovations in farming practices, plant protection, agronomic practices, water management, seed treatment, harvesting, threshing, it is easier to get a large number of people to discuss and find a solution. When it comes to machinery, if they have to have 25 mechanics, you may have to go to 500 villages sometimes. But to get 500 farmers, even 1 or 2 or 3 villages are not. So the peer groups are different, number one. Number two, the fact that peer group is different, in other words, when it comes to complex design, isolation seems to work good, well. Many times people ask us, is there a cluster? You haven't come across any cluster. The Satis, the structures, that is the largest. I mean, if you look at the whole 3-4 districts, then there is a cluster. And there is one village where there are 20 manufacturers. Chitta is one village, 20 manufacturers. Each make 40 to 50 pieces. About 100 to 500 pieces. About 500,000 pieces being made in one village. That is one of the clusters. That's a cluster. But there are too many such clusters. So probably when demand for particular technology increases, clusterization may take place. That's a good way to put it. It is not innovative. If Mansubai Prajapati has to go for mass manufacturing, he will have to think of having a cluster of small scale manufacturers. That will be better. And then the interaction among them can take place. We did some 2 workshops in Rajkot, in Computer Science Center of many manufacturers of this toolbar, Sati. And some of them had ideas to give. We did one workshop where we asked them to critique design of each other. And there was such a good interaction. The concept of technology commons that we developed, where individual to individual copying is allowed and encouraged, individual to firm is admission. This concept, the workshop which is developed in 2008, as part of the which that was very interesting. People were very open in giving comment to each other. Here the space between the seat and the petrol tank is a little too much, too little. You are not giving enough space for clearing the legs. Here your toolbar is not rightly fixed, angle to change, otherwise you put load on it. They were openly discussing and giving feedback to each other. That was one of the meetings I still remember vividly. Very rich in content. So theoretically, practically, I would say yes. No matter how competing they are, in knowledge space they collaborate. And let me close by giving a beautiful story of Industrial Revolution. There is a city called as Lyon in France. So there were many weavers of silk. Demand of silk even in early 18th century was very fashion conscious. Of course, royal families and aristocratic families used to buy silk. But the weavers knew that if my demand of my silk is going up, the demand for other weavers is going down. Some designs are going up, other designs are not. So they had a problem. They wanted to train their children in weaving. But the custom was that my son or daughter should not learn from me. Because then, they will not, I cannot demand them they make a mistake. Somebody else I should put as an apprentice so that my master is not able. So, question was, with whom do I put? So naturally, if my demand is going up, someone whose demand is going down, I will put my son or daughter with them. The beauty was that in marketplace they were competing. In learning space they were cooperating. Nobody will say no to anybody's learning. It's a beautiful example that when capitalistic models are evolving, historians have not done a great job of not sharing enough widely these models of cooperation and competition at the same time. To give you a contemporary example, you go to Karol Bagh or you go to one of the markets where women dresses are sold. Now, fortunately, no two women will like to wear the same dress. Yeah. So they go to a shop and they say, well, this suit is good, but then the sleeves I want like this, not that. So I said, wait a minute, he goes to a labeling shop, bring the suit. Is it similar to what you are looking for? Yeah, this is good. Okay, take it. What has he done? 20 shops in a row, the inventory of 20 shops has been pooled for a customer that comes to one of the shops. They are all competing with each other. But when it comes to satisfying a customer, they all follow it. It happens. You can experience it. At that moment, that customer is not of a shopkeeper. Customer is of that market. हमारी market से कोई नहीं जाएगा बिना satisfied हुए. What is it saying? When which shop he or she enters is a matter of how you display your things and so on. कौन सा सूट में टांगा है बाहर, किसको कौन सा अच्छा लगता है, वो भाई आपको. That is an open process. Once the person enters the market in the shop, any one of the shops, the person should not go back to satisfied. जान लगा है क्या? Nobody will mind sharing anything. It's cooperation and competition at the same time. So I am saying that the models of innovation that are emerging must provide for both processes to take place, competition and collaboration. Unfortunately, literature is rich with competition, very weak on collaboration. And I would like that you should pay attention to look at those collaborative processes. In this candidate accumulation, that's what I am proposing. I want to copy to you. We will organize this meeting. Hopefully they will understand this point, that they all have small niches. They are not competing with each other. UP and Tamil Nadu full competition. They can't even meet 50 shops, 50 machines every month. Demand is for 50,000. Where is the competition? Why is competing? Collaborate. And compete. All of you are together today. So there is a possibility that a network economy, which is the way future is moving anyway, future industrial economy will be a network economy. It will not be a large corporation-led economy. Large corporations are going to become distributors.
The similar things you see in this aircraft Indian market. They are competitors and collaborators.
Yes, Boeing will give its engine to another competitor also, isn't it?
Even GE, Boeing and Rolls-Royce all work together and all of them are competitors to give engine to aircraft.
Car racing market. Engines are same team, this also, but they supply engines to different teams.
Okay. That's good.
Yeah, Renault also.
Okay. So I think we should put in the mainstream market. Companies are now resorting to competition and collaboration together. Government has done that, but not to the same. But why are we not willing to learn this lesson then? What are we waiting for? This is where I am saying theory building must be fertilized by the lessons of the ecosystem that has already evolved. Not one or two, we are talking 100 or 1,000 now. Right? Anything else? Shall we close today? Okay, thank you Raghu and thank you everybody else who is on virtual participation. We will meet tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Again repeat the class tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
No, understanding GRI by NIF.
Okay, tomorrow NIF. Alright.
Understanding GRI.
Okay, so wonderful, and please do write your notes today. Please do circulate your questions. The email address is going to give. Email address. IIM Summer School enter at googlegroups.com. IIM Summer School, not GRI anything. IIM Summer School, not IIMA. iimsummerschool@googlegroups.com. Send your notes at this address. Send your questions, but put the right. When you send notes, give the subject as notes of July today. I mean notes of July 25th. Let everybody put that subject, and then so that same subject line will help us to read everything together. Otherwise, it becomes messy. I give you the quote. If you don't mess up the thing, how will you learn cleaning up? But please don't keep cleaning up. I think I have messed up my life enough. So please keep this subject lines clean, and then we will work with them. Thank you so much.
There is another point. There is another point. If you spend
Too much time in.
if you spend hours in organizing, you spend days lettering.
Days?
Days lettering, looking up the next lettering.
That's right. That's right. That's why I never organize my things. My life is a chaos in action. 24 hours. People wonder how still I find things, but I do find things. In that chaos. Say amen. And then when my room gets organized, then I start working at home. Because my home is much more chaotic. Good. So this, do you want to come back here, or what do you want to do? How would you like to do the day? I mean, you can sit in our wing. You can keep it open as long as you want.
Give the internet tomorrow. कल कर ले.
नहीं, internet वहाँ पर है.
हाँ है. हमने तो वाईफाई. नहीं बात कुछ. इधर भी है. लाइब्रेरी में है. लाइब्रेरी एक्सेस.
मेरा लाइब्रेरी एक्सेस शुरू कर दिया. तो आपने सेपरेटली भेजा हमको. ना भी भेजा. लिस्ट दे दो, मैं लिस्ट दे दूँगा. Just send me a list. I'll send you the library. I'll tell the librarian. You can go to the library anytime.